No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the house during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Here are a few more interesting facts about the Houses of Parliament. The office of the Leader of the Opposition is established in the Constitution. Jamaica led the Commonwealth of Nations in the enshrinement of this office in the Constitution. The Leader of the Opposition must be consulted on a number of important matters, such as the appointments of the Chief Justice, the President of the Court of Appeal, and members of the Services Commissions. The proceedings will begin in a few moments.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody abroad and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
I can. You can. We can. Let's all take the pledge to end gang violence now. Report what you know. Call 811-311-119 or visit the nearest police station.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Every student attending Heart and Estate Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Take it down. Reggae music is the heartbeat of the country.
Low and stable inflation
is the heartbeat of the economy.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever get yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you, so you can focus on your future. Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill, and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody yard and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
Every student attending Heart and STA Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you, so you can focus on your future. Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again. Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1, planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2, parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee, which is all 63 MPs, sits to examine the budget documents, and each minister presents their budget and answers concerns the committee has. The committee's report is then tabled in the House, followed by the estimated expenditure, which is tabled as legislation called the Appropriations Bill. That's right, the budget of Jamaica is law. The budget debate formally opens. We have presentations from the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, and the Shadow Finance Minister.
After their presentations, our MPs vote for or against approval. Like all legislation, it goes to the Senate for their approval and then to the Governor General for his royal assent, no later than March 31st, end of the financial year. Stage 3, implementation. The new financial year begins and approved budgets are sent to ministries. Collecting taxes, borrowing loans, and receiving grants begin, and so does the spending. Stage 4, budget oversight. Now, this is where citizens don't need permission to get involved. Throughout the year, operations and spending are assessed by internal auditors and the Auditor General's department that makes sure public entities are compliant with laws and that their financial reports are accurate. All Auditor General reports are submitted to our Parliament's Public Accounts Committee for review and cross-examination of public officials. The Ministry of Finance, Integrity Commission, and MOCA also monitor government spending to guard against poor financial management and corruption. It is our job to review these reports, check the findings in the newspaper, and look up if breaches are fixed at jampja.org. If not, ask your MP what he or she has done to ensure public officials are held to account. No more 9-day wonders. So, did the government follow through on their spending and investment promises last year? What promises will next year's budget have? How will they affect you, and how can you ensure that you get what is promised? For access to the national budget, check out JAMP's easy digital version and contact info for your MP at jampja.org. Then link your MP and see what progress is being made throughout the entire budget cycle. Support JAMP. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
I saw you want to live. I walk and look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when you get catch, are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see them on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Heart and Estate Trust now offers a $100,000 grant to heart-trained individuals running businesses for over a year. They'll also assist with business planning, marketing, skill enhancement, and other support. Your government is building a caring economy for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your safety and security continue to be our priority. We are seeing a downward trend in major crimes, and we are investing $650 million in technology improvement for our police force to provide greater coverage across Jamaica by 2028.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Every student attending Heart and Estate Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
Young Jamaicans up to 35, your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT housing solutions over the next 5 years, just for you, with 100% financing up to 15 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you. Obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches.
Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the baton and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Every student attending Heart and STA Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they are training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock, we're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused. I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you. Obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between 2 houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This Joint Select Committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
Peace for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, none of that. Oh, no, brother, no, man. Can I see you ever play ref? Dirty game, man, please. Like a bad game. No, I said, place when you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. No shake hand, I can play like a bad, brethren. Really have to shake hand? Yeah, man, no badness, brethren. Just live good, man. Come together, and make the violence done.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
We care care about our minimum wage earners. That is why we increased the minimum from the previous increase of 13,000 to now 15,000. And as our economy continues to improve, you can look forward to even more increases. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means how your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me cause me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888, protect.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you?
Oh man, none of that. Yo, no, brother, no, man.
You see you ever play ref? Dirty game,
yeah,
man,
but
play.
like a bad game. No, I said, place you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. No shake hand, I can play like a bad, brethren.
Really have to shake hand?
Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man.
Come together as one and make the violence done.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing schema bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Some more. Mr. Cohen, where is the agenda? And before we begin the business of the day, this meeting of the Honorable Senate for Friday, the 28th day of March 2025 is called to order. Before we begin the business of the day, I believe that Senator Sapphire Longmore is joining us online and seeks permission to do so. Those in favor? Thank you very much. And we do have a number of visitors today, and we are very, very happy to welcome 35 students from Edith Dalton James High School. Lovely to have you with us today, and they're present with one teacher, member of staff, who is responsible for all of these obviously well-behaved young ladies. Lovely to have you. And oh yes, okay, of course, yes. Yeah, all right. Very nicely turned out, uniforms looking nice. Always remember that this is your parliament and you're welcome to come and join us at any time to observe the deliberation of the Senate. So welcome again, and please come back at any time. And thank you very much, teacher, for deciding to bring your students to spend some time with us today. And we are joined by 25 persons from Karamak, and I noticed that you were here. During the sitting of the committee meeting earlier, and you're always welcome to come and spend some time with us and observe the proceedings here. So welcome to you all, and of course welcome to Jamaicans at home and abroad who may be looking and observing the sitting of the Senate on television or on the internet. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: annual reports of the National Health Fund for the financial year 2021-2022 and its minister paper number 10 of 2025 entitled Annual Report of the National Health Fund for the financial year 2021-2022. The annual report of the National Health Fund for the financial year 2022-2023, along with its minister paper numbered 11 of 2025, entitled Annual Report of the National Health Fund for the financial year 2022-2023. The General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Order 2025 under the General Consumption Tax Act. The Auditor General's Department Certified Appropriation Accounts, Head 42035 from the Department of Government Chemists for the year 2020-2021. Also, Head 42035 from the Department of Government Chemists for the year 2021-2022, and Head 72,000 from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for the year 2022-2023. And finally, by way of information, reports of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Savannah Park Housing Development Order of 2024, and the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection for Shrewsbury Phase 2 Housing Development Order of 2024. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 25th day of March 2025, a bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2026, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament, was passed in the House of Representatives without amendment. Most Honorable Mrs. Juliet Holness, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
A bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2025, read for a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill, and I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for suspension of the standing orders to allow me to take second reading and to take the bill through its concluding stages.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. 1 minute, Senator Morris. I soon call on you. Minister.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, be it resolved with reference to the resolution approved by this Honorable Senate on the 9th day of October 2020, appointing a Standing Orders Committee of the Senate, that the name Ransford Braham be deleted and the name Marlon Morgan be submitted therefore. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. President, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, be it resolved with reference to the resolution approved by this Honorable Senate on the 9th day of October 2020, appointing a Regulations Committee of the Senate, that the names Ransford Braham and Delroy Williams be deleted, and the names Marlon Morgan and Delano Sivrite be substituted therefore. And be it further resolved that the committee member, Senator Shireen Golding Campbell, be appointed as chairman of this committee. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. And Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motions. Whereas subsection 1F of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Senate to vacate his seat if he becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service. And whereas Senator Floyd Morris is a consultant who may from time to time enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliated agencies. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, pursuant to subsection 1F1 of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica, and in recognition of him having disclosed his interest, exempt the Senator from vacating his seat for reasons as aforesaid. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage of the day, I will move for suspension of the standing orders to allow me to take this motion.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Morris. Yes, go ahead, Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to give notice
that I will, at the next sitting of the Senate, I'll move the following motion. Whereas the Constitution of Jamaica establishes freedom of expression and access to information as rights for Jamaican citizens, and whereas all Jamaican citizens are entitled to these rights, and whereas the Disabilities Act 2014 protects all persons with disabilities against discrimination, and whereas persons who are deaf and deafblind are citizens of Jamaica and are entitled to these rights and protection against discrimination, and whereas it is estimated that approximately 54,000 deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind persons domiciled in the island, and whereas Jamaica is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and whereas Article 4(1)(a) of the UNCRPD mandates states parties to take all legislative, administrative, and other measures to protect the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities, and whereas in the said UNCRPD, Article 21(e) mandates that states parties recognize and promote sign language to protect the rights of deaf and deafblind persons, and whereas the concluding observations of the initial report of Jamaica 2022 from the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities strongly recommended that Jamaican Sign Language be recognized as an official language in paragraph 39B, and states strengthen sign language training and that sign language be recognized as an official language of the state party. Be it resolved that, 1, this Honorable Senate take note of the recommendations contained in the concluding observations of the CRPD Committee for the initial report of Jamaica for the country to recognize Jamaican Sign Language as an official language. 2, that this Honorable Senate urges the government to establish the Joint Select Committee to review the Disabilities Act that should have been reviewed within 3 years of the appointed day for the legislation. And 3, in the review of the Disabilities Act 2014, amongst other things, sign language be added as an official language of Jamaica. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morris. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of the bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public Business Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I start by bringing forward the 3 notices of which I gave, or rather the 3 motions, notice of which I gave earlier. Thank you so much. One in relation to the Regulations Committee, one in relation to the Standing Orders Committee, and one in relation to a motion for exemption for Senator Floyd Morris. Might I ask that standing orders be suspended to allow me to take those motions now?
Thank you. Those in favor? Against? Go ahead, Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might I ask that the 3 motions be approved?
You're taking the 3 of them together.
The 3 motions together.
Thank you
yes.
very much. Members would have heard. Those in favor? Against? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. President, the sole remaining item on the agenda today is the act to apply a sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2026, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament. It's a bill known as the Appropriations Act, and otherwise called the Budget Bill. It is now my honor to pilot this bill through the Senate. Mr. President, as members of this chamber, we're always very clear of our duty as parliamentarians to the people of Jamaica. People of Jamaica choose a government and bestow on that government the awesome responsibility of good governance, of making laws for the peace and good governance of this country. One of the most important duties in this universe of undertakings is the duty of managing the nation's finances. So as we approach the end of another fiscal year and embark on the start of a new one, our sense of duty and purpose is even further heightened. We're called on to explain to the people of Jamaica our plans for the revenues and expenditures and to get parliamentary approval for the budget at the start of each financial year. The opposition, of course, is expected to present as part of that process its alternatives. Importantly, the budget identifies the government's priorities in terms of the goals and aspirations for the development and upliftment of the Jamaican people. And for us, those elements touch every facet of life, every mother and father, every child, every household, every student, every teacher, every worker and workplace, every citizen at all stages of life across the country. For us, the budget is for and about the people of Jamaica in the truest sense. Mr. President, the Constitution of Jamaica, Section 116(1), as a matter of fact, stipulates that the Minister with responsibility for finance shall, in respect of each financial year, introduce in the House of Representatives an appropriation bill, and this must outline the estimated aggregate sums proposed to be expended during that financial year on the appropriate heads set out. The bill is therefore not a long one. It is this very bill that has been passed in that other place that now comes to us for consideration today. We're aware that it is a money bill and therefore the Senate has no authority to make amendments, but we do acknowledge that its contents are in fact worthy of debate. Mr. President, under the Appropriations Bill, and as referenced in clauses 2 and 3, the sum of $885,141,671,000, as specified in column 2 of the schedule to the bill before us, is provided for, comprised of both recurrent and capital budgets, in order to defray the purposes and under the heads of expenditure set out under column 1, also provided for in the schedule. Mr. President, the sums provided for in column 2 are taken together with those in column 3, which are listed as appropriations in aid, and these are comprised of the fees and penalties and proceeds of sale that would normally have been paid into the Consolidated Fund, but with ministries, departments, and agencies are allowed to keep to offset their operating expenses. So both of these are put together and are set out in the schedule to the Appropriations Bill, which is before us for consideration. Mr. President, in support of the Appropriations Bill, the government has delivered excellent budget presentations in that other place, setting out the plans and priorities of this administration. Mr. President, we received a master class in responsible financial management from Jamaica's first woman ever to deliver a budget to Jamaica, the Honorable Favour Williams, demonstrating this administration's very real belief in the empowerment of women. This is another area in which we don't just talk, but we act and we deliver. We also had the benefit of receiving an educational, inspirational, and responsive presentation by Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, and together they were unmatched in terms of breadth, vision, and clarity on a feasible and sustainable path towards national development, reflecting the sound and steady leadership Jamaica continues to need if we are to achieve our developmental goals in the interests of all Jamaicans. This, Mr. President, strong and steady management is how we ensure that no one is left behind and that all Jamaicans have the opportunity to achieve their dreams. Mr. President, in the government's budget presentations in that other place, where matters were to be phased in, like the income tax threshold increases, which start next month and will take place over the subsequent 2 years, and the asset tax reduction for financial institutions, for which consultations will be undertaken, and the rural bus system, which starts with the expansion of current routes. When things were to be phased, we said so during the budget debate, as credible leaders understanding fully the seriousness of the process being undertaken within these chambers and the integrity it requires. Mr. President, this morning I want the people of Jamaica to be reassured of a few things. One, that the government has its best interests at heart. Two, that the government respects the people of Jamaica and takes them seriously and the trust that they have put in us. Three, that we have been managing the country in a way that is producing some of the best results since independence, and it is to give us the ability to do more for them. Four, that we've prepared an actual, solid, and credible budget that stands up to scrutiny, and that our plans for the next fiscal year, which have been shared, are credible and well thought out, and of course, that this budget builds on the achievements of the Jamaican people in support of their government and to deliver more and achieve more together. Mr. President, while there is still much work to be done, we can be proud of the significant progress our nation has made. It is irrefutable that independent Jamaica is in its most resilient economic position ever. We are in our best position that despite the effects from shocks, including natural disasters, and even sustaining technically two consecutive contraction periods, we recognize the resilience of our economy and the fact, Mr. President, that we are on an upward trajectory again. Mr. President, I want to just touch on a couple points as to how we got to the place of being able to present the credible budget which we have. The one which has been certified as credible by the Fiscal Commission, yet another institution established as a part of our reforms. Mr. President, through well-managed fiscal and monetary policy, the average annual inflation under this administration has been 5.5%, the lowest under any administration since 1972. And our current annual inflation is down to 4.4% at the lower end of BOJ's target range of 4 to 6%. Mr. President, in respect of employment and job creation, when we took office in 2016, the unemployment rate was 13.7%, and now the unemployment rate is at a historic low of 3.5%. Since 2016, we have created 253,000 new jobs, an average of 28,000 new jobs per year. Our rate of job creation is nearly twice that of the PNP's. Mr. President, in 2016, youth unemployment, again where we found it, was at an alarming 32%, meaning 1 of every 3 young people was unemployed in 2016. And now it is down to 11%, Mr. President, a third of where we found it. Mr. President, there are some people who tell the Jamaican people that we are hiding behind numbers and that the jobs are not quality jobs. But these are not only the same people who couldn't provide the jobs or the framework to facilitate these jobs in the first place, and the ones who are now standing right in the BPO sector that they have cried down for years for their own political narrow agenda, even as we grow it, to now say that BPO jobs will be a big part of their plans. We were there before COVID, believing in the BPO sector, Mr. President. During COVID, making strategic changes that ensured that while BPOs were shutting down in other countries, ours were able to stay open, keeping people employed and earning. So I say to the BPO operators and indeed to the knowledge processing operators who we are encouraging to establish themselves here, that we have always understood your worth and will continue to partner with you in achieving inclusive growth and job creation. You can't make these things up, Mr. President. You cannot make these things up. You can't script them. I want to emphasize, Mr. President, that the unemployment statistics that they say we are hiding behind represent real people and real jobs, impacting families and communities positively. Young people who once faced no opportunities are seeing doors open. Mothers and fathers who struggle to make ends meet are doing better for their families, securing stable employment and building a brighter future. Is there more to be done? Always, and we are committed to that. But to try to say that the figures don't mean anything is to do a disservice to the people going out to lawful employment every day, building Jamaica. It does a disservice to them. And so we say to them that as they continue to choose to maintain the faith with this administration, they can be sure that the future will be brighter for them with our continued efforts. Mr. President, the government has also brought Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio down to unprecedented levels. Next week, it will be at just above 68%, 68.7%. Another significant achievement recognized the world over as a model for development, and one in respect of which we have not been uncharitable about recognizing the contributions made by others. But it is indisputable that it is this Andrew Holness-led administration that has taken the difficult, strategic, and prudent decisions to ensure that even through the worst global pandemic and economic crisis in 100 years, we have been able to protect and build on our gains. Mr. President, this is the first time that our debt to GDP ratio has fallen below pre-FinSAC levels in the mid-1990s. We did not fall prey to some of the opposition's calls to just give away money, Mr. President. We have been responsible stewards of Jamaica's trust, and even in this critical year, we have not run with it. We have been disciplined in paying down the debt because we understand that that is how you ensure the government has room to spend sustainably on things that matter to the Jamaican people. We know that more and more Jamaicans are understanding that there is a direct link between the government's good economic management and their ability to get social housing, to get access to affordable loans for housing, to get attention at new and upgraded health centers and hospitals, to attend new and better schools, to get skills training for free and stipends to help you start your own business, to have domestic violence shelters that accommodate children and more support to get teen mothers back into school, to benefit from increases in income tax exemption thresholds, to get water installed in your community that has never had water before, to ride on new buses, to create an environment for you to be able to save to pay down on a car or a house, to drive on decent roads, indeed to benefit from the cleanliness provided by new garbage trucks and to get proper irrigation and support for farms, to protect fish stock and to get better fishing gear and other support for fishers. Mr. President, in the words of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, good economic management can yam. Yes. Mr. President, the budget represents yet another consecutive budget with no new taxes whatsoever. And this is not the world's achievement. It is not something to be taken for granted. It is the result of deliberate choices and strategic hard work. It is an excellent achievement which redounds to the benefit of our people and one which has changed the whole level of expectations around budgets and the budget cycle. But, Mr. President, we have done more than not introduce new taxes. We have reduced more taxes than in any period under independence. And if you just look back, in respect of the income tax threshold, when we came to office, the threshold was $592,800. It is now $1.7 million and will move to 1.8 next month, and then to 2 million in the next 2 budgets. Mr. President, every PAYE taxpayer should take comfort that as much as this administration can, we will reduce their income tax and we will give them back more. Mr. President, we reduced GCT from 16.5%, where it was when we came to office, to 15%, and we're reducing GCT on residential electricity by more than 50%, from 15% to 7% in the upcoming financial year. We reduced transfer tax on property from 5% to 2% and replaced ad valorem stamp duty with a flat rate of $5,000 per document, unleashing the ability of people to be able to deal with their property, their family land, and other ways in which they hold land to create wealth. Mr. President, we increased the pension relief and the age relief from $80,000 to $250,000 each, and we plan to increase this in the next budget year to $350,000. Mr. President, we reduced estate taxes, in addition to those I referenced before, reduced the asset tax on financial institutions, on which we plan to do more in consultations, and we abolished the asset tax on non-financial institutions. And to encourage entrepreneurs and small businesses, we increased the turnover threshold required for registration to pay GCT from $3 million to $10 million, unleashing the administrative power and the resources of these small businesses and not tying it down in getting ready for GCT. And now we are increasing it further to $15 million. More relief for small businesses, Mr. President. And this is in addition to our abolition of the minimum business tax imposed by the PNP that had small businesses paying taxes before they even paid a salary or made a profit. That, Mr. President, is how you get businesses to formalize, and that is how we have seen numbers grow exponentially since then.
When government good, government good.
Mr. President, it used to be that people would cower in fear and suffer from high blood pressure when the budget is due to be read. But that is no more, Mr. President, under this Andrew Holness-led administration. Mr. President, I've only looked at a few elements, and these numbers tell a story of transformation of an economy that has overcome decades of instability. I could have gone into the exchange rate and NIR and inflation and all of the, beyond inflation, but today I will not. What I will say is that these numbers now tell a story of a level of stability, strength, and resilience that Jamaica has never before experienced. It is not something to take for granted. Leadership matters. Mr. President, the Prime Minister in that other place spoke about the next chapter, about not only maintaining fiscal and macroeconomic stability, but accelerating growth. And he, in his presentation, captured the key pillars under the theme Aspire. Access to economic opportunity for all, inclusive growth, safety and security, people and our focus on human capital development, infrastructure development, reform for bureaucracy to improve ease and speed and cost of doing business, and economic diversification. Mr. President, I'm sure my colleagues will have elements of these pillars in their presentations. And I just want to touch on one aspect, and that is under the A. This is about the access and inclusion and growth being for all Jamaicans. I just want to speak a little bit to the systematic strengthening of our social protection framework, the expanding of opportunities, and the breaking of generational poverty. In 2021, we introduced Jamaica's first ever social pension, and we increased it by 120% since then. Mr. President, this is for pensioners, or rather elders over the age of 70 who were not attached or receiving a regular pension. So this has really helped the standard of living of our elders. We have ramped up investment in the new social housing program. I know many of us see the very emotionally charged and very moving ceremonies where persons are having their lives changed. In 2022, we were the first country in the world to implement a tourism workers' pension scheme. I'm sure we will hear more about that. And in 2024, we launched the Jamaica Entertainers and Creatives Insurance Plan, among other support to our creative sector. In 2024, Mr. President, we also increased funding for PATH by 30%, having already increased it by 40% in 2017. Mr. President, in the upcoming year, we'll introduce the Hope for Children Trust Fund, again to break the cycle of generational poverty, a long-term visionary program. I hope we'll hear more about it. And on the more immediate but still inclusionary path, we're introducing $1 billion solidarity program to provide cash grants to vulnerable individuals who are not enrolled in PATH, who are not on a social pension, who don't receive NIS or the reverse income tax credit. They are on the margins of society, Mr. President, and we want to bring them in. Mr. President, as I close in summary, I just want to note that the central government expenditure for the financial year 25-26 is projected at $1.26 trillion, and it's comprised of the non-debt expenditure of $919.8 billion and debt service of $340.3 billion. Mr. President, the budget is formulated to ensure achievement of the overarching medium-term debt to GDP target, so none of the expenditure will throw this out. And the fiscal program aims to support the objective of reducing public debt and debt servicing costs, thereby creating fiscal space to facilitate growth-inducing expenditure and, of course, some of the social support which I spoke of earlier. Mr. President, just to break out that in respect of non-debt expenditure, the central government non-debt expenditure budget is projected, at the same $919.8 billion which I just referenced, which is made up of recurrent expenditure of $857.2 billion and capital expenditure of $62.6 billion. So the total non-debt recurrent figure which I just gave also comprises compensation of employees of $495.8 billion and recurrent programs of the $361.4 billion. Mr. President, the budget will be funded, the central government budget will be funded by projected revenues and grants of $1,096 billion, so $1,096.1 billion, with tax revenue programmed at $949.5 billion, which is 27.3% of GDP. Tax revenue is projected to account for 86.6% of total revenue and grants, reflecting an increase compared to 83.3% of the estimated outturn for financial year 2024-2025. Mr. President, approximately $4.9 billion is projected to come from investment flows and $578 million from cash resources. Mr. President, the appropriation bill is before us for approval. I've spoken a bit about how we have come to this space and just one or two aspects of how we plan to go forward. I very much look forward to the contributions of colleagues on both sides as we consider this critical money bill today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. I don't want any. We're going to be good stewards there, right? All right. Senator Crawford.
President, that I would love to have up. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to present today. Getting to the age that I have to choose the glasses that's most appropriate. But it is what it is. Mr. President, or the mics? You want everybody to hear me? All right, thank you. Mr. President, I am so happy to see our children here from Dalton James and also from our university, the Karimak students that are present. I'm happy because the class is about to begin. Mr. President, I title this conversation Truth and Democracy because, Mr. President, the government's debate has been shrouded in lies and fake news. What I'd like for the takeaway today, the takeaway project, I hope my teacher will oblige, is that after this presentation, when they go back to school next week, they should write an essay on the types of lies that were stated in the presentations. There are indeed different types of lies. There's a stretch of the truth to make something sound bigger or better. That is called an exaggeration. There's omission, leaving out information, important information, so as to mislead. There's also refusing to admit the truth, even when confronted with evidence. That's called denial. There's fabrication, making up completely false information. Misleading statements, which is statements with the intent to deceive. Blame shifting, lying to avoid responsibility by blaming others. And gaslighting, manipulating someone to doubt their memory or perception. I hope that as of Monday, you can use any of these analyses to tell what types of lies are being told to you or have been told in this entire budgetary process. Mr. President, it is upon us that we are called not just to know the truth, but to stand for it. As children of light, we must mash down lies wherever they rise. For what fellowship hath light with darkness? Indeed, they said love and hate can never be friends. Mr. President, the JLP's entire communication is dependent on one statement that the Prime Minister made, and I quote, he said, there are several generations of young people who do not know our modern history. There are generations of middle-aged and older people who have forgotten. The JLP is dependent on the youth who might not have known and the older individuals who might have forgotten. Indeed, Mr. President, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And the JLP has the heart to mislead, the heart to deceive, the heart to misinform, the heart to misrepresent, the heart to hoodwink, and the heart to hold to power at any cost. I'm sad that a friend of mine is leaving because that heart has been exhibiting itself on their platforms. Persons who are friends of mine, my mother asks me sometimes, how do you choose your friends? Have been calling my name in the most way on radio and on the platform. I said, Delano Seabright, Senator Seabright, a friend as well. And by the way, Senator Seabright is the one who started the rumor about shelling down London with Jamaica money. Can you believe that? I was in London presenting an academic paper. They wouldn't understand that because they're not academics. Paid for by the conference. And a friend of mine started a rumor that I was there shelling down England. But I forgave him.
Of course, because you're a forgiving.
Because when his travel came across my decks in his early times, I could have taken revenge. Because the truth was worse than the lies. But power don't lie in anger. It lies in knowing you could have done it and not doing it. Their mouths, Mr. Speaker, have revealed what their masks have tried to hide. No matter how well you pretend, your words will tell the truth about you. The first set of lies that would have been established would have been along the lines of inflation. And in this case, there is students, I want you to look, there's a line there called total inflation, which is the addition of all the years of inflation. It was put there to indicate that there was a period of PMP governance that had such a large level of inflation that it was 2,249. They failed to acknowledge this was the longest term that any government has ever served. And so therefore, over 18 years, they sought to compare with 4 years. And therefore, the accumulated level of total inflation was an unnecessary segment in this table. The average annual inflation speaks, where it speaks to 18.
Sorry. All right. Just hold a second. Hold a second for me, please. Senator Brown, all right, have a seat. Have a seat. All right. All right. I know where it's going. So the standing order says that whilst a person is presenting and speaking, that he should be heard in silence. All right. So, Senator Morgan, we appreciate the little bantering that goes across at times, but we have, yes. All right. All right. So continue, Senator
Mr. President. I don't mind, but I appreciate Senator Brown because you're setting a good example for my little children who are here today. So, we're going to set that example. The Prime Minister made heavy weather of this 2,000, not indicating the period of time, and sought to also compare Jamaica's reality with the United States reality. Before I indicate the reasons why this is not an adequate comparison, even the numbers that they have presented suggest that there are multiple times that the JLP was worse than the PMP. Now look at February 1989 to September 2007. This is the exact presentation from Mr. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Dr. Andrew Holness. If you look at the 89 to 2007, 18 and a half years that the PMP was in power, the average annual inflation was 18.5%. In the United States, for which he was seeking to make heavy weather, it was 2.9%. That's almost 6.3 times what existed in the United States. But he failed to have done sufficient analysis to recognize that in September 2007 to December 2011, which was the JLP, they were at 12.3% in relative to the United States, 1.5%. That's 8.2 times what was in the United States. So therefore, if it is that relativity was supposed to be used, the JLP in 2007 to 2011 was 8.2 times inflation in the United States. However, the PMP was 6 times inflation in the United States. However, for the knowledge of our students, I'd like them to know that even that was a false analysis. There was no real basis to utilize the United States in comparison with Jamaica. An appropriate comparison would have been other Caribbean islands because the United States don't have the same realities that we face. But there's even more information in the slides that the Prime Minister presented. In the slides that the Prime Minister presented, it proved that he had the worst performance since he got the baton. Indeed, in 2002, 2007, the inflation was 18.5% on average. The Bruce Golding government received the baton and reduced it by 6.2 percentage points and carried it down to 12.3%. The Portia Simpson Miller government got it and removed and reduced it by 6 percentage points and carried down to 6.3%. Andrew Holness got it and carried down to 5.5, a reduction of less than 1 percentage point. So he's making a big deal about, look how me fast, when it's just that he got a good batter. Prime Minister Bruce Golding reduced it by 6 percentage points. Prime Minister Portia Simpson reduced it by a further 6 percentage points. Yet they tried to convince us that the best Prime Minister we have ever seen reduced it by less than 1 percentage points. I had to ensure that a picture like this exists, but Holness has done the least. That's a KC man winning that race so beautifully, as we will later today. And Calabar is already at 4th or 5th or something like that. I'm afraid they're way around the corner. But I think they're coming behind even Edith Dalton today. Edith Dalton will beat them. So with the baton, he has done the least. He has also sought to prove misleading historical comparison. Prime Minister attempted to vilify the PMP by highlighting average inflation from 1989 to 2007. He, however, fails to highlight the global economic context, including oil price shocks, trade liberalization mandates, structural adjustment from the IMF. And they also fail to acknowledge that food inflation, which is the level of inflation affecting the majority of people, is at 7.4%. This highlights a persistent and significant burden on household budgets, especially for low and middle income Jamaicans, even while headline inflation remained within the BOJ target. Indeed, in our Parliament, in this Senate, I have made 3 presentations asking for a targeting of food inflation as well as a targeting of overall inflation. Because there are times that the overall inflation disguises the suffering of the average individual who don't spend on the entire basket that exists. They have never indicated that. So the food inflation is outside the target levels of inflation. Therefore, a large proportion of our society whose income is directed mainly to consumption of food is not being addressed by what is being posited by the inflation rate. The next level of lies that we're told would have been debt to GDP. This graph that I'm showing here is the exact same graph that was presented by Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. I'll give him the doctor until I hear further information. But Prime Minister Doctor, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Now let us look at the realities. Mr. President, they seek to sell this argument that the JLP are the great debt managers and the PMP is loose with the management of debt. They seek to sell that argument. Well, we have not bought that argument. Let's go to the other slide. Let's look at the debt to GDP. Every time you come and say you need to check, you don't check. Check and come back, man. In 1962, the PMP handed the baton to the JLP. It's important for students to know that self-governance and independence are 2 different things. That before independence, we were governing ourselves, and both the PMP and the JLP existed. The PMP handed over the baton in 1962 at 20% debt to GDP. 20%. At the end of the JLP's first term, Bustamante term, and I think you shared that term. Sangster got a piece of it. So now I give it because it's not so good. It moved to double 40%. So therefore, these great debt managers' debt in that period moved from where they got it at 20% to 40%. We then, if you wake up and think you know more economics than me, go back to sleep. And then, inflation moved, debt to GDP ratio, moved to 80%. So Michael Manley got the button in 1972 at 40%. And it moved up as well to 80%. However, Eddie Siaga got the baton in 1980.
The financial whiz?
The financial whiz.
I wonder where it went.
It moved to 212%. That green line in the middle, the highest it has ever been, was under the Jamaica Labour Party, under the quote-unquote financial whiz. And forgot that he had a duty. And when the PMP got it, now what I have done here is to be truthful and fair. I have not, no, listen. No, I will give him a class later. Because I like when my friends are at the same level. It's not possibly too late. But what happened here is that I have given with fairness. Because the election was before the 6th month, I have given 1990 to the People's National Party. 1989 to the People's National Party. But when the PMP actually got government, it was 260%. But we're going to work with 212. Because it's bad enough, we don't forget nothing more. And now we exaggerate. When the PMP got it, Mr. President, this government of the 18 years that they claim was poor in management and was debt-free, where I mean actually ballooned the debt. The truth is it dropped from 212 to 113%. How then have they been able to sell this lie that they are the fiscal party? And it's not finishing them. Because when they bamboozled the people in 2007, and it went over to Bruce Golding, it then went up again to 134%. So what happens, you know, no, and most time I don't like speak to Bruce Golding in the parliament because my good friend is across the room. And his daughter, and there's relationship. And I respect that, I really do. And I rate Bruce Golding, I'm telling you the truth. No, I rate him. He's one of the brightest politicians I have seen. But the facts matters. That with all things considered, it moved from 113% and increased under the JLP. Every single time that they have gotten it, there's an increase. The people found their way. And by the way, in that time, failed IMF tests. In that time, could not sit. I don't want to follow that example. Didn't show up for the test. Yes? Exam all the time. And when the PNP got it, it reduced to 124.5. This is the party that they're saying don't have no fiscal discipline. The facts. No, the presentation not done. Just wait, no man. I'm still at primary school. I can carry to high school after and then college. It soon come. The only time that the JLP has reduced what they have gotten from the PMP is this time. And it is because any law-abiding government would follow the fiscal rules that were set by the People's National Party. Any law-abiding individual who was Prime Minister or Minister of Finance now would have carried out the same exact trajectory that we have agreed to under the fiscal policy rules. But and you have answer for me after? All right, good. All right, you will be with it. Cool. In 1962, leave it? All right, cool. Because today a big day, a record we broken. The JLP got it in 1962 at 20%. They doubled it. That's not excellent management. The PMP got it at 40%. It increased. Not excellent management, based on the proxy of management. Is the rising debt to GDP is a proxy of management. You know. That is what they have put forward. The JLP got it in 1980 and carried it from 80% to 212%, and then to 260% and giving over the button. If I was at Champs, I would have known, but I run. You know, sometimes I say, yo, I'm not run here, man. But because of our confidence and commitment, we ran as fast as we could. Now, a government that took the debt to GDP down by 100% reduction. I think you can't get 100% reduction. That would be incorrect. 100% reduction would be zero. So therefore, it is a 50% reduction. The increase would be the 100, but the reduction is 50. I have to make sure the kids understand. Therefore, you take it down by 100 percentage points. From 212 to 113. That is the government they're trying to sell as being a bad government and debt unconscious. After that, they got it and carried it up again. They did not find their way in our lifetime. Because we now compare long-time Brazil, you know, to Argentina. It's now Brazil to now Argentina. This group of individuals here, I was present, you were present, most of us were present in 2011. You were here, yes. Most of them over there were here. They were in the shadows. At that time, Dana was our party. They was PMP that time. They took it from 113 to, he was feeding at the trough, 134. So therefore, this argument of debt, mismanagement, and non-fiscal, the numbers don't show that. And quote, fiscal rules that he's claiming to be father, godfather, or grandfather of. Yes. He suggested that we sold the country to the IMF.
We have a name for that.
Yes, your failure, not taking the IMF test preceded it. Yeah. Ready again? If it is, I'm not give them that one. Because that one is exaggeration. Give me another one. Exaggeration. I'm not going to exaggeration. They're claiming paternity.
We have a name for it.
They're claiming paternity for Jamaica's fiscal turnaround. And they say that the period 2007 to 2011 is proof of that paternity. First of all, let us acknowledge that not even with style is safe. Remember last year in this house, I come and say, I have the paternity and Andrew's not the father. Yeah. The man take the style. They take the plans. They take the ideas and the style. And then over-promote the style and say that he's a good communicator. He rate me, man. He rate me. But let us look in divorce court what happened in 2007 to 2011. The IMF suspended disbursement to Jamaica in 2011. The IMF refused to give them anything more. It says during the JLP administration led by Bruce Golding, the IMF suspended disbursement. Let's go into details. February 2010, Jamaica entered a 27-month standby agreement with the IMF. What happened before February 2010? In 2007, the United States financial meltdown. Audley Shaw, the then Minister of Finance, 2008, said that Jamaica will benefit. Yes. Don't forget also that Andrew Holness was a senior member of that cabinet. So while Audley Shaw was the one speaking, he was speaking on behalf of the entire Jamaica Labour Party cabinet. It's like over here on the platform, my friend Senator Steve Wright said, Senator Crawford, I know him like to talk. Like I'm not talking business, winner. It's like saying boat like to run. Man in a running business. He said they're going to raise the tax, and if he said it, then that is the PNP. I can't listen to him now. But he don't want to tell you that Minister Delroy Chuck said I'm going to legalize Obia. Is that what the JLP going to do? Him going about how he said. They were speaking on behalf of Anjolis. And when they ignored that financial crisis, and the negatives started to pile up, they went back to the IMF in 2010. By January 2011, less than a year, the program had gone off track. What were the reasons? Slippage in meeting fiscal targets, the one that we set and meet every time in 2011 to 2016. They're saying that we are less fiscally responsible when the evidence said we met all our fiscal targets than those who did not. What can go so? And then it says, inadequate progress on structural reforms. Not adequate enough. Inadequate. The opposite of adequate. So much so that a warning wasn't sufficient. But cease and desist from giving any money. As a result, the IMF halted disbursement. And guess what happened? And other partners such as the World Bank, the IDB, and the EU also withheld funding. So when IMF did it, it wasn't because PMP talked to them, because that's what they'll go on the radio with later. That PMP tell IMF not to give them. The World Bank says true. The EU says facts. The IDB said, what manner of a government is this? Who was over there? The current Prime Minister was over there. Later became Prime Minister on the back of Bruce Golding. What happened between 2011 when he promised bitter medicine and 2016 when he could say prosperity? The only thing that happened is the PMP turned around the fortunes of this country. Go further. And we have to look now at the period 1989 to 2007. Several financial institutions, they call this the FinZac crisis. FinZac period. It's an improper name. It's the financial crisis. The answer was FinZac, not the question, not the problem. I'll come into it further. The answer was FinZac. But let's go. Several financial institutions, I can send them the script, you know. All right, we soon reach to kill self. You soon hear. Several financial institutions, banks, and insurance companies are what we call financial institutions. They collapsed due to poor regulatory oversight, high interest rate, and overexposure to bad loans. Out of that, the PMP government created FinZac, Financial Sector Adjustment Company, to bail out and manage the crisis. What was the impact? Massive increase in public debt. Over 40% of GDP just to resolve the crisis. Inflationary pressures from fiscal strain and loss of confidence. So if I want you to go back up to the graph Prime Minister Holness presented. That one. And I want us to pay attention to that graph. If you look at that is 1997. So we get it 1989. By the way, this is just after Gilbert, September 1988. So therefore, because this hurricane will never ever come Jamaica, they are saying that it is the reason why them are fail and everything mash up. Gilbert, that wrecked Jamaica. By 3 years' time, 4 years, 1993, the debt to GDP ratio was 72%. We took it from 212% to 72%. And this is the government that they say is not disciplined. Oh boy. At that time, if you look at the graph there from 1993,
All right, the speaker's time having expired. Senator Morris.
Mr. President, the speaker's time for telling us about lies has expired, I believe, but I think he has maybe 5 more minutes. May he be allowed to finish his interesting presentation, and I hope the students aren't listening too much.
No.
All right, so the question is that the speaker's time be extended so that he can finish his presentation. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against the ayes have it, Senator Crawford.
It has fallen to me to rebut 5 hours of lies. I need a little time. And I want to say to my students, I want you to listen. Don't necessarily believe everything you hear, but go and check it. That is all we need. Listen to me, listen to them, and then Google. Because the truth is an enemy of that side. This graph is a graph presented by the Prime Minister himself. All I do was screenshot it on my computer and put it up. And they say it's revisionist. Then what if I drew the graph? How's that?
Amazing.
But go back, so I'm going to get back on track. Because can you imagine that, man? Go down. They disown the graph because the graph proved them wrong.
Just because you are present the graph, then disown it.
Oh boy, come down. Yes. Massive increase in debt. So if you look back, we don't have to go back to it, but if you look, you see the climb in debt at the cost of resolving the financial crisis that happened at that time. Up till now, I'm not rich, so them time they barely at 10, so it couldn't be me. Don't forget that wasn't there an MP that owned a bank? A JLP MP at the time, along with a Nigerian chief? Wasn't that PMP MP? No. Okay. Wasn't there MPs that got bailed out because their debt wasn't clear?
And there was a former prime
Cabinet
minister
members
who got a loan.
All right.
And claimed saying, forget it.
You forget it. Make we talk about it. So the PMP's response was to introduce strict financial regulations. Created Financial Service Commission, the FSC, and Deposit Insurance Corporation, the JDIC. So therefore, the changes that were necessary were not done by the JLP, they were done by the People's National Party.
Absolutely.
And they want to claim that the soft management systems, they had no role, when the vast majority of years before, they were in power. So how could they, why didn't they put the JDIC when they were in power of 1980, when the financial guru was in power? Okay, well, I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know. So make we come, I come into it. Hey, listen, he was reading but not understanding it. What happened? Yeah. In the know what we do now. Jamaica phased out protection for local industries under, hold on, Mr. President, beg you the class need a little settling down.
All right, but you know, Senator Crawford,
yes,
you allow yourself to get distracted by this side, and you allow yourself to get distracted by the other side. Now look here, the minister,
yes,
graciously asked for an extension of your time, and you got it.
Yes.
Focus on your presentation and let us get through your presentation.
But the difference, right, Mr. President, is that this is the staff room and that is the classroom. The classroom cannot be disturbed.
All right, there you go again. and those added comments is what extends it.
All right, and tell them to stop them nice then.
All right.
What happened in the 1990s Jamaica phased out protection for local industries. The people who the milk will tell you about it. Was it a decision that they made without pressure? No. That was the IMF saying you cannot get a loan unless you abide to the Washington Consensus. Google the Washington Consensus.
Absolutely.
The Washington Consensus was fueled by Thatcher and Reagan, who were the best of friends to the Jamaica Labour Party.
Absolutely.
We can give quotes of Reagan saying that he'll make sure they are successful. They then came and say, at this point that the debt to GDP was 260%. If you want any help, you must liberalize farming. You must liberalize banking. You must make the foreign exchange be based on the market forces. You must make interest rate be based on the market forces. This wasn't a decision that the PMP said, we are going to do that. If we were to survive after what they did up to 1989, an IMF loan was necessary. And so the liberalization happened. Many of our industries died. The world moved towards full trade liberalization. Local industries, and agriculture collapsed under cheap import. I want you to Google milk powder's impact on the milk industry. Job losses and rural dislocation. Currency depreciation and inflation as markets opened rapidly. What was the PMP response? Introduce social safety net like PATH.
Yes.
Anybody who benefits from the PATH program should be reminded that that is the work of the People's National Party. It then focused on tourism and services to replace lost industry. They used to say pipeline when we were seeking the Spanish to come. Yes. We carried the Spanish here. That's right. We established the processes for, at that time, sandals to grow, and at that time, breezes, super clubs to grow. Yeah, man. Don't worry yourself. You soon get an explanation. What happened? Global oil prices spiked during the Gulf War and again in early 2000. Jamaica, being oil dependent, saw increased transportation and electricity costs, and of course bauxite would have faced challenges because of the energy consumption that it did. Notably, there were some events. I hear they crying about what this last one named Beryl. Beryl touched down on St. Elizabeth, and after Beryl, I was out the next day driving up and down. What happened in the PMP's time? Hurricane Gilbert was September 1988. So therefore, it lingered over into February 1989, which we had. Hurricane Ivan was in 2004. Hurricane Dean was in 2007. Destroyed crops, infrastructure and homes, created food inflation, reconstruction costs. The PMP had to deal with that. The EU-ACP agreement ended. Now, because we were, what you call that again? We were colonies. We had a preferential treatment where we sell our bananas at higher prices. So Britain was saying, we're going to give you some repayment for what we have done. And they did that with special banana prices, special sugar prices.
Senator Crawford, address me now.
Oh, you want to learn too? All right. So they did that special banana prices, special sugar prices. When Chiquita and Dole, Mr. President researched Chiquita and Dole, carried up.
What I want you to do is address the bill before me.
What you
are doing, I want you to address this.
Oh, no, can't take these licks.
what you are doing, what you are doing really, right?
The Prime Minister
We
graph for 5
appreciate
hours
it,
and
you
these
know.
things is the Prime Minister graph.
We appreciate it. But see the time,
You know, I'm no lick figure.
Almost.
You have Finan.
1 o'clock.
You can't take these leaks. Chiquita and Dole went to court. They carried Britain to court and suggested that this was against WTO agreement. When they won that case, the British had to end preferential treatment for sugar and banana. Because we were dependent on those preferential treatment, that is how banana died quickly, and thereafter sugar also died. Led to job losses, rural economic decline. In that period up to 2007, there was also 9/11. These people forget. Like it's them alone. In 9/11, when the planes crashed into the World Trade Center, this was September 11, 2001 it was. GDP growth slowed, government revenue dropped, tourism massive decline, and it wasn't a world lock, world open. It was a fear of travel that permeated the world and lasted for a very long time. But in spite of all of that, in the period 1989 to 2007, the PMP ended IMF borrowing relationship and passed 12 consecutive IMF tests. The IMF test has been used over the last 9 years as a proxy of good governance and fiscal responsibility. Yet the passing of 12 IMF tests in that period is ignored to say that they were fiscally impossible. The same reality. Macroeconomic reform happened. They managed the fiscal sector crisis through FinSAC, protected over 1.5 million depositors who had money in the bank, and 570,000 policyholders. They also did Highway 2000 and finished Highway 2000, not in the same way they're doing now over into St. Thomas, that you have to dig up and repave and flood out people's yard. Airport modernization, water, energy and telecommunications improved.
And they opposed the telecommunications bill in the parliament.
Housing and land reform. In that period, the PMP government built 150,000 houses, include completion of Greater Portmore with over 10,000 homes. And that was in 1995 alone. 58,000 families received land titles under what they are trying to malign, the Operation Pride program.
Absolutely.
Health system strengthened. National Health Fund was established by the People's National Party.
Yes, 2003.
Major hospital upgrades. KPH, Mandeville, Spanish Town, Bustamante. Maypen was built. And Mandeville was built. Upgraded. And at that time, there was no cost overrun to the tune of Cornwall Regional. They are telling us that a group of individuals that told the country that Cornwall Regional will take 2 billion to fix. Gone 22 billion and counting. And they are fiscally responsible. Beg some protection. None of us in this room, anything Is it not true that it reached 22 billion?
It is true.
Is it not true that the projection was 2 billion?
That's true.
Is it not true that it has been changed about 6 times?
That's true. Under 8 years. 8 years.
5 billion more?
Yes.
You can't answer when I your time. If a mason come to my yard and tell me to fix a problem is 2 million, and then come back to say, by the way, it's 22, me and him fight. It will never. Expansion of scope. They would not accept that in their own lives, but they accept it in the country's lives. Drugs for the Elderly program was set up. Education. Listen, they keep saying the Jamaica, you call election, call it, make them decide then, no, man. Then call it now. You want me to call it? Call it now, man. We and the Jamaican people ready. We can't bother with the ad party. The Jamaican people ready to decide. Education and human capital development. In that period, tertiary access jumped. University participation rose from 6.5% in 1991 to 19.5% in 2004.
Yes, I moved from 1 university to 6.
Universal Access Fund was also created. And we had a 500% increase in cell phones, and new fiber optic infrastructure was laid.
And we had to amend the legislation.
Some of these people seem to believe that the cell phone came just like that. And if you have money, you buy a phone. Cellular phones could not have worked if the fiber optics were not run and the necessary infrastructure were not put in place. It was the People's National Party that did that.
And I sat in here when them opposed the bill.
But I want you to also hear this. Poverty rate reduced from 28.4% in 1990 to 9.9% in 2007. This was due to efforts such as the PATH program, the National Poverty Eradication Program that was targeted. 800 million US at that time, billions now in today's money, in investments, and the TEF fund was established. Now let us compare periods. Tertiary enrollment increased by 306%. Students getting access to universities and colleges. It moved up by 306%. Let us look at Andrew Holness' period from 2016 to 2024. It moved up by 3%. It's by 3. You can see it way down there, sir. 3%. And they said this is the greatest. What variable are we using to analyze that variable? You don't have the ability. I write a speech from yesterday. You never know what I'm going to say. The growth. I'm quoting Minister Holness now. Prime Minister Holness. On poverty. He says, the graph now being displayed, this is the exact graph that the Prime Minister displayed. The graph now being displayed illustrates the trajectory of poverty prevalence in our country. It clearly shows that under my administration, meaning my Andrew Holness administration, we have achieved a steady and measurable decline in poverty, apart from temporary spikes in 2020 caused by the pandemic. This is a direct quotation of Andrew Holness. Now let us look at the graph. They received in 2016, because his administration is 2016 to now 2024. In 2016, poverty was 11.6%. And now it is 12.1%. It has increased. Yet we have a prime minister that says this graph that shows an increase in his administration clearly shows that under his administration there's a steady and measurable decline. In his administration. He didn't say there's a decline since COVID. I couldn't argue with that because it goes up to 21%. He didn't say after we caused a spike in 2017 up to 19.3%, there's a decline. This man said, how can we trust a man like that? Who said that in my administration, from 2016 to 2024, when at the start he received it at 11.6, and it is now above what it was. Above what it was. Let us look. Let us look, Sophie, move it quickly, because these are the Prime Minister's words, not my words. Move again, Sophie. No, listen, no, make it stay there now. This is what poverty handing over was. In 1988, the JLP handed over to the PMP a poverty rate of 30.5%. Senator Bunting, you seen that? I want you to put on your glasses, good. 1988, the end, that is the last part of the year now. So we give them just that now. So we get it 89. 30.5%. The PMP administration that they lambast took it down under PJ Patterson and Portia Simpson-Miller later to 9.9%.
Absolutely.
Hold on now. Hold on now. The JLP then won in 2011. So we give them it 2007. We give them it at 9.9. They carried it to 19.9%. You hear what I say? More than double it. Come again now.
So what about pizza?
Wait no man, make them stay no man. We don't have time for talk. Wait. The PMP got it back and moved it from 19.9 to 11. Which party is the party for the poor? All kinds of reasons now. You should apologize to the people. Google it. Google it. No, Google, I'll be on time. AI it, chat GPT it. Yes. You want deep seek it. Make a repeat. In 1988, the last day of 1988, poverty was 30.5%, created by the administration of Edward Seaga.
That's the year we started to measure.
The PMP started now and fought everything that we fought, including what they say is FinZac, including Three Hurricane, including liberalization, including IMF, including bank failure. We took it from 30.5 to 9.9.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Complete analysis.
They then, so we saw the trajectory that was happening.
Yes.
And the people say, you know what? Make us see what go on. Some young people said, I never seen no labor right there. Let me try. And they won. What happened? It moved from 9 to 19%. Based on what they're saying, labor rights salt, man. Every time they come in, it mash up. Every time labor rights come in, something go wrong. We don't want a more salt government, man. They then take it from 9.9 to 19.9. All right? We take it back. And what happened? It went down again dramatically to 11. And the Prime Minister, who says that clearly it is going down under his administration, have moved it from 11 to 12.1. What can go so? What? I think we have dealt with that sufficiently, Sophie. Madness. No, let's look in the madness.
No, that's Marlon written up there.
This is the Prime Minister's quotation. It's for them words, man. Use it. And for them graph. You come like some people when I do the SBA and expect to pass exam.
Hello. Just continue.
A one-sided thing. I don't understand.
But you don't sort of just did. I asked him to just leave you alone so you can continue.
He doesn't have that in his repertoire, sir.
I just move on.
All right, thank you. The Prime Minister's statement. He says, in the mid-1990s, Jamaica faced a financial sector crisis, which resulted in the collapse of a number of financial institutions. This financial sector meltdown was not caused by any exogenous shock or global crisis. In fact, the US, our major trading partner, had robust growth in the 1990s, averaging 3.4% per annum. This was purely caused by bad governance, he says, bad policy choices, he says, and poor superintendence, he continues, of the economy. FinZac was a homegrown domestic crisis, he says, wholly caused by the PMP, for which we now are only just recovering. This is a statement by Prime Minister Andrew Holness in the budget debate. Now let us check the facts, Senator Bunting, Senator Scott Matley, Senator Fraser Baines. According to data compiled by the World Bank and the IMF, more than 130 countries experienced bank sector distress between 1980 and 2002. More than 130 countries. Was P.J. Patterson the Prime Minister of 130 countries? Was Omar Davies the Finance Minister of 130 countries? But him don't understand this thing. When you are looking for a causal effect.
Mr. Bunting, stop it. Mr. Morgan, give the Senator Crawford, you have been at it now for an hour. Your colleagues have, in my view, given you a free rein to finish your presentation. But we have a number of speakers and you're touching on an hour now. So I'm asking the members just to allow you to complete without the intervention, either
and
support or otherwise.
And don't forget the Prime Minister took 5 hours.
Come again?
Don't forget the Prime Minister take 5.
Prime Minister,
that's why I not take 5, I take 2. No,
you see, you are the ones that gave him
I don't
the
need
time
to be close to the leader of the party is Mark Golding. A master. Ready? If you're going to look at a causal impact, which they are suggesting, that bad government was a causal impact, then that causal impact must be specific to the space that the outcome is coming from. Now, what happens? Crises in over 40 developing and transitioning economies. Many required bailouts. Asset management companies were formed, such as FinZac and IMF programs to stabilize. Let's have to move quick, so make we move quick. What were some of these countries? Countries such as Mexico, Thailand, Indonesia, North Korea, Malaysia, Russia, Turkey, Brazil, and yes, Jamaica. Go again. Come here, hurry up now. Some countries did not save their depositors. Some countries did not intervene on behalf of the pensioners, the poor people. So there were places that people lost money. Saving the money of the depositors was a conscious decision of the People's National Party government.
Here.
We see Argentina, Russia, Kenya, all of them lost. Come, we have moved quicker. I don't want to stop me before I reach the sweet part. I don't reach the sweet part yet, you know? No, make them stop me. Give me back that, Sophie. Yeah. Come, give me back that. No, I can skip that. I don't want to waste no time. Give me, go ahead. A question we should ask the JLP is what was their alternative? What would they have done if that wasn't the case? What would have happened? Give me it, Sophie. If the PMP did not intervene, there would have been over a dozen financial institutions that would have been already insolvent or on the verge of collapse. Without intervention, many more would have collapsed. Loss of depositors' funds, especially small savers, poor people. Loss of pension savings for retirees. Frozen or inaccessible accounts, triggering panic. Widespread loss of public confidence. Move, Sophie, we have to move quick because they want to stop us. Massive contraction in credit investment. Business would be unable to access loans or credit lines. Small and medium-sized enterprises, which are critical for employment, would have gone bankrupt. This would lead to mass layoffs, reducing income and sharp recession. GDP would plummet due to business closure, decreased consumption, investors pull out. Pensioners and workers would have been devastated. Many older Jamaicans would have fallen into poverty, unable to meet basic needs. Social unrest and instability would have evolved. Crime would have risen. Would have lost international credibility and can't get any debt to borrow at this particular point in time. The only way to protect depositors and maintain systematic stability was for the government to buy out the bad loans, recapitalize key institutions, and rebuild confidence. And was there a cost to that? Yes. We had to borrow to be able to afford that. Move ahead because we don't want them said. But we'll put out the slides. That will show you what happened in other countries that didn't do it. We'll put out the slide. It was hard, but a wise decision. You can Google Argentina versus Jamaica financial meltdown. Come again. What would they want us to do? They will want us to follow what they're doing now with SSL. That when people like Bolton and some other people lose their money, them tell them hold up them stress. That is what they would have wanted us to do. They would have said that is fool who put it in there is that we telling them. Had we done that, there would have been straight destabilization of our society. Let's go to unemployment. Yes, because me I try hurry up. It's not being allowed. Don't rush. Talk to me now. All right, then talk to me. Let's go to unemployment. No, I'm not questioning. Give me a chance. Take a sip of water. Take a sip. Take a sip. Take a sip. Take 2 sips. 3 sips if necessary. My sign language expert is tired right now. Let's go. I'm not questioning the measurement of unemployment. And it suggests that 3.5% unemployment exists. However, Mr. President, we're nowhere near full employment. In economic terms, full employment doesn't mean zero unemployment. It means that nearly everyone who wants to work and is actively seeking work can find a job. A rate around 3 to 5 is often considered full employment by global standards. Now, within that, you have other types of unemployment, hidden unemployment. There is the L2, which is the number of persons who want to work for 40 hours, but not working for 40 hours. So therefore, they're underemployed. Like a man get a day's work or 2 days' work, she go wash, she's underemployed. So when we say underemployment, it's not only a person working below the job of its qualification, but the consumption of its hours is not to what they desire. And then there's L3, there's people within the potential labor force that they're still interested in working, but them now find none. So them kind of now look, but they're still interested. But let us move forward. So that's hidden. However, the working age population, and this is from the book produced by the government, the FPP, the fiscal policy paper. It says working age population is 2,156,000. Willing to work is 1,468,300. Not seeking work is 687,700 people. Listen again. Now, they are not factored into the consideration of our unemployment rate. So it seems we have an unemployed and a not employed, which is different. Oh, okay. 687,000 people. Now, if we put our head in the sand and celebrate the full employment 3.5, we almost have to import people and not look at 687 people that have surrendered. 1,000 have surrendered. Come, let's go. No, I am not trying to exaggerate. So in my research, I found that the workforce is really 14 to 75. So there's some within that 687 that shouldn't legitimately be in that because they'll be in school and stuff like that. So therefore, I removed in school 144,000. And I removed 65 plus 231,000 because I'm not trying to lie by exaggeration. It still leaves disengaged labor of ripe labor age, 312,000. There's no policy, there's no promotion, there's nothing in the budget other than $20,000. All right, we'll soon reach that. These 300,000 people, I can put it to you, are depressed. No wonder they're seeking to divert their mental state from morning till night. The only way an individual can seek to alter their mental state through alcohol consumption and drug consumption from the time of waking up to the time of going to bed is if they're in mental pain. They have given up, become fodder for gangs. Not in the budget. Well, you carry me to crime. You read my speech. Crime. I'm reading my speech. The biggest year-over-year jump in murder is 1979 to 1980. You hear people talk about PBCJ. The biggest jump was when the JLP decided that by any means necessary they'll win the next election. And that was 1979, it was 351 murders. 1980, it got to 899 murders. I must accept that the first year Jamaica murder count exceeded 1,000 was under the PMP's administration, and that was 1997. The highest murder year was also, I think that is incorrect. I think it's... Oh, okay. I'll check it, I think, but all right. So this is correct. So the highest murder rate here was under the Jamaica Labour Party. The second was under us. Oh, Lord, let's go further. Let's go further. I never wanted to tell a lie. Ready? Now, let us look, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg you some opportunity. Let us look. I want to hurry up. Let us look at who is the best and the worst Prime Minister as it relates to murder rate. Under Bustamante, all of this is what the Prime Minister presented, you know. All of this is what this particular graph, this slide, this table was taken directly from the Prime Minister's speech. Ready now? Was ready? Hold on. No, not this one. I'm lying. This was, yes. No, sorry, I apologize. This is not the one. This comes from an analysis of the one. I'll carry the one soon. So I apologize. That is not true. This one is not true. But let's look at the numbers. Under Bustamante, the average murder rate for his term was 92.4 murders per year. Under Michael Manley, as Prime Minister, 1972 to 1980, the average murder rate for his term was 362.78 murders per year. Under Edward Siaga, 1981 to 1988, the average murder rate was 446 per year. Under P.J. Patterson with Michael Manley, the average murder rate was 932 per year. Under Bruce Golding and Andrew Holness, the murder rate was 1,458 per year, the worst performing group as it relates to murders in this country. Under Portia Simpson, with the assistance of the leader of opposition business, Peter Bunting, and the assistance of Divine Intervention, there was a 1,127. Under this government, this administration, Andrew Holness only, murder is 1,390 per year, the second highest. And he wants to disguise that by saying we had a good month, or a good day, or a good quarter. Under his superintendence, murder is 1,390. Go further. Yeah, we good, man. Call it Andrew. Look at the graph there.
Senator Brown, you don't have to stand, you don't have to get up. Senator Brown.
And the acting chair spoke to him. I really believe the decorum of the Senate.
You talking about decorum?
Yes, I am doing so. The decorum of the Senate.
Hello, please. Hello, please. Senator Brown, I hear you. Gentlemen, ladies, members of the Senate, please allow the member to complete.
I'm coming to the...
Go ahead, Senator. It's just... Senator Brown, I need to apologize to you. You rose and said that it was a question of decorum, but coming from you, I found that a bit startling. But I apologize.
Well, make a hurry up. I want to finish. Mr. President, look at that. Look at that graph, Mr. President. Mr. President, look at that graph. The Prime Minister has suggested that the superintendence of crime is a proxy of performance. They have said that. I heard a radio station said the murder Prime Minister is P.J. Patterson. Well, let's look into it. The Prime Minister said in the budget that the control of crime is essential for development. This is the budget. The highest year of yearly murders in this country, under the highest average of yearly murders in this country under any government, was under the Bruce Golding 27 to 2011. The second highest year is under Andrew Holness. And yet they say they are better at managing crime than the PMP. How? Them say this is the start. The numbers are there. You have the numbers? So what is the fact? They never dead? What happened? Give me something else. Let's look at this iteration. From 2012, where some of us were present, to now. The gold medal, 2017. Highest murder rate in this period, 1,600. Just look at the whole of the front part. Them that dominate champs. JLP 2017, JLP 2022, JLP 2021, JLP 2023, JLP 2016, JLP 2019, JLP 2020, JLP 2018. Every lane full. And look at what we had. 4 of the 5 lowest murder rates. What am I going to say now? Financial crisis? Go again. The Prime Minister said in his speech, If you increase it and decrease it, how you forget praise when you don't reach where it was when you got it? I don't understand what they're saying. Let us recall the Prime Minister says, and this is from his budget speech, I quote, let us recall that the drop in murders from 2009 to 2014, for which the opposition seeks to take credit, was a direct result of the SOE launched in May 2010 by Jamaica Labour Party administration. Remember what I tell you they're depending on. That the children don't know and the adults have forgotten. Let me remind them. The May 2010 state of emergency was not an effort or a decision to fight crime. It was based on the fact, you know what you said, that there was a crisis in Tivoli Garden. In 2009, let us remind the people, the United States requested the extradition of Dodos Cook, who was a known gang leader and a considered head of the Shower Posse, a violent transnational criminal organization. He was also seen as a powerful figure with political loyalty to the Jamaica Labour Party. Ready now. The government chose to delay from 2009 to 2010. The Jamaica government under Prime Minister Bruce Golding resisted the request for the extradition,
including
of, he was leader of government business.
Yes.
Andrew Holness was a senior member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
The JLP then hired a firm. You hear what I said they did? They hired a firm to block the extradition. Manat, Phelps, and Phillips.
No. You don't have to in a break.
Yeah, make we take it. Make we hear.
Point of order. Yeah, it's a point of order. It's a point of order. Mr. President, whilst we all tend to be liberal in respect to presentations that are made by members, and I think that the comments, a lot of his presentation is irrelevant to the bill. It is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. Well, take the point there. We are in this chamber, and there is a standing order that says that presentations must be relevant to the bill, not relevant to any discussion that may have taken place or debate that have taken place elsewhere. Right? And Senator Crawford has been given wide latitude, Mr. President. And I'm asking
Senator Crawford, you hear what the objection is?
Yes.
Must be relevant to the bill, related to the bill.
Can I respond?
Senator Brown.
It's important.
Is what you're addressing.
I am addressing.
That's not what, in this bill?
Yes.
Yes, right.
No.
Minister of National Security.
Yeah.
But
you don't have wide
Can I answer, Mr.
President?
Because I want to finish.
No, when Senator Brown and Senator Sinclair finish, I'll address
but
you.
Sir, I want to finish, sir.
Let Senator Brown go on.
We have the 400 hurdles we go watch. How much me have left, Sophie?
Senator Crawford, you sit down on the side of the chair now drinking water. You're not a champs yet,
Mr. President.
But you see, I am the starter, You get the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't want you to disqualify me. Don't disqualify me.
I want you to, Senator Crawford, stick to the bill.
Yes.
Right? And with the greatest of respect, you have been given the latitude. It's 5 minutes past 1. I would appreciate it.
I'm trying to finish the disrupting.
No,
but
man,
Mr. President.
You're encouraged. You're
Can I respond,
encouraging
sir?
disruption. No, just
I need
continue, man. Just continue. Stay relevant and continue.
Is this bill about the budget, Mr. President? And in the budget, is there a segment for security in the budget? And is there a need for analysis of the spending? Yes. I am speaking to what the Prime Minister said was the reason for this budget being casted as it was.
All right, Senator Brown, Senator Crawford, go on, man. Continue, man.
So what you say now? I want to know why I hear this. The Jamaica government and the Prime Minister Bruce Golding resisted the request and hired a firm to block the extradition. This sparked domestic and international criticism, alleging that the government was protecting a criminal figure. Continue. Now, what you say? Now, when they decided to sign the extradition after pressures, because there's a whole SOE, what was that again? No, man, where KD said pack your bags and go. There's a whole thing. There's a whole commission of inquiry. We can analyze it if we want. I don't have to go further. But barricades were set up after he was given time to prepare by the delay. Barriers were set up. Police stations were burned. And therefore a state of emergency was called. The state of emergency was not called out of a cabinet decision to fight crime. That's not true, but continue. The government declared a state of emergency. Security forces launched an assault on Tivoli Garden, and 73 deaths happened. I think this is 73 civilians. And they're talking about apologize. Have they apologized to Tivoli Gardens, one of their chief supporting communities, for the deaths that they caused with their decisions? But then the Prime Minister in that thing got on some more, Sophie. Next one. Suggested that the Prime Minister suggested in his presentation that if the PMP did not end that state of emergency, that crime would have gone down further. Let's look at it, because the truth is their enemy. This is, go back up and show them the picture so they know it's true. Up. This is from the Jamaica Information Service that was being managed by the government of Jamaica, the JLP government, in 2010. Let me read it. Go down, make I read it. The Prime Minister said the PMP ended it. How can we trust this man? It quotes, a resolution to extend the state of emergency, which has been in effect since May 23rd, was not approved in the House of Representatives Tuesday, July 2020. The resolution brought by Prime Minister, the Honorable Bruce Golding, sought to extend the state of emergency in the parishes of Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine to August 21st, 2010. This is the sweet part. The resolution needed 31 votes for approval. But 6 government members, who was the government? The JLP. 6 government members were absent when it was put to the vote. The 25 government MPs who voted in favor was not enough, as the 18 opposition members abstained. So they needed their people, only their people.
Only their people.
Only their people.
Is that gaslighting?
That is gaslighting. I understand from analyzing the Hansard, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that the current Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, was absent. Is the Hansard tell me now, I love sue people? They can sue me today. All right, but good. Delroy Chuck, the current Minister of Justice, absented himself. He needs to explain to the people of Jamaica. Yes. And the Prime Minister, who was the leader of government business, with the duty and job to make sure the 31 was there, keeps repeating that the PMP ended the state of emergency. How can we trust this man? Go. And he says that all of Senator Bunting's achievements was due to 2 SOEs. Yet when he had multiple SOEs for multiple years, crime increased by 211 murders. Between 2018, when he started his SOEs, and when about 20 or 20 after, but Bruce Golding's 2 was the reason why 4 years after you could be successful. Now, what that makes sense? What can go so? What can go so? This is the type of analysis that the Prime Minister is giving. No, they say they save for a rainy day. I hear the finance minister said, oh, we save, and when we save, we can spend, and we can save for a rainy day. They said the PMP is not the saving party. Well, let's analyze a rainy day, because COVID-19 was a rainy day. If there's ever a rainy day, COVID-19, let's analyze. Let's analyze. I already tell you about that already. Lies will not win you this election. And now I'm going to show a light. But when COVID came, they depended on the NHF, which was created by the People's National Party. That is the PMP saving fund that they had to raise. Go on again, Sophie, I don't want to take too long. When COVID came, they depended on the Universal Access Fund. All of the spending for children to get access on the wireless, and that was PMP saving fund. Come again. They depending on the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Well, go on, man. Come again. We can beat them. They depended on NHC. Created by the People's National Party. E-learning Jamaica. PMP saving fund. JSIF. PMP saving fund. Come again. Chase fund. PMP saving fund. Had it not been for the PMP saving fund, they could not have executed 40 years ago. Where would we be? I give you no heart. I give you no heart. I rewarded Edward Seagafat. I gave him a plaque. He came to the dinner. He wasn't as what do you call it now? Biased as you. He came to the PMP-YO's dinner, and I gave him a plaque. Look, NHT, created by the PMP in 1976. Michael Manley. Jamaica Social Investment Fund, 1996, P.J. Patterson. Chase Fund, 2002, P.J. Patterson. Right. National Health Fund, 2003, P.J. Patterson. Right. E-Learning Jamaica, 2003, P.J. Patterson. Right. Tourism Enhancement Fund, 2004, P.J. Patterson. Right. Universal Access Fund, 2004. Did you see Andrew Only's name up there? No. All part, but part wasn't a source of funds. So it wasn't the saving fund. But it's a program that they're depending on. But I'm showing you that how is it that the band raiders are saying that they're better than the farmers of the corn?
Argument.
They don't want them lick you, man.
Argument.
Well, now we're going to some ideas galore. We're hurry up in us. First they said, we don't have no idea. What stupidity is that? How could a collection of over 4,000 people have no idea? But they say we have no good idea.
Just say what modern is that?
Yes. What madness is that? Now, when we link them with ideas now, they say it wasn't costed. I want any Jamaican to go to the presentation by Andrew Jonas in 2015 in this parliament as leader of the opposition going into the election and tell me where his costings were. Just go and look back at that 2015. I don't need to tell nobody nothing. Right? It has never been the itemization of each project in the opposition leader's speech. Never been. Give me a chance. Come now. They will steal some ideas. Ready now? Minister Williams' assumption. Minister Williams says that the opposition promised daily lunch meals at primary and secondary school for all children who are in need. I want you to listen to that, you know. It's a quotation to say for all children who are in need. The government currently spends $9 billion for 200,000 children to get breakfast, snacks, and midday meals for 190 days. If anything is putting this country at risk, it is this minister that is putting this country at risk. Why we know this minister is putting this country at risk, Minister of Finance? Because her cost analysis don't add up, the maths is not mathsing. If she should spend $280 per child on 200,000 children for 190 days, that is 10.6 billion. The budget is 8.98. So already she out billion, 1.66 billion shortfall. How much other bad maths is in this budget? How much other bad maths? At $200 a meal for 190 days. It is either they're lying on the number of children, because it would be 168,000, or they plan to feed 31,000 fewer who need it. We go again. Let us not forget that in her analysis of the PMP's proposal, she said 400,000 children are in need. The JLP's proposal is to feed 168. They have decided to sacrifice in this budget 231,203 children that she says, as the former Minister of Education, she should know. That is not in the budget. But she says the PMP needed number is 400,000. She should know. We go to transportation. 50% deep rural problems. Go again, Sophie, rural problems. Let's look at student transportation. Oh, Lord. Well, let's look. Student transportation. The JLP main program, we have RIDE, Rural Initiative for Delivering Education. They have a national rural school bus system. Number of students to benefit, 50,000 from the PMP side. The current number of students benefit from the PATH RIDE program is 7,500. Allocation per child, 2,500 per week via school operators. So, for example, the dean of discipline or the guidance counselor will recommend a child who they see not coming, and they will say, you know, this one have some troubles, and then the analyst will go and analyze it. Their method, they just catch a bus if you catch a bus. Phased detail, the JLP said that they'll phase it in. Coverage focus, island-wide for the PMP, the JLP is picking 1 and 2 parishes. The role is to reduce absenteeism and improve access. Next one, Sophie. Housing policy. The PMP NHT, we will stop taking the money out of the budget. And they have made heavy weather of this one. When the election is called, after today, the 11 billion from the NHT budget would already been taken out. Therefore, the Prime Minister, to be Mark Golding, has made a commitment that he will take no further funds from the NHT. People who are activists and acting as journalists are saying, then why is it in this budget? But Prime Minister Andrew Holness said he's building 7 town centers. None of it is in this budget.
None. Not one.
But nobody asks why is he talking about that in this budget. There's never been a conversation of a budget without painting an overarching view of what we will do. But let's look. Affordability, I love that. Hey man, I'm about 3 slides left, not you? 3 slides left.
Mr. President, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Senator, the question, you have heard those in favor? Those in favor? Those in favor?
Aye. By the way, let me just remind, my taxi drivers that the PMP's transportation plan to use taxi drivers to put money in the economy and provide growth. The JLP transportation plan trying to buy bus to compete with them. Make we tell them. Ready now. We have a rent-to-own plan. The rent-to-own plan has been continuously conversed upon. This is where, if you don't have access to the money, you can go and rent a house, and a portion of the rental will go towards your mortgage, to your down payment, and eventually the rental become a mortgage. When that lick them, they don't know what to say. They have no plan. Young buyers get support. $1 billion fund to give the young buyers $500,000 as a deposit help so that you can go forward. They have none of that. Informal settlements under POSHA will be reviewed. They have nothing like that. Come again. Under housing policy, we also said we're going to have better things for the teachers. But under housing policy, Andrew Holness said in his presentation, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Dr. Andrew Holness, under the new social housing program, 208 houses have been delivered. Let us do the maths. This program that he takes a picture every time he's giving over one. The one picture. If PJ Patterson was to take a picture of a house, he would take every day for about 30 years. But listen, no problem. The same Prime Minister, Dr. Michael Anjones, he estimates that the need is approximately 6,000 houses. If he has built 280 houses in 9 years, it would take 193 years for him to build 6,000 houses. How is that policy to be celebrated? It might be for this reason that the Auditor General, is it the Auditor General, said that this is a duplicated program that didn't need to be done. And then he responded to say, she either, what like she not sense, but basically he disregarded her statement. What 193 years? You're going to wait? That don't make any sense. Go again. Go again. Tertiary education, I have some students here. University education. I just 2 left, now what you say? Student loan. The PMP says we will cap student loan payments at a manageable % of your income. We will suspend payments at the period of unemployment. And there will be no penalty. What the JLP says, we will extend the loan payment years. So if they extend the loan payment years for $3 million from 7 years to 10 years, it will move to about 39,000 from 46,000. Now, if you now work, where you going to get the 39,000? The PMP is better.
Of course, the PMP is better.
The PMP has also said that we will do a loan default amnesty. So that those who are in arrears and have big penalties, we will remove the penalty and make arrangements. I have seen it for businesses, I've seen it for water, I've seen it for light. Why not for students? What the JLP said, not at all. Scholarship access. The PMP said the first person in every family that matriculates to the university will be given a scholarship. That is 6,500 based on our calculations. What the JLP said. In his speech, Andrew, Prime Minister only said he'd give 10 scholarships for construction. 6,500 compared to 10. The PMP is better. Teachers, incentive. The teachers will get student loan relief for every year that they remain in the classroom. Because we must fight to maintain our teachers. They will also be considered for some form of concession after every 5 years that they stay in the classroom. They don't have to migrate for house and car. It's one slide left. Nobody stop it now. What the JLP says. They don't remember teacher none at all. They don't remember teacher none at all. They don't remember police neither. With all the effort that the police are putting them in the line of fire, many police and soldiers cannot get a license for firearms, Senator Bunting. You know that? And they are now being exposed, sitting down a stoplight. Everybody see them, everybody know them. They have a M16 or a SLR for the government in the day, and they cannot get approved for a 9mm in the night. When we get into power, we will give special consideration to the security forces for a licensed firearm. You can't buy the library. Listen, man. The teachers will get tax relief on their laptops, and we will treat the internet as a tool of trade. Because you have to have information to teach. This is not addressed by the JP. We can move on to skill training, but the time is upon us. Because we said that we're going to do a special program to put into all the high schools 4 options of vocational study and have a vocational pathway from 10th grade to 13th grade where you graduate with a level 4 in vocation. They have proposed special projects such as lift and care programs and mentorship for students. I don't know. Go ahead. The PMP is better. Now let us look at quickly total children or total youth aged 17 to 19 to 29. I only have 1 slide left. Enough, stop me now. Just 2 more lick and everything all right. Just 2 more papa. Just 2 more of this. No. Nobody watch my style, can we teach it? Me? Every style me have them teeth. So don't watch me. Can you see all them teeth bubble belly big? None of my pity them belly not gonna big. Good food in the schools. Good food in the schools. No bang belly, but children will be all right. Ready or no? The government have made heavy weather in this budget. That they have a program called LIFT. 500 children per year. Every year, they will do 500. From the age 17 to 29. What is the number of persons in this age cohort? Using an average of 36,000 per year. This is taken from the Minister of Finance. That is 468,000 children in the age group 17 to 29. The government has made heavy weather of a program that is going to do 500. So therefore 500 will be lifted and 467,500 will be left. So 500 will be left. And over 400 will be left. She said, they said they have other programs. They have another one where the Prime Minister said, and I'm quoting, let me read the Prime Minister quote first. Heart, which is Heart Trust, will be proactive in finding you, this is the person not engaged, and bringing you to the well of training. If our economy is to grow, we need every able-bodied man and woman who is able and capable to enter the labor force. That's what he said. Remember, I just showed you we have 300,000 who decides that they're not. The program that he has targets 1,980, 30 per constituency. How can you say that you are going to make a big thing and advertise? The advertising budget would have bigger than what they are going to pay to them. Because that's the Mayor's Park, I tell the time by spark. Why we need the road to fix? The time by spark. They have done that alone. Now, on the radio, finally, Mr. President, I have heard Senator Morgan make heavy weather. And I've also seen my former friend, Darrell Vaz. Oh, that is my former friend. But I still have to try to help him because he can't come past 10 without backstopper. So I have to send some backstopper for him come. Said that it will cost $1 trillion to fund a first in the family scholarship. Senator Morgan said that the PMP is backtracking because we said 1 per household. They don't understand the difference between a policy objective and a policy strategy. The objective is to have 1 degree per household. And therefore, we're going to implement a strategy where the first child in every household to matriculate will get a scholarship to any university upon which they matriculate in Jamaica. Go again, so. Go again. You don't have no bashment. All the children are left when they get up. Don't tell me already. Go again, make up. Sophie, do this something quick. Oh, so Mr. President, when you look at the history, the PMP is better. When you look at the present, the PMP is better. When you look at the ideas, the PMP is better. So all I want to say in closing, Mr. President, is that the JLP should call the election and come down peacefully. Thank you, Mr. President.
This honorable Senate will now stand adjourned for 3/4 of an hour in order to give members. Thank you. We'll take a recess for 3/4 of an hour. We'll resume at 2:15.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
We care about our minimum wage earners. That is why we increased the minimum from the previous increase of 13,000 to now 15,000. And as our economy continues to improve, you can look forward to even more increases. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
It's Friday, March 28. In the headlines, theft and vandalism limit utility investment in backup systems. Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton comments on a Cuban medical program. In business news, Barita offers new bond investment. Regionally, Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister Stuart Young and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio discuss security and transnational crime. And in sports, Kingston College and Hydel in the lead after day 3 of the Issa Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championships. This is the weekend news on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Director General of the Office of Utilities Regulation, Ansard Hewitt, warns that theft and vandalism are crippling service providers' ability to invest in essential backup systems for natural disasters. Speaking at the OUR's Stakeholder Engagement 2025 on Thursday, Mr. Hewitt stressed the urgent need to protect critical infrastructure. He highlighted the recurring issue of single points of failure, vulnerable areas in the country's infrastructure that, if compromised, could have widespread effects.
The reality with Beryl was that apart from the wide-scale damage done to the network of each utility, which rendered it impossible to provide service to customers in some affected areas, there were many instances in which service could not be provided because another utility was out of service. By far, the most common instances were those in which the loss of power quickly resulted in a loss of communication services and piped water.
Mr. Hewitt emphasizes the need for utilities to build redundancies to prevent such failures.
I accept that it will be nigh impossible to provide the kind of redundancy and contingency in all cases to allow the utilities to be able to maintain services independent of one another. I am concerned as a regulator, however, about the prevalence of this single point of failure. And this is definitely a matter to which we are giving greater attention.
However, he acknowledged the challenges service providers face in securing or investing in proper systems due to widespread theft and vandalism.
Our utilities must invest in such things as batteries, fuel storage, standby generators, pumps, solar panels, etc. To the extent that criminals and vandals prey upon these facilities, they make such investments prohibitive and endanger entire communities, sectors, and subsectors. The utilities can speak eloquently about how many areas were out of service for more days than would have been necessary if some criminal had not made off with critical emergency supplies and equipment, or where persistent criminal encroachment discouraged strategic contingency replacements.
Mr. Hewitt highlighted one case where vandalism cost the service provider billions of dollars over 2 years. He's now urging lawmakers to give this issue more attention.
Island Network, another telecom provider, reports that over the years, about 30 of its sites were broken into and vandalized. These include theft of batteries, each of which cost about $500,000. to replace. So, as I have done in the past, I want to use this occasion to signal the OUR's unequivocal support for the strongest legal measures feasible against any kind of criminal encroachment on the network and services of the regulated public utilities.
Health and Wellness Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton has clarified that the Cuban doctors currently departing Jamaica are not victims of the United States visa restrictions policy related to Cuba's labor export program. He explained that their departure is simply due to the completion of their contract period. Dr. Tufton made the comments following bilateral talks with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and members of the Jamaican government on Wednesday.
A number will go back for others to come. In some instances, extensions are granted, but it's granted up to a particular point. The other coincidence, if you will, that is taking place, that currently we are renegotiating the MOU with the Cuban government. So there is a conversation that is taking place, looking at the existing MOU, looking at the possibilities for change. And so there's an opportunity from the recent discussions coming out of the US, the program, for us to clarify issues and maybe adjust elements of the agreement.
He was also asked about the impact of the current discussions on other Cuban medical programs, such as the Cuban Eye Care program.
That program continues. It's an extremely valuable program based at St. Joseph's Hospital and at KPH.
Dr. Tufton further stated that the meeting with Secretary Rubio highlights that Jamaica's diplomatic approach to the issue has been the right course of action. Meanwhile, the potential negative impact of the extended visa restriction policy on Jamaica was addressed. And Mr. Rubio said the advisory will have to be revised due to the decline in crime in Jamaica.
We pledged we were going to go back and reevaluate the travel advisories as they currently stand to ensure that they do reflect the reality of the new numbers and what the numbers show, because you've made very impressive progress in your general numbers overall when it comes to the murder rate and so forth. But in particular, with those travel advisories are designed to American travelers. And I think we need to analyze that and just ensure that the status we're currently in accurately reflects the status quo.
Following the press conference, Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett commented on the issue.
It is true that we have had difficulties immediately with COVID, but we've overcome that. The issues of crime and violence against tourism in Jamaica is admirable around the world. At a 0.001% of visitors, we get 4.3 million visitors, 80% of whom are Americans. And the incidence of safety is very powerfully strong. So we feel very happy that a response of this nature coming from someone at the level of Secretary of State to our situation at this time. It will have an impact, a strong impact on the market.
The Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association is praising the U.S. government's commitment to reassessing its travel advisories for Jamaica. The pledge was made by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio during his brief visit to the island on Wednesday. Robin Russell, president of the JHTA, notes that significant progress has been made in addressing the concerns raised in the previous advisories. The U.S. travel advisory, issued in July 2024, had urged American citizens to reconsider traveling to Jamaica due to concerns over high crime rates and substandard medical services.
We're hoping that it will be reflected in the upcoming travel advisory. Anything negative, affects tourism, whether you're seeing it or by regulations, as in insurance or group travel. So when we have a positive outcome, then it gives us the opportunity to reach into more markets. So it would definitely be an added bonus not having to deal with a negative travel advisory.
Russell explains that the advisory had sparked some panic, leading to numerous inquiries from potential visitors. With approximately 80% of Jamaica's tourism arrivals coming from the United States, he expressed optimism that a revised travel advisory could help boost tourism numbers even further. Time now for the Business Report with Denise Williams.
Welcome to today's Business Report. I'm Denise Williams, here to bring you the stories shaping the financial world and guiding your journey to smarter business decisions. Let's dive into the top headlines. Nitram of Waterloo. The 6-story complex comprises 1- and 2-bedroom units, with the 1-bedroom units being sold for $36.55 million each. This project is a public-private partnership between Sagicor Bank and the Jamaica Mortgage Bank. Sagicor contributed $680 million, or 49% of the cost of development, while the Bank of Jamaica injected the remaining 51%, or $720 million. Barita Investments Limited has announced the launch of its public bond offering on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Investors may purchase each tranche with a minimum investment of US $500 or Jamaican 50,000, depending on the tranche's currency, with additional investments in increments of US $50 or Jamaican $1,000 respectively. The offering is scheduled to open on March 28 and close on May 26, subject to the company's right to close the offering earlier or extend the period. The investment of time and resources in being compliant with your business may seem daunting. However, Mrs. Judith Ram-Logan, attorney at law for the Corporate Services Unit of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, shares that outsourcing can make a difference. Judith, there's a lot of excitement on the street with the micro market coming on board. Yes. And Ministry of Finance has said that they've identified 250 companies ready. And, you know, this is going to open doors for companies that are looking between 5 million to about 50 million or maybe more in financing, giving them another option. Right. However, you can't get on the stock exchange regardless of your size without being compliant. Yes. So, based on your experience, about how many of the 250 companies you think are ready, compliant, can list tomorrow?
I would say about 50%.
50%?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To the other 50% that's not ready to list tomorrow, that's not compliant, they're not the accounting, but their regulatory books are not in order. What's your message to these companies?
I would say, you know, the Jamaica Central Securities Depository, Trustee Services Limited, can offer them corporate secretarial services to help them to become compliant. Yes. Right? So we, it will save costs to them.
Right, because they don't have to hire the people, right? Okay.
Right. If they outsource to us,
yes,
then they wouldn't have to maintain a corporate secretarial unit.
Okay.
We would just handle everything. We have the expertise, we have the experience. You know, we're efficient, we save time, you just give us your information, and we will do the work.
Okay, great. So the excitement that's in the air about this new level, because we have the main market, the junior market, and now this micro market, compliance is the key to unlock that money.
Yes.
And you can help.
I can help.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Ram-Logan. For the trading period ending March 27, 2025, these were the most actively traded stocks. Caribbean financial conglomerate JMMB Group Limited, 10% variable rate JMD preference shares with 179,482,715 units traded, representing 84.56% of market sales volume. Alternative energy provider Wigton Energy Limited with 8,500,477 units traded, representing 4% of market sales volume. toll road operator Trans Jamaica Highway Limited with 3,781,680 units traded, representing 1.78% of market sales volume. We now shift our focus to the Forex market rates set by the Bank of Jamaica. On March 27, 2025, the Bank of Jamaica reported US $55.84 million purchased and US $58.07 million sold by Forex traders. Forex traders earned $1.85 per dollar selling the US at $158.35 and buying the US at $156.45. The Canadian dollar netted Forex traders 85 cents per transaction, with selling at $110.46 and buying at $109.61. The British pound yielded Forex traders $1.51 in profits, with selling at $204.18 and buying at $202.67. For our credit report tip of the day, rebuilding credit isn't just about fixing numbers, it's about changing habits. Proactive people avoid problems before they arise. Reactive people adapt and recover after setbacks. Both can rebuild their credit effectively, but which approach do you resonate with? Winning strategies for proactive people include building an emergency fund to reduce reliance on credit, negotiating payment plans early if financial trouble is ahead, and leveraging positive credit history by keeping old accounts open. Winning strategies for reactive people could consider requesting goodwill adjustments to remove late payment records, set an auto pay for future bills to rebuild a positive payment history, staying patient and consistent because credit building takes time. And that wraps up today's business report. I am Denise Williams, reminding you that every financial decision is a step toward your future. Until next time, stay focused, stay informed, and keep striving for success. See you soon.
In regional news, in Trinidad, Prime Minister Stuart Young has described the discussions with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio as productive, as they were able to touch on key areas of national interest, such as national security. The Prime Minister provided an update on the meeting during Thursday's post-cabinet media briefing. Mahala Joseph Wharton has the details.
I am happy to stand here today and tell the population that the meeting was a very good meeting. The meeting was a successful meeting as far as we are concerned in Trinidad and Tobago. The exchanges between Secretary of State Rubio and myself were very positive.
Prime Minister Stuart Young said key security concerns, including transnational crime and border protection, were raised.
He is someone very familiar with this region, having operated in his political life out of Florida, that we are the third border of the United States. We are the southern marine border of the United States. That was accepted. We discussed it. We discussed the roles that we have played in recent times and in the past in assisting in operations to deal with and to target transnational organized crime, which is a big issue for the United States as well as the CARICOM and ourselves.
Prime Minister Young also gave a commitment to collaborate with the U.S. to fight transnational crime in the region, including combating the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
I had already given the commitment, and I was able to tell Secretary of State that if there is transnational organized crime operating or coming to operate in Trinidad, we want to stop that as a government. And we recognize that if we utilize our anti-terrorism legislation, it may give us a little bit more power to deal with these notorious type criminals. We are prepared to do that as a government.
He was asked whether there was evidence of the gang in Trinidad and Tobago.
We have no evidence of that. But the same way you see us doing with other, because you see it very often in newspapers or from time to time that the AG has gone to court and gotten orders to declare certain persons terrorists, etc. Let's take the preemptive strike. Let's take it. So if they arrive here, we already have the power in place.
With discussions expected to continue, Prime Minister Young said the government will keep the nation informed on any major developments. Mahalia Joseph Wharton, TTT News.
Commerce Minister Emma Hippolyte is urging St. Lucians to brace for possible shortages as U.S. tariffs take effect globally. As chair of the Special Tariff Task Force established by local officials to address the repercussions of the trade war, she emphasized the importance of proactive steps.
The U.S. Tariff Task Force, established to monitor the impact of tariffs on key export nations like China, is closely observing the effects of policies under the Trump administration.
Up to this morning, when I looked at the international news, President Trump did something else. He added another set of tariff on automobiles coming into the U.S.
Chair of the U.S. Tariff Task Force, Emma Hippolyte, announced that the task force's committees and subcommittees have met and produced a report which has been submitted to Cabinet for review. She characterized the current situation as highly fluid.
The comfort I need to give the St. Lucian population is that the government is remaining focused on trying to manage what is happening, and then we will communicate with the public when some decisions are made.
In a recent interview, Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre expressed concerns shared by OECS leaders regarding the shipping taxes to be imposed on Chinese vessels docking in U.S. ports. Chair of the U.S. Tariff Task Force, Emma Hippolyte, emphasized that this issue requires close attention from all citizens, urging them to take proactive steps to mitigate any potential fallout from the U.S. maritime measure.
The vessels that usually service the Caribbean are smaller vessels. So when you have smaller vessels, immediately the cost of what is going to happen up there is going to reflect in increased prices. So we are looking at it. It's going to impact as well the availability of items. So people need to be conscious of that. And it impacts as well the way we consume. So we have to start thinking what is happening to us.
The island's Commerce Minister urged citizens to carefully manage their finances, including spending habits, consumption, and resource use, in light of the ongoing economic challenges.
Half of it is not in our hands. So what we are saying is, as a people, we need to manage it. The government is trying to manage it from where we are, but individuals need to manage it in their own families, their pocketbook, what they consume, how we use the resources, our own local resources, and how we support it.
With economic uncertainty on the horizon, Hippolyte emphasized that the responsibility falls on both government and citizens to navigate these turbulent times with caution and foresight.
Antigua and Barbuda is hosting an initiative aimed at creating a platform for a more strategic approach to its foreign policy. The 2025 diplomatic encounter is drawing on participation from diplomats, government officials, and other key stakeholders, and is seeking to ensure an alignment of the nation's foreign policy with its national priorities. Jamie J. Rocha reports.
A meeting of minds, strategy, and vision, and taken about with ambassadors from across the globe, have gathered for the 2025 Diplomatic Encounter Forum. This biennial event is about making sure the nation's foreign policy is not just responsive, but proactive.
The global landscape is shifting rapidly. As a nation, we must ensure that our diplomatic engagements remain proactive, strategic, and deeply connected to our national development priorities.
President and CEO of Africa Center in New York, Martin Kamani, praises Antigua and Barbuda's diplomatic assertiveness, highlighting Ambassador Aubrey Webster's leadership on key international issues.
And to listen to Ambassador Webster speak to the various issues in New York is to really understand that Antigua does not aspire to be by the sidelines, to wait to be told what is coming ahead. But Antigua's diplomacy speaks from the front and tries to reinforce the foundations of a strained international system.
In sports, we begin with athletics. Defending boys champions Kingston College and former girls champions Hydel High emerged as the leaders after Thursday's third day of the 115th Issa Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. In the boys section, Kingston College amassed 99.5 points from 15 finals, holding a comfortable 23.5-point lead over second place Calabar, who has 76 points. Jamaica College sits in third with 54 points, while St. Jago High and Excelsior High round out the top five with 34 and 33 points respectively. Monroe College made a strong push, scoring 28 points on the day to surge to 6th place with 30 points. They are followed by Wolmer's on 27 points, Edwin Allen High and St. Elizabeth Technical on 18 points each, and Belfield High and Homewood Technical, both with 15 points. The girls' competition is closely contested, with just 5 points separating the top 3 teams after 16 finals. Hydel High leads with 88 points, narrowly ahead of defending champions Edwin Allen High, who have 84 points. Homewood Technical sits just behind in third with 83 points. St. Jago High is in fourth with 48 points, while Immaculate Conception rounds out the top 5 with 35 points. Vera Technical follows in 6th with 29 points, while Wilmer's 25, Excelsior 23, Alphonsus Davis 22, and St. Mary High School 22 complete the top 10. The competition continues to heat up as teams battle for supremacy in this thrilling championship. Now on to the pitch with cricket. The 2025 Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League is set to commence on August 14 in St. Kitts and Nevis, who will play the hosts to the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons at Warner Park. Nasir Mohammed has more.
The official tournament schedule unveiled by CPL indicated a captivating start, reminiscent of last year's thrilling opener, although this time on Patriots' home turf. The Falcons will face a challenging start as they also meet reigning champions St. Lucia Kings on home ground in Antigua on August 17th. On the same date, powerhouse franchise Trinbago Knight Riders, holders of a record 4 CPL titles, will begin their campaign against the Patriots in St. Kitts. TKR's opening fixtures will involve 2 more away games against the Falcons in Antigua on August 20th and against defending champions St. Lucia Kings at St. Lucia's Darren Sammy Cricket Ground on August 23rd. Following these early road tests, TKR will return to Trinidad for an extended series of 5 consecutive home fixtures from August 27th through September 3rd. Their opponents will include the Falcons on August 27th, Barbados Royals August 29th, fierce rivals Guyana Amazon Warriors August 30th, Patriots on September 1st, and the Kings on September 3rd. TKR wraps up their preliminary stage with 2 final away matches, first facing Amazon Warriors on September 6th, followed by an encounter against Barbados Royals at Kensington Oval on September 12th. The tournament comprises 34 exciting matches across Caribbean venues, with CPL Operations Director Michael Hall promising a spectacular 2025 season. Hall said, "Following an outstanding 2024 tournament, we're dedicated to elevating the event further this year. Fans can anticipate memorable cricket action throughout the Caribbean, showcasing incredible talent and passionate support." The knockout stages commence on September 16th at Guyana's National Stadium in Providence, including the championship decider at the same venue on September 21st. TKR will be eager to improve their fortunes after last season's controversial elimination by the Barbados Royals, an outcome decided under shortened playing conditions following an unexpected electrical disruption at the Providence Stadium.
And that's it for the weekend news on PBCJ. Pleasant viewing.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me because me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888, protect.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, none of that. Yo, no, brother, no, man.
You see you ever play ref? Dirty game, man, please.
But a bad game. No, I said, place when you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. No shake hand, I can play a little bad, brethren.
Really have to shake hand?
Yeah, man, no badness, brethren. Just live good, man. Come together as one and make the violence done.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. we should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme a bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme a bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe. And if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
In case of an earthquake and the place starts shaking, drop, cover, and hold on. Drop, cover, and hold on. In case of an earthquake,
there's a few tips that can keep you from harm. In case of an earthquake, you gotta stay calm. Move away from doors, windows, and things that can fall. Try not to use steps or elevators at all.
drop, protect your head on your face. Don't go running all over the place. Cover under a bed or a table, against a wall that's firm and stable.
Hold on.
You must hold on, don't panic, stay calm.
Don't move until the shaking stops.
Here it is.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Drop, cover, and hold on. In case of an earthquake.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Learn how to protect yourself during an earthquake. Log on to weready.org. That's weready.org for more information.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody abroad and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me cause me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888 Protect.
Yo, what are you? Oh man, none of that. Yo, no.
Free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of Parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me cause me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us, and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888 Protect.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme bill up, we have more opportunities, roads built and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica. More of your money is now tax-free? Know that the income tax threshold has been increased. Your government is looking after you responsibly so our economy can do even more for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
The National Family Planning Board now presents a parenting tip from Ralph Waldo Emerson. Men are what their mothers made them.
Most Jamaicans will tell you
and pull out this one. Thank you. Mr. President, colleagues, I am pleased to have the opportunity to offer my contribution on the Appropriations Act that is before us today. But I have to apologize to my colleagues because I don't have any fancy graphs. And I'm not gonna have a lot of, I'm not gonna be talking about a whole lot of complex numbers. It's beyond my brain, and I only know the few I've seen in the Yellow Book. And I'm not gonna have any very impressive big financial jargon because I don't know too many of them. I am going to speak as simply as I know how, Mr. President, as I always attempt to do. Because I'm a simple, ordinary woman. And I know that most of my Jamaican people are ordinary people who prefer when you just talk straight to them. And I have to tell you, for the bits of Senator Crawford's presentation that I was able to follow, it kind of struck me, and forgive me, I'm harkening back onto my youth when I say this. But you know, it's like you hear a man talking to you, and as a woman, you get into this relationship with the man, and you spend years with the man, and the man don't treat you good. The man broke your pocket, and the man broke your heart. And then you leave him. You leave him. You say enough is enough, and you leave him. And years later, he comes back. He sees you looking good, looking beautiful. And him come back and him start to talk again. And him tell you, say, the reason that you look as good as you look is because in the process of breaking your heart and your pocket, he was making you stronger. It's him why you are as beautiful and prosperous as you are today. And you know, every woman will tell you this, you know, Senator Crawford. You see, when a woman listens to a man tell her them foolishness there, she walk wide of them. And I do not believe, Mr. President, that the Jamaican people are fools. The Jamaican people, this country that we have, she knows when she's being taken wide. She knows when she's hearing the same old, that there is no change in the man who is trying now to get her away from the prosperity that she has been enjoying. And so I am pretty sure, like we know as women, that the Jamaican people will choose themselves and walk wide of that man. And you know, Mr. President, I have to say, because I think in fairness, when I heard my Prime Minister speak in the House, he acknowledged that the former PNP administration had done some things, had achieved some things, but he did speak to the fact that in the overall picture, and when you weigh what is important to a nation in its development, that they had been left sadly and woefully lacking. So it's not all bad. There are some good things. And when Senator Crawford mentioned the NHF and the Chase Fund, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and Universal Access Fund, all of which I hear you to be claiming, I'm not arguing it. I'm not arguing it. But it occurred to me as I listened to you that, you know, it's an observation I made years ago in the 90s and 2000s. Do you know why nations create these kinds of institutions? It's often because the existing institutions that are supposed to do the work have not been maintained, not been funded, not been properly managed. And so instead of fixing the broken institution, we create other institutions to take care of what we're not doing with the broken institutions. And so I'm not saying NHF is a bad thing. I love the NHF. I think it's a good thing. But the truth is, if our hospital systems had been maintained, if our health sector had been properly invested in and built up, we wouldn't need an NHF at the time that you had created it. That is the truth. Mr. President, there are many moments in Prime Minister's presentation in the House, what I call truth put to levity. DNA evidence was presented by the Prime Minister, and the question some have been asking about paternity, the paternity of the fiscal responsibility framework that has characterized this government's stewardship of the management of our economy. Those questions, Mr. President, were settled.
Sherry, you know it's her sibling.
So the attempted rewrites of our well-known history that have been attempted both in the lower house and here this morning, those were debunked. I don't think I need to defend it anymore. I think in the lower house, the Prime Minister adequately and in a very almost granular way, detailed way, laid it out. And so our nation, Mr. President, was afforded the opportunity to hear and understand the truth. So as far as I am concerned, Mr. President, when it comes to fiscal responsibility and who fathered fiscal responsibility in this country, the argument done. Mr. President, the budget that has been presented by our government to this nation and the numbers contained in, where's my accounts bill? In my Appropriations Act. Is you have my Appropriations Act? Are not mere numbers. We're not talking about mere allocations in the budget. What we are talking about, Mr. President, is the very future of our nation, the very fabric of our society, and the opportunities and possibilities that lie ahead for our people. Opportunities, Mr. President, that have been unearthed because of the responsible management of our economy by the Andrew Holness-led administration. So it's not, this budget, Mr. President, is not just a reflection of the government's priorities. It is, in fact, a statement of the leadership and the vision of Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness and his administration. And in his leadership of this nation, you know, Mr. President, we are compelled to acknowledge, even though some would rather bury their heads, we are compelled to acknowledge Prime Minister Holness's approach. And I quote from his own remarks in the recent budget debate in the House, and these remarks mean a lot to me, and I'm sure every well-thinking Jamaican who listens, who heard them. PM Holness said this: I am especially mindful of the voices of the people, whether spoken in community meetings, shared through letters, emails, and WhatsApp messages, or expressed on social media. He continued, I hear you. I value your concerns, your ideas, and your hopes for our nation. And he ended that part of his presentation. My government remains committed to serving you with humility and purpose. Mr. President, I learned a thing both in law school and in my mediation training called active listening. There could be no greater demonstration that we have a prime minister who actively listens to the people than the very words he utters. It is the essence, Mr. President, of empathetic leadership, and one that acknowledges Prime Minister Holness's responsibility to the people he serves, and with humility asserts his role as a servant of the people who unreservedly and without conflict chooses Jamaica. Mr. President, we exist now in a very unpredictable world, and a world where challenges can happen upon you at any moment and sometimes seem insurmountable. And in that kind of environment, Mr. President, it is strong leadership that guides a nation through. Leadership, Mr. President, at its core is much more than simply making decisions and coming up with what I heard recently in another place, a hodgepodge of ideas. That's not what it's about. As Prime Minister Holness has demonstrated, it's about making decisions that are informed by the realities we face, by the needs and the aspirations of our people, but decisions that are grounded in a vision for a brighter, more prosperous future, and a vision that is directed, designed to lift every citizen regardless of their background or circumstance. So, Mr. President, I think the Prime Minister and his team have tabled a budget that reflects leadership that chooses Jamaica. And I see a budget that reflects his vision and strategy for our country and our people. It is no mistake that this government has sought to reduce the debt burden strangling the necks of Jamaican people, to free up the fiscal space for investment in our people. And this is something that every Jamaican can relate to. You see, when my friend Senator Crawford gives his numbers and his graphs, and he talks to me about these big financial words that I don't know, I always take it back down to one thing. I am a wife and a household manager. In fact, that is my most important job, and perhaps my most stressful one as well. And most fulfilling. And every head of household in Jamaica, every head of a household managing a family, children, home, school, work, etc., every single one knows that you cannot increase the fortunes of your family while carrying debt that is more than you earn. We know it, Mr. President, as drowning in debt. The circumstance in which a previous PNP administration left this country in 2007. So whatever the fancy numbers that people want to quote, and whatever the rewriting of history that colleagues want to engage in. The fact is, if you have to borrow to send your picnic to school, and every Jamaican knows this, if you have to beg money to pay a doctor's bill, if you have to devote your entire salary to paying back the people you borrow, then you have nothing to put towards savings, nothing to put into a little extra class for your child when they are struggling in school. Nothing to put down on a little house to start your family's creation of wealth. Nothing to put on a little car, not even a Pro Box. Mr. President, the Jamaican people know that the quicker you pay down the debt, the faster you can get to building up the fortunes of your family, saving for your children's higher education, and making the investment in acquiring a house or a car, and they know that this can massively improve their families' lives. If we spend what we earn to do our hair or to go to party, we reduce the amount that we need to support the development of our families. Every head of household in Jamaica knows that basic math. So how does the budget reveal the vision and strategy that has been outlined to us, Mr. President? Well, first of all, you look at how the money is spent. And you check to make sure, is this man of mine spending on party? Is he spending on vacation? Is he spending on domino games with his friends? Or is he spending on my children's education? Is he putting down a little bit for their health care? Is he ensuring that we are safe and secure? Mr. President, that is the biggest indication of a sustainable and sound strategy. The greatest expense, as I have read these numbers, after the Ministry of Finance, because of course the Ministry of Finance is going to be dealing with debt, salaries, etc. The greatest expenditure after that, Mr. President, is education. So if I'm watching from afar, already I want to see who this man is. I want to check to see, hold on, this man putting down some sound financial planning here. While dealing with our day-to-day living, this government recognizes that the long-term vision for this country cannot be realized without ensuring that our people are educated, tooled, and retooled to take advantage of the opportunities that unfold as our fiscal realities continue to improve. Indeed, Mr. President, our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance outlined some of the initiatives that the second largest spend of the budget, as outlined in this Appropriations Act, will be put towards. Initiatives like the Lift and Care program that my friend Senator Crawford attempted to rubbish this morning. It is an attempt because, you know, Damien, I'm being a little self-deprecating because I'm a research scientist and a lawyer. I'm a girl with a master's degree, a bachelor's degree, and a law degree, right? So I kind of know the numbers. And when you are comparing, when you're making a point and you total up all of the 17 to 28-year-olds in the country, and then you say, well, because this program is only dealing with 500, it's a failure. That's not proper analysis. With respect, that is not proper analysis. Okay? Because the entire amount of people in the country are not the quota of people who are in need of the program. It's a smaller number. It must be. So you see what happened now? You see, as a woman now, I'm looking at you and I'm just saying to myself, but this man is talking pure and simple, unadulterated BS, you know. And me just listen to you and smile, you know, but me not take you serious. I'm not taking you serious. Mr. President, The Lift and Care program, designed to provide education, mentorship, and work experience for youth who need a hand to start, demonstrates the government's vision and investment in its people. This government, Mr. President, has provided a pathway for a young person leaving school to access training and work experience to build their skills and competence. And I'm going to shout out a program that Prime Minister didn't talk about in his presentation. It has existed for some years now. He began it back when he began the HOPE program. And it is a graduate work experience program. Senator Dixon, I am an avid supporter of that program. Through my office, we have supported, I think, about 8 to 10 young people in the last 4 years. We're a small office, but we take 2 for 6 months each year. We try to take 2 each year. Sometimes we've taken 3. We're about to take 1 in a little while. And that program, the young people receive a stipend to come to work every day, and we as employers deliver to them the best and most enriching experience that we can. And I take the program very, very seriously, because I consider it my civic duty, Mr. President, to support the government's initiative to provide young people with the experience they need to build their skills and competence in their chosen field. So the Lift and Care program, Mr. President, whether it is a morphing of this, an expansion, or a completely different concept that has come up, the objective is similar: to give young people competence and experience when they first start out. And so I applaud it. And I urge, Mr. President, our business community participating in these programs to understand and to embrace their responsibility to ensure that the youth placed with them are being given access to real opportunities so that they can acquire the learning and skills to move on to bigger and better places. It is a partnership, Mr. President. Another one of the features of leadership and vision is you don't just throw things at the people, you involve the people in their own development. And so in this program, Prime Minister calls on the business community to ensure that the young people not just carrying briefcases and making coffee, but they are involved in real work, substantial work. Put them to work and allow them to learn in a supported environment. Allow them to make their mistakes in a supported environment. They will shine, and they will improve the working stock for our businesses, big and small, to be able to acquire the skills they need to grow their businesses. Mr. President, it's a sustainable and a thought-out initiative. It is what leadership that is visionary does. It's what leadership that chooses Jamaica does. Mr. President, the Heart Trust NTA continues to do excellent work. And so when you look at the fact that the largest spend after finance is education, you understand why. The elimination of fees for heart training programs up to the associate degree level has been, in my estimation, one of the most significant indicators of this government's visionary approach to the development of our people and the preparation for the future that we must embrace. Indeed, Mr. President, in his presentation, Prime Minister indicated to us that over 150,000 young persons had signed up for the various programs at heart. Let me say persons, not young persons, because it's not open to just the youth. And yet, you know, Mr. President, up to a year ago, I was in Southeast Clarendon, and I was still encountering people who did not realize that they could go to Heart to receive this free training. A few weeks ago, one of my favorite young men at the supermarket who always helps me with my groceries told me he said he was out of school. I asked him what he was doing. He told me he was going to a particular college that is quite a popular name. It's a community college, I think. But he didn't have enough money. He was trying to save up, working at the supermarket. And I said to him, why are you going to that place to go and incur fees? Why don't you go down to Hart? You don't have to pay if you're going to the associate degree level. He didn't know. He didn't know. Community college. Community college. He's beyond high school age. He's going to do tertiary education, community 2-year program. No, plus Jamaica College is where royalty come out of. So I'm not saying a word about it. Mr. President, a lot of work has been done to communicate and to publicize these programs, and a lot of people have taken them up. But we still have some penetration of the messaging to do, because there are still some young people who would take advantage of it but just don't know. And to the young people, Mr. President, they don't listen to Senate and parliamentary proceedings, you know, but maybe we can tell them on TikTok. To them I say, opportunities are being created for you and continue to be created for you in this budget. Do not sit on your hands. Inform yourselves, seek out the information, and avail yourselves of the training that this government is providing for you. Choose yourselves so that we can all choose Jamaica. Mr. President, I just tell this story, and I'm speaking directly to Jamaica's young people. I was 15 years old when I graduated from Immaculate High School. I was ready to get into the world. I was ready to leave home, and I thought I was the most mature. I was 15 when I graduated from Immaculate. From Fifth Form. And so I went seeking scholarships. I remember I used to go to the British High Commission and a number of the embassies to look through their books. In those days, there was no computer. You had to look through folders and folders. And I was looking for every scholarship I could find, because my father at the time had told me that I wasn't going anywhere because I was too young to leave home. And he and Mom did not support it. And I searched and I searched and I searched until I came across the United World College system. And I applied and I got a scholarship to study in Wales for 2 years. I did the International Baccalaureate. And I say that to the young people to say, seek it out. Don't wait for it. The government is providing opportunities for you. Do your part. This is a partnership. Do your part to avail yourself of the knowledge of what is happening around you. Mr. President, the initiatives laid out by the Minister of Finance are consistent with the government's vision of tooling and retooling our youth for the future. Indeed, the opportunities for free training have now been buttressed by the alleviation of the burdens of accessing that training and emerging from that training in optimal shape to be able to take on the world of work and even entrepreneurship. This government, Mr. President, has increased the payback time for student loans for those accessing the Student Loan Bureau for educational loans. And not only increased the payback time, but also talking about now offering reduced interest rates on student loans. Mr. President, I know my colleague rubbished it this morning because in his mind, he's going to do what? Stop payment when they're not working. And I don't remember all the rafts of initiatives. I just remember my reaction to it, which was then how does the Student Loan Bureau sustain itself? How are you going to fund that? And I realized that my colleagues on that side like to talk about their ideas. The man that wants to sweep me off my feet, tell me all the pretty, beautiful things, hot up my head, but really don't have no proper plan and program behind it, no substance, it's not going to be sustainable. And so, as a woman, Mr. President, I walk wide of men like that. Mr. President, Prime Minister also spoke about his vision using the acronym ASPIRE. Call election. And Mr. President, the A in ASPIRE stands for access to economic opportunity. Now that is surprising, I'm talking slow. I'm not, you know. Let me see, where am I?
Well, I never heard that buzzer go off with Damien. The question is?
For speaking having expired, that should be given sufficient time to complete her presentation.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor?
Thank you to my colleagues. The A in ASPIRE, Mr. President, stands for access to economic opportunity. And Prime Minister Holness spoke about a raft of initiatives designed to improve access to economic opportunity. One of the most significant ones he spoke about, and that hit me to the core, is this idea of the Hope for Children Trust Fund, in which the government will fund annual savings for children that they'll be able to access on turning 18 years old to apply to their education and skills training and property ownership or business investment. Something that is mind-blowing, Mr. President, to see a government specifically provide a start in life for young people who may not have it. Prime Minister didn't directly include education in the section of his presentation where he spoke about this access to opportunity, but indeed it is. Because, Mr. President, education itself is a tool that can lift people out of poverty and open up avenues of opportunity. And so, Mr. President, the proportional allocation of this budget to education demonstrates this government has delivered a budget to the people that chooses Jamaica. Mr. President, the next highest spend in the budget is a competition between the Health and Wellness Ministry and the Ministry of National Security. And health kind of squeezes a little bit past national security by a small amount. And it makes sense because health and wellness is really inextricably tied to our safety, security. I don't think anybody would have any disagreement with me, Mr. President, if I say that safety and security is essential to a healthy and productive nation. And to that end, Mr. President, not just in this budget, but in all the others over the last 10 years, the government has made calculated and strategic investments in our security apparatus to ensure that we can bring down crime and improve the security of our people. It is no simple thing, Mr. President. After that investment, we are now able to celebrate a reduction of approximately 34% in murders year to date, as was recently announced. It has been a long, hard-fought battle to ensure the safety and security of our people, and we are not where we need to be or want to be yet. But we are well on our way, Mr. President, to a safe and secure Jamaica. Mr. President, my second to last, 13 years old, developed 2 weeks ago a very serious flu. She spent 3 days with high fever. I was putting cold bottles on her throughout the night. And then began a racking cough. That cough, of course, was being sent through the household because we were all around her. And so the germs began to spread. I took her to the doctor on Monday, started the fever Friday evening. I took her to the doctor on Monday, day 3, when the fever seemed persistent and the cough began. And the doctor put her on antibiotics and strong cough medicines. The fever didn't return she was out of school that week because the coughing was so bad, and it caused a lot of fatigue, and I guess the medications did as well. And so she didn't go to school, but by Friday, when I was sitting in Senate here, I got a call that my nanny, looking after her, did not like the sound of her chest. Grandpa Bruce reached her before I could even pack up to leave Senate and took her to the doctor. Back to the doctor she went, and doc didn't like how her chest sounded, so she was put on an inhaler. That's the Friday. By the Monday after that Friday, so this is the second weekend, she had an ear infection. So painful it was that she woke up crying Saturday night, Sunday night, early Monday morning. The pain of the ears was so bad. So we went back to Doc for a third time on Monday. And Doc listened to her chest, alarmed that her wheezing was still persistent. And so, Mr. President, Doc ordered physiotherapy for her chest. Now, I'd never seen that before for a cold at home, but she did 4 days of physiotherapy and nebulization. And so we're now at the second week of school missed. And by the end of the second week, she began to resolve. And that, of course, was determined at a fourth visit to the doctor. Doc took her off the physio, and thankfully Abby remains on the inhaler, and she's getting stronger. She went back to school this week. So she missed 2 weeks of school. Why am I telling you that story? Because it occurred to me, Mr. President, that the crime situation in our country is a bit like Abby's flu. It starts as something, or started as something, usually resolved by a single medical intervention, single special security forces operation, and it's over. But much like a spike in crime is usually resolved by special intervention of the people, much like a spike in crime is usually resolved by special intervention of the police. But Mr. President, when I looked at it, for the total 22 years of PNP administration since 1989, crime was allowed to persist, much like Abby's flu began. And when it got deep down into our lungs, the now opposition, instead of applying the inhaler and the physiotherapy, simply continued to apply the same medicine. They misdiagnosed, Mr. President, the problem of crime. And they didn't realize that if the antibiotic isn't working, that you needed to give the patient, our nation, an inhaler, and then send the nation to physio. Physio, Mr. President, is the retooling and the capacity building and the training of the security forces that this administration has engaged since it came into office in 2016. Our Prime Minister, through the zones of special operations, the states of emergencies, recognized that our country was not suffering from ordinary crime flu, but a deep and embedded crime that required more than just the cough medicine that the previous PNP administration had applied. Our Prime Minister recognizes and continues to acknowledge that even with the gains in the reduction of murders that the country has realized, he can't stop the medicine just yet. That is why, Mr. President, he has spent a significant portion of the budget on safety and security. More than $17 billion more than was invested by that side when they were government in 2015. Our Prime Minister recognizes that cough medicine alone will not curb the kind of crime that we experience. That, Mr. President, is leadership. It's taking tough, informed decisions about the antidote that has to be applied to improve safety and security for all Jamaicans. So when the spend is made, and when you see the spend being the third largest spend in the budget, understand that that's what it means when you commit to doing the work, to increasing the size of the force, to ensuring that our officers are paid reasonable wages for the jobs that they do, for purchasing equipment to enable our law enforcement actors to execute their duties, implementing legislative measures like ZOSO and SOEs in targeted areas to surgically target the violent producers in our society, and, Mr. President, engaging diplomatic pathways to engage discussions with our international partners to curb the inflows of illegal weapons into Jamaica. I cannot be the only one who heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio speak to the United States' intention to do more to look at the movement of illegal weapons from that jurisdiction to ours. And I want to recognize my Senate leader, Mr. President, for the stellar work that she continues to do in her portfolio area. She not only has a deep commitment and strong competence, but I know many of the issues we face as Jamaicans lace her heart whenever she leaves our shores. Mr. President, leadership and vision understands when it is necessary to change the way we do things. Leadership and vision understands when the medicine that is being applied, even if it provides temporary relief, like my daughter's antibiotics after the first visit, that leadership and vision understands when it is necessary to engage a forensic diagnosis and apply therapies that will ease the malady and sustain the health of the patient. That, Mr. President, is the job of leadership, and this Prime Minister has demonstrated that leadership, demonstrates the vision he has. It is obvious, Mr. President, Prime Minister Andrew Holness chooses Jamaica. Mr. President, the portion of the budget spent on health and wellness is just slightly above the amount spent on national security. Again, Mr. President, what this government has demonstrated is visionary leadership in its interventions to improve the health sector. The retooling and rehabilitation of our secondary health clinics across the island to alleviate the burdens on our hospitals for maladies and interventions that can be dealt with at the community level is ongoing. This continues, Mr. President, concurrently with the rehabilitation of major hospitals and the rollout of major health programs that aim to reduce the incidence of disease in our population by focusing on the wellness of our people. And I know members here know about Dr. Tufton's campaign, Know Your Numbers. I don't have chronic illnesses, but I certainly know about that campaign. It has been so widely put into the public domain. Every minute I look up, they're having a fair here or a fair there, getting Jamaicans to know their number. Perhaps the only person who never heard about it is the leader of opposition. He didn't seem to know about it in his presentation in the House. I'm not sure where he lives, why he hasn't heard about it, because the campaign is so loud and effective. And I want to take note of the fact, Mr. President, that in the construction and rehabilitation of our hospitals, and this is important because you see, we never used to be able to do this, not before this Andrew Holness government. We're not borrowing to fix them. We are not borrowing to fix our hospitals after years of neglect by that side when it was government. We set the economy in the right direction, and now we can take some of what we earn and fix our health systems. Vision and leadership, Mr. President, that chooses Jamaica. And a man I'm interested in talking to. Mr. President, there's much more that I could say about the budget, but I'm going to leave it there for now. I've spoken beyond my time, which is not my usual way. So I leave it to my other colleagues to raise other diverse and substantive points about the budget that our government has tabled. Suffice it to say, Mr. President, Andrew Michael Holness has demonstrated that he is a good head of the Jamaican household. He has demonstrated that he will not take the earnings and run and party with it. He has shown, Mr. President, that he is a leader who seriously contemplates and understands the nature of the challenges that confront us and the nature of the remedies that we need to apply. More than that, Mr. President, and no, he's not perfect, but more than that, Andrew Holness has led a government that has shown that it has the fortitude to confront the challenges we face, even at great political risk, but that it is a responsible government. And so Prime Minister Holness ensures that we tackle our debt aggressively, even when he gets cussing for it. He remains with a fixity of purpose because he knew that today we would appreciate being able to spend our money to educate ourselves, to ensure our safety and security, and to provide a strong and robust health system that we can rely on. Mr. President, this government, under his leadership, has chosen Jamaica at every opportunity. And soon Jamaica will get the opportunity once again to choose Jamaica and to choose this Prime Minister who has unequivocally, without conflict and without hesitation, chosen us. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell. And you had made a comment about the capacity of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and her team, and I just wish to add my own. Note of appreciation on behalf of all well-thinking Jamaicans and the manner in which the recent visit of of the Secretary of State, Mr. Marco Rubio. And I think that all well-thinking Jamaicans are appreciative of your work and that of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you. Senator Janice Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know my voice sounds a little different. I'm sure you don't even know when to comment. But I'm sure all of you can understand why I might have a little hoarse throat. Earlier this morning, we had in the gallery some students from Edith Dalton James High. And I wanted to acknowledge them especially because the late Edith Dalton James was a founding member of the People's National Party and the first female president of the Jamaica Union of Teachers in 1949. I also, in his absence, I wanted to acknowledge as part of the group of students from UWI Carimac, a young man was with the group called Lavon Scott, a second-year student who is also a member of the executive of the constituency and the party in the constituency that I will be the member of parliament for. The other person that I want to acknowledge today because of the season of champs is a young student. Her name is Dervina Williams. She is a first former at the Mount Alvernia High School. And interestingly, I first met Dervina in August last year during Olympics. I was watching one of the races in which our female runners, it might have been Shelley-Ann, was participating in, and I was in a place, some might know it, some probably won't. I'm sure Senator Sinclair knows, in Barnett Lane. And I was watching the race with the young lady. I was introduced to this young track star who had just passed her exams and was about to start. Well, she passed for William Knibb, but was transferred because of distance to Mount Alvernia High School. And to know that this year, her first year in high school, she qualified for her team for champs and made it to the semifinals for the 200 meters, class 4. But she did not make it to the finals. But I want to use this opportunity to encourage her and other young athletes like her who give their absolute best. They work all year. They look forward to this big moment, and they do their best. And sometimes they don't make it to where they want to get to. And so we have to encourage them so that they come back. And I just want to give a big shout out to Dervina and the other young athletes at Champs this year. It is my hope that a young Dervina will have one day the confidence of a not so young, but young enough, Senator Cherie Golding Campbell, to be able to seek scholarship and walk into a place like the British High Commission, and to walk in and boldly seek out opportunities for her advancement. Because the truth is, a number of our young people, they lack confidence. No fault of theirs, they lack confidence. And it is the duty of us who are in here and in other levels of the political space as leaders in our communities to help to build their confidence so that they can be bold enough to go for their dreams and not give up, whether they are from Barnett Lane or Rose Heights, Green Pond, wherever. And many times when we talk about people or young people in certain needing this type of help, we tend to focus on what would be considered like the depressed communities. But they're also from Cornwall Court. They're also from Rosemont Garden. They're from middle class or working class communities. But our children need the support. And that is why yesterday when I was in my office in Montego Bay, a young man who went for a job interview at one of our hotels went for the job. And I don't know if he's going to be successful. But the fact is, and you know, I wish you would take it seriously and recognize, pay attention to what I'm saying, and know that there's not necessarily time for need for bullying. Just listen to the reality of some of our young people and see if you can empathize with their situation. Okay? This young man went for a job interview. And when I sat with him, I decided to spend the extra time because I don't think his parents had the ability to give him that kind of talk. I might not have children of my own, but I can give guidance. Poor thing. He doesn't know how to have a conversation and look you in the eye. And that is what our children don't have today. I'm here because we have to make a difference in that. It's no secret that the future of our country depends on our children. But if we don't invest in them properly, whether it is in our education system or in our time or the infrastructure that we put in communities like community centers and places to play, if they don't get these things, they cannot live up to who and what they're supposed to be. So the time we spend in here is not a joke thing. It's serious business. This bill today that we are talking about, it is not something that the area that I normally focus on, it probably isn't the most sexy to pick at. But I always come from a place where if we boast about tourism, if we boast about its success, it's not to be measured simply by number of people arriving and buildings built. It's about lives transformed. It is about how we create a situation and a Jamaica where our people do not feel separate from those who visit our shores and no less than. So the tourism that we are to build, if it cannot impact and change lives, it don't make no sense. According to the book that we are looking at, according to the proposed budget, the estimates of expenditure, I have here in front of me 2023 to 24, 24 to 25, and 25 to 26. I'm not going through all of it, you know. I'm just going to make a little reference here and there. Last year, the Ministry of Tourism was allocated a total of $24-25, right. Ministry was allocated in the revised estimates of 24, approved estimates 24-25, sorry. 24-25 was 15.6 billion. And this year, that number is proposed to be 16.025 billion. You know, nowadays, because we say billion so often, people don't realize what billion is. As a result of those $15 billion, we saw where the arrivals to Jamaica fell by for stopover, those are the ones that come in on planes, decreased by 9%, and cruise by 4.5%. So we spent $15 billion and we got a decrease. But you know what's interesting about the 0.9% decrease? It might not sound like much of a decrease, but when you put it against the fact that last year we increased our room stock by 6%, it shows that the decrease is really more. So that's what we have spent, and that's what we received. And this year, already, we are seeing where the arrival figures for January and February are currently on the decline, and so too March. And I'm sure, Delano, you, Minister Seabright, Senator Seabright, I'm sure you're familiar with these numbers. And I don't come here to gloat. I don't come here to gloat about the fact that the numbers are low and lower than expected, but it's to raise the question, what are we going to do? Because you see, we keep talking about tourism and the impact that it ought to have on our lives, that if tourism is not doing well, then it means that we as a country are not doing well. All right. Now, what I want to point out is, we're going to hear all the reasons for the decrease, and we know what they are. Burial. We're going to hear the travel advisories, which, by the way, when I pointed it out, I recall vividly it being said that it will have no impact. You know, they attempted to rubbish me because we don't know what we're talking about. But we now live to see the truth. And the fact is, the response by the ministry and its agencies are indeed late. Because the reactive PR, it doesn't substitute for proactive long-term brand management. The damage to perception has not been repaired. And even now, the type of advertising that Jamaica should be undertaking and should be doing is not happening. You have the sandals of the world who are advertising, yes, but Jamaica, brand Jamaica, Jamaica Tourist Board, not advertising. When you talk to any participant in the industry, hotelier, transport provider. Well, I see some activity when I pass in there this morning, and I don't know if it's sell yet, you know. No, things going on. Something happening over there. When you talk to any participant in the industry, they will tell you, without a doubt, that this is one of the worst years ever in tourism. That the numbers are down in terms of arrival. Average daily rates are down. What? It's down. In Jamaica.
During COVID?
And this is not COVID. And the reason I am pointing all of this out is you have some focus being made on things and places that are not going to bring us anything that we need.
Yes.
You hear what I said, Crawford?
Yes.
The thing down, you know.
Yes, everything down.
And rather than go after low-hanging fruit,
Any fruit.
they go after some far-fetched dreams.
Dubai.
You know, I'm glad that thing come up.
Yes.
I have to take off my glasses.
They want to feel the sand under their feet.
The sand that there are plenty of. So a strategy seemed to have been employed by the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, and I don't know the extent to which the Jamaica Tourist Board, which is the agency that ought to be doing this type of research to determine, along with, is it JAMVAC, Mr. Steve Wright, Senator Steve Wright?
No, he doesn't know.
Should be doing the research and analysis to determine what you go after. Yeah. No, sir? Because it don't make no sense, you just keep going after things because it's so nice or you think it's cute. If it's not yielding, it doesn't make sense. So then you have a situation. We have a flight coming here already, you know, from Frankfurt. Long time this happening, you know.
Yes.
Long time Condor coming here.
Frankfurter or?
Frankfurt. And there are some additional people who are going to end up coming to Jamaica. I don't know if it's the people who live in Dubai, because you know many Jamaicans are there now.
And the same
And this is the same one. It's not. maybe the teachers. Maybe because you have Jamaicans over there, you have pilots, you have all these people, Jamaican community there, right? And as a young TikToker who I came across, who is a travel agent, said, this is nothing new that has been announced. Because the reality is the 9% decline, which is really lower, or as higher, I should say, 0.9% decline, which is really more than that. And so far this year, the 7.4% out of MBJ or into MBJ, and the 4 point something for March already, the decline, according to the MBJ figures, which I'm sure Senator Seabright has. Those numbers cannot be made up by the couple hundred that might come indirectly through Frankfurt on the Condor flight.
No, it's an Emirates flight.
Which Emirates?
No.
You're going to see an Emirates plane out there? Okay. Anyway, so my concern is, and the question that I will put to the ministry, because I see Senator Seabright typing like crazy. So the question that I would put to Senator Seabright is, when you look at the budget for this year, the proposed budget for this year identifies for the Jamaica Tourist Board for destination marketing. This is not their administrative costs. It's not for meetings and incentives. It is not for all travel. And you know there's a lot of travel. It's not for that. For destination marketing, I see here 4511986. I take it, this is Jamaican dollars, so it's billion, right? Which equates to about 30 million US dollars for destination marketing alone. The question is, how are we going to ensure that we make up for the deficit that we have already seen for this year? Where are we going to go? Where's the best return on investment for Jamaica? So the question that I have to ask is, should we looking a little bit more fervently on the opportunity that is being created out of Canada, for example? Because in these times, with all that is going on in the world and the geopolitics of the world, maybe it's time that we dig a little deeper, go a little harder in Canada. Because, as I understand it, and I'm sure many of you have read, that Canadians are beginning to look further south for options for Jamaica. So if ever there was a time for us to meet the more than 500,000 that's coming out of Canada and go into bigger numbers to make up for what we are already seeing as deficits, and those deficits are coming from U.S. Northeast mainland. That's what the numbers say. So now is the time for us to go deeper and more strategically and with great, what you'd call it now, define a revised strategy, because the world is changing. So we have to change our strategy. So that's what I would be recommending. The reality is that Jamaica cannot afford to keep racking up air miles while missing key marks on where they should focus in terms of markets. You know what is good about this side, my side? What is good about this side? We are so focused on finding solutions for Jamaica. And our talent runs so deep that people might think we are pigeonholed in certain places. But we are equipped and capable and ready to be anywhere, wherever we are called to serve. So I don't want nobody worry about where we might be or might not be, because our focus is the people of Jamaica, and the people of Jamaica are calling on us, and we are answering that call because it's time for change. Like I said before, we have a unique opportunity to target Canada. There are close neighbors who are increasingly looking for alternatives due to certain uncertainties. And Jamaica must lead in this area. The other day I was in, and in particular, there's a gentleman in here who promised me faithfully that he's visiting a place called St. James Central this weekend. So because of that, I want to bring something that was quite instructive. One evening, because of my new interests, I was walking in a place called Rose Heights. And in Rose Heights, sometimes we define people based on where they live and make assumptions about their capacity. And when I was there in a lane that I hear that I'm not supposed to go, I'm not supposed to go there because supposedly the people from that area are not supporters of my party. But you see, because I'm in politics to represent people and they are all people, I go where the people are, wherever they are. I ended up in a conversation with a gentleman who I was so pleased with the conversation, the level of the conversation. And he said to me, people come to Jamaica to experience the culture of Jamaica. They come to Jamaica to interact with the people of Jamaica. They come to Jamaica to feel the energy of the people of Jamaica. And too often they don't get the opportunity to do that because the communities where they could get that, they can't get to them. So our focus, if we really want to see the money we earn move from under 40 cents per dollar to over 60 as a goal, then we have to find ways in which the communities are more integrated into the experience that our visitors have. When the Tourism Enhancement Fund was created in 2004, what year was it? 2004. It was during the period of the People's National Party. When the Tourism Enhancement Fund was created, it was created with a mandate to improve the experience of the tourism product. And that includes a thing called community tourism. The Master Plan for Sustainable Tourism Development, the only real blueprint that was created in 2002 and was a 10-year plan that was to be revised, right, and roll over. The only tourism enhanced, the Tourism Sustainable Development Plan had a major component called community tourism. During the administration, when the Portia Simpson Miller was Minister of Tourism, one of the things that she did, she focused on developing community events and festivals to ensure that people had the opportunity to go into communities to experience who and what we are so that they can go back having had a wonderful experience of Jamaica. There's no major investment in tourism, in community tourism as per this, right?
No, not in the budget.
And if the budget is not speaking to that, then we have to ask, why? Is it not the focus of the government, the people? Should it not be the people? Measurement of how the people feel about And that is why the young man I had the conversation with could say to me that he believes that the Tourism Enhancement Fund should be spent in communities. You think the people are a fool? They understand what the priority should be. The problem is that the government of the day doesn't see the priority. That's right. The priority is the people. So I want to see the Tourism Enhancement Fund. And I'm not saying that every program that it currently does is not good. But it has strayed a little bit, probably plenty, from its original mandate. It's doing all kinds of things and all kinds of things. But when you really look at the core of it, you have to wonder. Every dollar we earn from tourism must not only go into fancy developments, but must find its way into the hands of our workers, our small business owners, and community entrepreneurs who make Jamaica what it is. We must have a balanced approach, physical and people investment, by making it clear that investment in infrastructure must go hand in hand with investment in people. The other day, just this week, I was at an event, and the Minister of State attended that event. I think it might have been his first major event since being announced as minister. And he spoke to his frustration, I hope I'm correct, with the number of studies that have been done in tourism, and that it is about time that these studies actually amount to something. When I look at the budget, I see many studies year over year, and some of them are the same. So I'm going to ask Minister, when he goes back to the ministry, or even now, to take a look at something and help me to understand a little better. This year, there's a proposed spend, and I'm just mentioning a few. Labor market study, information governance framework, tourism leakage study. But last year, we also saw tourism leakage study, measurable information governance framework, and it's like they roll over. Now, I know sometimes the spending of money is difficult in government agencies because of the bureaucracy. But the concern...
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might it be extended to allow her to finish her presentation?
Thank you very much. Members would have heard the question. In favor? Yeah. In favor?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. So, I didn't intend to take 30 minutes because I do have to head back to Montego Bay, and I suspect, yes, I do have to head back to the friendly city. Sorry. But Minister, what I'd like to understand, Senator Seabright, is this multitude of studies. And you made reference to them, the leakage study, the linkages study, all these studies. What we want to start seeing is some results of these studies. Because I think it is important to study, you know. It's very important to study. But that's because everything that we do must be, or we must be using data to determine where we go. Just like we should use data to determine where we should be going to get people to come to Jamaica. We must be driven by data. I would say, Minister, that it would be good if I could get some understanding from you as to some of the results of these many studies that for the past 3 years we've been studying. And monies have been allocated to them. I think it's high time we come forward with even 2 of them so that we can use it now to go forward. I'm sure you would agree with me that that is a reasonable request. I'm not asking for all of them, you know. I just said 2.
And arrivals done, is it?
Arrivals are done.
We spoke to the arrivals that are done, and the tourism earnings, and the room rate.
What I will say here as I wrap up, I, as a Montegonian, born in a city where tourism has always been a part of my reality. My grandmothers were chambermaids. And I know Senator Sinclair knows because he always claimed that he know me.
Know you?
Yeah, he from Montego. Montego Bay is a small town, you know.
We don't mix and mix.
Miami. Who? I grew up with my grandparents in the service industry as part of the tourism product.
Yes.
And I'm going to claim it and say that they helped build the industry into what they are, what it is. My uncle, who was he died 2 years ago, he was a Juta driver. I know what it is to see how Juta drivers take seriously the fact that they are a major player in the industry. My parents operated restaurants that were an integral part to the tourism product. One of them that was in Holiday Village, right across the street from Holiday Inn at the time. My sister and I learned how to work in these businesses and serve people. So everybody, or almost everybody I know in Montego Bay, understand and are connected to tourism. But for some reason, in these last few years, less and less young people who, when I was a teenager, the equivalent of them now, they don't have any real connection. What they know is that it's out there so, and they are where they are. We have to redefine what our tourism experience looks like for both the visitor and those who work in it at varying levels. Because if they are not feeling a part of it, they can't protect it. And if it is so important to the economy, they have to feel like they want to protect it. And that is why I want us to be less focused on trying to make numbers look pretty and focus on the things that are core, which is the people. Wherever they are in St. James or Hanover or Westmoreland or St. Anne, because these are parishes that are main players in the tourism product. And as we go forward, we have to recognize that it is important to accept when we have done things not so well and be willing to make adjustments to get it right. So, Mr. President, some people can dream me. Mr. President, you've heard me speak for the last 4 years in Rose Heights, like the so that Davina, in her community center, can be invested in so that she can develop her own skills, so that she can develop the confidence that Senator Cherie Golden has, that she can walk into and seek the kind of help that she knows she needs. That's what I want to see us invest in. And when the time comes, because we know that time is coming soon, I know that the people will recognize who focuses on what. And I look forward to being of service to the people because my heart is in the place it ought to be, focused on the people and the importance that the people play in making Jamaica a better Jamaica. So, Mr. President, I thank you so much. I didn't have to yawn so hard. Watch, Mr. President. I am grateful I was able to contribute. And I look forward to others who will contribute. And I apologize ahead of time if it is that I must excuse myself, because my parish, the land of my birth, the place of my birth, I must return because it beckons. It beckons. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Senator Allen. Senator Sivright.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Just before I get into my very brief presentation, I really shouldn't do beyond 14, 15 minutes. Just to clarify, because my friend and colleague, Senator Crawford, spoke on the record, and I need to ensure Hansard, that it's clear in Hansard, that he did in fact send a tweet out about shelling down a club in London on August 7, 2012. And I have the copy of the tweet here, but I'm not going to name the persons in the tweet, a number of whom are my friends, but I'll name Sharon Burke, who is our mutual friend, who was there. You said, you know, we are shelled down a club at London. And the context at the time was it was the London Olympics 2012, and there was a feeling that if we're spending over £1 million sterling, which is what was spent, over £1 million sterling, was there a clear marketing plan in place to ensure that we derived maximum benefit from that visit to London? And I know that Minister McNeil was the official representative of the government of Jamaica, and I know you were participating in some CARI Forum activities at the time and so on. But at the same time, Minister McNeil had said at the time, I was in opposition at the time, of course, and I recall it quite vividly. Minister McNeil had said, hey, you know, you also were, you know, assisting with the entertainers and so on, which is important. But over £1 million spent on that escapade in London in 2012 of taxpayers' money. Another point I have to highlight, and I'm sorry the students aren't here, is that there's an issue called historical negationism, which is essentially sort of like the falsification and distortion of reality. And your presentation, the presentation was loaded with it. And like how we're into history and we're going back into the 70s, I'll go back to 1933, the chief propaganda minister of Adolf Hitler, Joseph Goebbels, was really a pioneer when it comes to historical negationism. So it's just important that the people understand the importance of always understanding the truth and doing research and ensuring they get the facts and they're not confused with a 2-hour plus presentation that honestly is so contorted. It really defies even trying to respond. But I'll leave that there. But let me just get into the substantive presentation. And thank you, Senator Allen, for your kind words and our continued collaborative approach to tourism issues in Jamaica. Now, Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of the 25-26 Appropriations Act, expertly delivered by the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Favour Williams, and powerfully reinforced by the strategic leadership of our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness. The budget is a clear signal of responsible governance, a people-focused, growth-driven, and investment-ready blueprint for national development. And despite the trials of 2024, yes, Hurricane Beryl, yes, Tropical Storm Raphael, Jamaica's economy stood resilient. And through prudent, strategic, and consistent fiscal management, we're now firmly back on a growth path. So real GDP growth is projected to come to 2.2% in the coming fiscal year. We have net international reserves of $5.5 billion US, one of the strongest financial buffers ever in our country's history. Our unemployment rate stands at 3.5%, the lowest ever. Our debt to GDP ratio has fallen to 68.7% and on track to 63.7% next year. A monumental shift from the 135% peak we're at in 2013. And inflation remains within target, with food prices beginning to stabilize, and you can feel it in the economy that a calm is coming back. Now, Fitch Ratings has reaffirmed Jamaica's BB- credit ratings with a positive outlook, recognizing our strong governance and sound fiscal trajectory. So this gives investors real confidence, confidence to build, confidence to expand, confidence to invest in Jamaica. But really, Mr. President, this budget puts people first, and that's the truth. This is not just an economic plan. It is a social compact with the Jamaican people. It is designed to ease pressure on households, expand opportunity, and leave more money in the pockets of each and every Jamaican. And Minister Johnson Smith went through some of it. I mean, the minimum wage has been increased from $6,200 in 2016. And it's going to be $16,000 per week soon. 158% increase, 3 times the rate of cumulative inflation over the years. That is putting people first. The income tax threshold going to $2 million, up from $592,000 in 2016. More than tripling where we were, or tripling where we were. The reverse income tax credit, and there's a lot of people benefited from this, $20,000 each to hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans. The government literally gave back $11 billion, or giving back $11 billion to the people. We look at the GCT and electricity bills at households. We're going to cut that in half by May 1. Again, putting back money in people's pockets. Then we have a program, and there's so many, because you can't even go into it. You have a $1 billion program that will support wiring for prepaid meters at houses alongside a $4,000 monthly credit for 20,000 prepaid JPS customers. That's helping people. That's putting people first. So, Mr. President, this is real life, real relief for real people. This is what it means to be people-centered in policy and practice. Money for everyone. Mikey, Marie, Dwayne, Sheila, everybody getting back money in their pocket. And that is the truth. Now, Mr. President, tourism is thriving. It is. And reaching more Jamaicans than ever. And I listened to the presentation of Senator Allen. It remains a powerful engine for economic growth, thanks to strategic planning, public-private partnerships, and a relentless focus on innovation. In 2024, Jamaica welcomed 4.1 million visitors, generating 4.3 billion US overall in earnings. And that's a year when we had Hurricane Beryl, Tropical Storm Raphael. We still have the Boeing crisis. Many airlines are still struggling to get enough planes to service all their destinations. We have a very hotly contested US election that I can tell you was a distraction for months and dominated the screens of the United States. And of course, inflation, extreme weather events, but we still did phenomenally well, relatively flat, but 4.1 billion visitors overall. And Mr. President, yes, it is not just about numbers. This is about transformation through investment, employment, and empowerment. Well, major developments last year, Princess opened 1,000 new rooms, and another 1,000 are on the way. And those rooms were opened, by the way, late last year, October, November. Rio Palace in Trelawney, 753 rooms, opened in the middle of last year too. And we have, in May, and we had many more hotels that are coming along. We have the new Grand Palladium Resorts, Unico Resort, Hard Rock, Moon Palace, Secrets in St. Anne, coming to St. Anne, and Royalton coming to St. Anne, Mega Plans for Bahia, Principe, and I could go on and on. But what this represents, what this represents, and we should do graphs, thousands of new rooms, thousands of new jobs, countless opportunities for businesses big and small, from the ground transportation operators, to the farmers, to the suppliers like CPJ and Red Stripe. Money all around in our economy because of these developments. But I want to point, Mr. President, perhaps to what I think is a most exciting transformation in our towns and communities, and that's the Airbnb revolution. In 2017, Jamaica welcomed 59,500 Airbnb guests. 59,500 Airbnb guests. And that year we actually went to, myself, Minister Bartlett and the team went to Airbnb headquarters in San Francisco to meet with the executive leadership team there. And they were saying that they think Jamaica is going to grow and skyrocket. Last year, Jamaica welcomed nearly 840,000 Airbnb guests. 1,300% increase in Airbnb guests. And that's bringing in over, and that's local and international visitors, for full clarification. But that's bringing in over $32 billion in revenue into the pockets of Airbnb operators and owners. So what we're seeing is the democratization of tourism, from Trenchtown, where you have Airbnb facilities, to Treasure Beach, where you have Airbnb facilities, to Portland, where Mr. Crawford knows you have many Airbnb facilities, to Negril, where we have Airbnb facilities. Everyday Jamaicans are opening their doors, their culture, and their talents to the world, and earning income. And see a picture there with tourists in flankers. It is an amazing situation. This, Mr. President, when you see tourists walking up and down in flankers, it's community tourism in action. It's not just talk, it's in action. So, Mr. President, while we're investing in our people and creative potential, we cannot speak of sustainable tourism without speaking of the people who make it happen, the workers, the creatives, the innovators. You know, we have to highlight. We implemented, brainchild of Minister Bartlett and the team, the Tourism Workers Pension Scheme, a global first. And now we have over 10,000 contributors signed up and $4 billion Jamaican dollars in investment under the Tourism Workers Pension Scheme, and it still don't reach anywhere. We did that. In 2024, last year, we launched Entertainers and Creatives Insurance Plan that ensures our cultural icons, and Minister Johnson Smith spoke to this, are protected. And just yesterday, we launched a Tourism Entertainment Academy under the Tourism Enhancement Fund. And Minister Bartlett and Minister Grange launched the Tourism Entertainment Academy, which falls under the Tourism Enhancement Fund, which is providing training, Mr. President, mentorship, Mr. President, and industry linkages to performers, to creatives, and to cultural entrepreneurs. Mr. President, this is not just talk. This is concrete, budget-backed actions that give Jamaicans tools to build a future in the world's most dynamic industry. And just to point out, in light of the fact that my leg was pulled, in the linkages space, and I want us to focus now on the micro and small level. I'm not going to talk about the big boys. But our speed networking initiatives has pumped $1 billion into the economy over the last several years. And that's for micro and small players, connecting them with the hoteliers. Then we also have, and there will be more growth. We also have agri-linkages exchange. We set up a platform with RADA. We came together. And we have 2,000 small farmers registered on our agri-linkages exchange. And last year alone, just last year, for these 2,000 farmers, small farmers, $450 million in sales for 4.5 million kilograms of produce. And that's just one piece of the chain, one piece, because many of these farmers have their own arrangements with hotels and so on. And beyond that, our partnership with Exim Bank. The Tourism Enhancement Fund has an excellent partnership with Exim Bank because we want to teach people how to fish. We want to teach them how to grow their business and, do well. $1.93 billion in loans to small and medium tourism enterprises last year alone, benefiting over 300 entrepreneurs, including people probably known by you, my good friend, Senator Allen. And I can go on and on. Mr. President, let us celebrate progress. Let's not tear it down. Far too often in this country, and there's a reason why I use the word progress on here, Sir Floyd. Too often in this country, we allow negativity, and forgive me, but bad mind, to cloud our collective vision. We downplay achievements, we distort the truth, and we dismiss progress. And I'm using that word deliberately. Mr. President, let us rise above that. Let us acknowledge, for example, the massive reduction in murders and serious crimes in the country, which is giving a resurgence of hope in many communities. Now let's look at our airlift strategy. Let's touch quickly on our airlift strategy, because a part of that airlift strategy really is to diversify the sources of our tourists. We can't continue to rely on the United States and Canada for everything. It's just the truth. So let me be unequivocal. On March 26, 2025, the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority published an application from Emirates Airline for a scheduled weekly service from Dubai to Montego Bay via Frankfurt, Germany, effective April 10, 2025. This is a legitimate, licensed airlift initiative by Emirates, with the Frankfurt-Montego Bay leg operated via Condor under code-share arrangements. So we settle that. Mr. President, some may seek to politicize and distort, but facts matter. And the facts show that Jamaica is being connected to the world like never before. Just last year, I don't want to go into a long presentation. American Airlines launched its first ever commercial flight to the Ian Fleming International Airport in St. Mary. And not only did they launch a flight, they are now moving up to daily service between Miami and Ian Fleming Airport in St. Mary. A game changer. We have United Airlines telling us last year in our meetings with their executives that Jamaica-bound flights have increased 50% since 2019. That's United Airlines, one of the largest carriers in the world. We have Avelo Airlines, which is a new American airline. It's set up in around, I think, 2021. They started their first international non-stop flight. You know which route? Hartford, Connecticut, and Montego Bay, Jamaica. The first international route by this relatively new American carrier. Then we have LATAM Airlines, which resumed non-stop flights between Lima, Peru, and Montego Bay, Jamaica. And the flights are operating at 85% load factors. And we are visa-free, and also it connects you with Brazil, it connects you with Argentina, it connects you with Chile, Bolivia, the whole works. And they know, our team is actually in South America as we speak, and they know are having discussions with them about increasing services from 3 flights per week to possibly daily service. And there are 2 more. Let me highlight 2 more. World to Fly. World to Fly is going to commence, and the flights are already basically sold out, by the way. Non-stop flights between Lisbon, Portugal, and Montego Bay, Jamaica, starting June of this year. And already, at early March, the flights were at 60% sold. And then, let's not forget our partners, Sir Damien, because you are a UE man. Let's not forget our partners in the region, the Caribbean. They're right there. So Bahamas here now having non-stop flights between Montego Bay and Nassau, Bahamas. We did that. Inter-Caribbean has flights between Kingston and Barbados. Liat has restarted services between Antigua and Jamaica. I mean, we are making progress on many fronts, and we expect more growth in the years to come. So these are flights. These are flights, not fiction. These are results, not rhetoric. And every new route means new visitors, new revenue, new jobs. Full stop. So, Mr. President, we're building a foundation for the future. And my other colleagues, I'm sure, will comment on the capital expenditure in terms of the Spanish Town Hospital, the upgrading of schools, agricultural infrastructure, the upgrades to transportation, the national identification system, and we can go on and on. So in closing, Mr. President, this budget is not only sound in numbers. It is rich in vision, firm in principle, and bold in execution. So let us not be distracted by noise. Let us not allow the critics to dim the light of progress, and I keep using that word deliberately. Let us rise together. Let us rise together and declare that Jamaica is moving forward with sound leadership, social focus, and strategic investment. I am proud to support this budget, Mr. President, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Siverite. Thank you very much. Senator Allen, safe drive, go over. Senator Dr. Morris.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to...
I'm sorry, Scott Motley, just fix that microphone for him. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to this debate on the appropriations bill for 2025. And I do so, Mr. President, understanding very well the time of the day. But I will nevertheless try to do justice to the presentation that I have prepared. Mr. President, the appropriations bill is one of the many money bills that comes to the Senate from time to time. And so we are very much cognizant of the fact that in the Senate, we can't make any changes to the bill. But we can comment on the legislation as is our right to do. And so, Mr. President, there are a number of issues that the appropriation bill covers that I will try to present a position from the opposition, and these will be confined to the issue of housing, persons with disabilities, and senior citizens. But, Mr. President, you know, I couldn't but help to comment on the presentation from the Most Honorable Prime Minister, who I happened to have started listening to whilst I was overseas. But as I listened to the presentation, I was wondering if it was a moment of paramnesia that was being encountered by the most honorable Prime Minister based on some of the things that I heard him saying that constitute nothing more than historical revisionism. And I wondered if, I know that the PM has capacity, but I was wondering if it is the person who presented the speech in its substantial nature was responsible for some of those, what I regard as nonsense that I heard being uttered. I am making my presentation, so I don't listen to the noise in the background. Mr. President, as I listened to the presentation of the PM, and I heard my colleague, Senator Crawford, aptly disregarding and dismissing some of those information. I said that I couldn't understand how is it that they failed to tell the country of some of the fundamental changes that took place in Jamaica between 1989 and 2007. And one of them that I remember clearly is the fact that we had to undergo a major change to the Telecommunications Act, which the government of 1988, led by then Prime Minister Edward Seaga, granted a 50-year license, monopoly license, that it would, if we had allowed it to continue, would be still in effect today because that license would have ended in 2038. And I sat in this chamber and listened and participated in the debate in 1999 when members of the opposition opposed the bill. And so, Mr. President, when I hear some of the utterances, I have to wonder. But Mr. President, as I listened to the PM's presentation, and what he had to say about housing, I said to myself, there was nothing transformational that came out of that presentation. Because the truth is that every prime minister in Jamaica have sought to increase the loan limit for contributors to the NHT. Every prime minister have sought to use interest rate mechanisms to NHT contributors. So there was nothing new or transformational that came out of the presentation from the most honorable Prime Minister where housing is concerned. And I want to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to just address something that I have heard uttered in this chamber before, and I heard the PM mention it as well in the past. And as it relates to the whole issue of housing construction by the NHT under different administrations. And I happen to have done some research, Mr. President, using data from the NHT annual report. And it is a source that anyone here can access. And That is the importance of good research, because replicability is a foundational feature of good research. And so I looked at the period between 1999 to 2024 because it gives a balanced period, 13 years for the PNP, 13 years for the JLP. And I'm just going to make quick mention of what has happened over the 26-year period. For NHT houses, that is housing units that have been built by the NHT, 40,298 houses that have been built, and this would cover both administrations over the 26-year period. 23,964 build and own land, and for this, it's a total of 64,262 units that have been built. But interestingly, during that time, for the administration of the JLP, which would be from 2008 to 2011 under Bruce Golding, and from 2016 to present, you have a total of 27,290. 27,290. And then for the PNP, during that time, between 1999 to 2007, and then from 2012 to 2015, you're talking about another 37,900 units. So when you do the mathematical calculation, Mr. President, there is a net of 9,500 thereabout in favor of the PNP administration during the period. And this is data that I have accessed through the National Housing Trust annual reports. So everybody can access it and see the information there. So, you know, Mr. President, I just want to state and place that on the record. And, Mr. President, another thing that I want to point out in this debate is the fact that in the fiscal policy paper that was presented in the budget debate, I took note of the fact that it highlighted that some 15,009 houses were to be built in the year 2024-2025. But according to the fiscal policy paper, less than 3,000 of those units were delivered. Less than 3,000 of those units were delivered. And I said to myself, what could have really contributed to this sort of inefficiency? Because that doesn't constitute 1/3 of the total amount of houses that were planned to be delivered by the administration. And it means that something is fundamentally wrong with the housing policies of the administration. And that is why, Mr. President, in the leader of the opposition's presentation, we put forward some transformational approaches to ease the housing crisis that is being experienced by Jamaicans today. And we have stated in the presentation of the leader of the opposition that we are going to be repurposing the National Housing Trust. We are going to be restoring the institution to be focusing on building affordable houses for the contributors of the NHT. Moving away from the situation, Mr. President, where the NHT has embarked upon constructing houses that cost anywhere between $29 and $38 million for contributors. We're going to be shifting the focus, and we're going to be making sure that the institution engage upon what it was mandated to do originally, and that is to provide affordable housing to the contributors. And we have stated, Mr. President, that we are going to stop the annual extraction of $11.4 billion from the trust to fund the annual budget, and we are going to be pumping back that money into the NHT to contribute to the building of houses and providing of mortgages to the contributors. Mr. President, Mr. President, we have stated in our presentation through the leader of the opposition that one of the seminal approaches that we are going to be making is the removal of the land portion of the cost for a house to contributors to the NHT. Because, Mr. President, we have done our analysis, we have done our research, and realized that this is one of the major cost factors in terms of the price of housing in Jamaica. And if you remove that from the pricing mechanism for houses in terms of NHT contributors, then you will see a sizable reduction in the cost of houses. I mean, it's estimated that anywhere between $2.5 to $3 million will be saved by those individuals accessing the contribution through the NHT. So, Mr. President, that is huge, and that is indeed transformational. And we believe that it is going to go a far way in making sure that our citizens access affordable housing in Jamaica. Indeed, Mr. President, for the past 13 years, sorry about that. For the past 13 years, $148 billion have been taken out of the NHT to support the budget of Jamaica. And we believe that it is only fair that we should give back to our citizens for some form of sacrifice that they have made to this country. And this is what we have come up with to assist in lowering the cost of housing to our people. Mr. President, we have indicated that we are going to be providing a special grant facility for young people to be able to access funding in terms of the deposit for their houses. This is huge, Mr. President, because a lot of young people graduate from universities, and when they graduate, they get a job and they want to purchase a home, but they can't find the deposit in order to fund the purchase of their home. And so what has to happen, Mr. President, is the state has to assist these individuals in order to stimulate and encourage them in their professional development. And we have decided that we are going to be establishing this $1 billion fund that young people can access and get funding in order to pay the deposit for their home. That, Mr. President, is indeed transformational. Mr. President, we have also indicated, Mr. President, that we are going to be positioning the HAJ as the lead housing developer for the government of Jamaica, and for them to drive the construction of low-income houses in the country. Because, Mr. President, we have recognized and realized that the HAJ as an institution, the HAJ, Mr. President, is one of those institutions that we have to make sure that it have a focus trajectory in terms of the housing development market. And we are going to be letting that institution focus on driving low-income housing development across Jamaica. And we have indicated that over a 5-year period, we are going to be rolling out over 50,000 of these low-income houses. And these individuals will benefit from the exclusion of the land portion of the cost for the houses. So they are going to see a significant reduction in the cost of their houses. Mr. President, we have also indicated, Mr. President, that we are going to be implementing the program for the orderly renewal and transformation of infrastructure in all areas, the Portia Initiative, because we believe that we have to continue or make sure that we engage in the renovation of inner city communities, tearing down zinc fences and building sidewalks to allow for persons with disabilities and senior citizens to travel with ease and comfort across the country. Mr. President, we also will be using the Portia Initiative to complete all of those community development schemes under Operation Pride that have been ignored by this administration. So all those titles that are outstanding and the infrastructure that needs to be improved and completed, we are committing to those residents in the over 47 communities across this country that help is on the way, because the Portia is coming and we are going to be improving your communities. Mr. President, you know, when I was listening to the PM's presentation, I heard the PM made mention of a letter that he received from someone relating to persons with disabilities, and that they asked him to remember persons with disabilities because they saw someone with a disability being abused on a JUTC bus. And so, Mr. President, I was looking forward to hearing something transformational coming from the PM as it relates to persons with disabilities. But I was extremely disappointed. I was extremely disappointed. And the PM said in his presentation that the letter that he received, it came in the form of hieroglyphics. And as I listened to the PM's presentation, I brought back my memory to a letter that I wrote to the PM in 2021. And I am going to, Mr. President, when I was growing up, they said the empty barrel makes the most noise. Yes. And Mr. President, I decided that I was going to bring the letter here because mine wasn't written in hieroglyphics. It was written in Arial font size 12. And so it is quite legible for even a blind person to see and read. So the letter is captioned Employment of Graduates with Disabilities from Tertiary Institutions. And I'm just going to read a quick part of it. Let me take this opportunity to express best wishes to you and your government for the year 2021 and beyond. I am sending this letter because of the troubling situation as it relates to the employment of students with disabilities who have been graduating from our tertiary institutions. It has been brought to my attention a number of these individuals who have not been able to find gainful employment and as such have been devising different strategies for survival. Prime Minister, these are marginalized individuals who have fought against the odds and made it to the highest level of the education system. They do exceptionally well at the tertiary level and most times graduate with honors. But upon graduating, they have found it extremely difficult to secure a job to continue their advancement in the society. And this can be very uncaring about persons with disabilities. Now, Mr. President, I make mention of this letter because I would have thought, having gone on to cite the problem, I also put forward some solutions to the PM and asked that, we make myself available for any discussion. Well, I have not even gotten an acknowledgement of the letter from the PM. This is 2021, and we are now 2025. And I say, Mr. President, and he won't be here for long. He won't be here for long. But, Mr. President, I would have thought that a progressive Prime Minister, seeing the suggestions that I put forward that could ease the plight of persons with disabilities, would have responded. But I realize what really happened in the budget debate. Because having listened and seen this progressive and transformational policy approaches that have been adopted by the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, when he made mention of the establishment of the National Disability Fund that is designed to provide a plethora of support for persons with disabilities in Jamaica. He indicated, Mr. President, that there's estimated about 16% of our population, over 400,000 individuals with a disability. It's a sizable portion of our population. But yet still, less than 1% of our annual budget goes towards services for these individuals. And so what we are going to be doing is to make sure that on an annual basis, we are going to be earmarking funds from the budget to populate the National Disability Fund that will engage in, among other things, making sure that the JCPD is properly resourced, make sure, Mr. President, that we provide assistive technologies for persons with disabilities, provide support for non-governmental organizations catering to persons with disabilities, improving the sidewalk for persons with disabilities, and making sure that we provide educational support for persons with disabilities who are attending tertiary institutions. These are transformational initiatives that would seek to bring about persons with disabilities in the mainstream of Jamaican society. And I have to embrace and support these initiatives, Mr. President, because, I came across a signature note from my friend Gloria Goff at the Combined Disabilities Association on her email. And the note says that you can't claim success if you are alone at the top. And Mr. President, it is a profound statement because, I have been very, very frustrated because I have made significant advancement as an individual, rising to the rank of a professor in the field of politics and disability studies, Senator Abka Fitz-Henley, the first in the 75-year history of the university, the first in the Caribbean, the first in Latin America.
Mr. President, the speaker's time having expired, might it be extended to permit him to complete his
Members would
presentation?
have heard, thank you, Minister. Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, being at this level, you want to make sure that opportunities are created for the vast majority of persons with disabilities out there to be able to travel on a pathway that will lead to their personal success. And we have a bottleneck situation in our society, Mr. President, where after persons with disability reach the high school level, they have nowhere else to go because of various barriers that are in their pathway. And I tell you, Mr. President, as I mentioned that, I have to say this because, I remember 2019, December 6th. Senator Morgan, you weren't here to be a part of it. But I remember, because they have been talking about HEART, NTA, and providing training for Jamaicans. I remember when I moved an amendment to the motion, Senator Lambert Brown, to include the words persons with disabilities in the legislation, because they were amalgamating the National Youth Service, Jamal, and are together. And I made the suggestion for that to be included. And the government opposed the amendment that I put forward. I called for a divide if that wasn't enough. And they voted down the amendment. And I say, you can't tell me, you can't tell us about the disability agenda because you have not demonstrated to be responsive to the issues relating to persons with disabilities. Fool yourself. Fool yourself. Mr. President, I also want to indicate our strong stance and support for the senior citizens of our country. And our support, Mr. President, has been manifested in the tabling of that resolution that I made in 2021 and was finally approved in the Senate last year. And we are currently deliberating the modalities of future legislation. And I want to personally, Mr. President, give commendations to the designated chairman for that special select committee, Senator Golding, for the way how she has been handling the committee thus far. But I want to indicate to Senator Golding and the government and to Jamaica as a whole that when Mark Golding becomes Prime Minister and the People's National Party becomes the government of Jamaica, we are going to be bringing that legislation to its logical conclusion by establishing the Elderly Care and Protection Act of Jamaica. Because we believe that we must close the circle in terms of protecting the most marginalized in Jamaica. We did it with the Child Care and Protection Act in 1998. We did it with the Disabilities Act in 2014, and we are going to do it whenever the election is called and Mark Golding becomes the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Mr. President, I support this legislation because we have no choice. But I say, Mr. President, we are yet to hear from the government any transformational measures as it relates to housing, as it relates to persons with disabilities, as it relates to senior citizens in Jamaica. We have put forward, Mr. President, transformational housing initiative to make sure that our young people get a grant to pay their deposit for their homes. We have put forward transformational initiative to lower the cost of housing by removing the land portion of the cost of houses in Jamaica. We have introduced and put to the country transformational initiative to establish the National Disability Fund to protect our persons with disabilities. And we have put forward transformational initiative to ensure that we protect our senior citizens in our country. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. Senator Morris Dixon.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the 2025-26 appropriation bill. And this bill, which we have before us today, whilst fiscally responsible, is still transformational and yields a budget that places our young people, our workforce, and our nation's future at its heart. This budget reflects the aspirations of the Jamaican people. It reflects the parent who dreams of a better life for their child, the student that seeks knowledge to unlock opportunity, and the entrepreneur who wants to build a better future. Mr. President, this is no ordinary budget in no ordinary time. This is the final budget before the upcoming general elections, and with that, it holds special significance. And Mr. President, one of the reasons I'm really happy to be able to stand here today and to speak on the budget is because when I was at the University of the West Indies, I had to listen to the budget. And I recall a professor that I had, Professor Trevor Monroe, as a part of one of our courses, we had to listen. We had to listen to the budget presentation, and as a research assistant, I had to actually do work. I had to write on the budget. And that was during the time of the PMP administration during the late 1990s into the 2000s. And so it was a very interesting time for me because I've been engaging with the budget for a long time. And to be here to speak on it is really great. But I remember those days when I would listen to the budget. And each year you would be stressed out. You'd hear the taxes. You'd hear the pain afterwards, people decrying the budget. And all the other things that they used to hear all the time. I don't know if you remember. You'd always hear that things were on the runway. We were poised to do things. The pipeline was coming and poised for takeoff. There's a lot of language like that. But then it never really happened. And again, there were always all these additional taxes. But today, what do we see when we look at an appropriation bill and we talk about the budget? We see no new taxes, which is something I never thought was possible. And I'm honest with you, I never thought I would see that kind of a Jamaica. We see the economic fundamentals of our economy being very sound. We see unemployment at the lowest in history. And my colleague, who I really like, we both went to the University of the West Indies and we both studied economics together, noted the labor statistics. And he was looking at the unemployment numbers. And he was looking at this really big number of persons who are outside of the labor force and making this claim that even though we're at our lowest in history of 3.5%, that's not good enough, that there is still something to be done. But the reality is, as we were both taught at UWI, is that when you see a statistic that may seem confounding to you, you have to dig into it and do a lot more work. And actually, when you look at the global data, when you look at global participation rate, and you look at ILO, the ILO statistics are very clear, that the world average for labor participation is about 60%. Jamaica is at 68.1%. So our labor participation rate is actually above world average. And actually, if you look at the US data, US labor participation is 62.4%. We are above the US in terms of labor participation. And if you look at Barbados, it's about 50-something% in terms of labor participation. So when you look at that number, it actually tells a different story than what you were presenting. It's actually a very good story for Jamaica. And I know for me, my thought was always, I need to get all of them to work. The reality is that for various reasons, there may be different reasons why they're not in work, and we have to do that and work on that. And so just noting that that data was very off. And there's a lot of data. It's nice to see data and see it in the Senate. but it's important that we use the numbers right. And today we're having Maths Day across Jamaica. So our students are doing a lot of work with statistics. And it is important that they understand how to use statistics properly. And I will quote Mark Twain about the 3 types of lies. And this is my quote of him. There are 3 types. There are lies, really bad lies, and statistics offered by Senator Crawford. Those are the 3 types of lies. And I'll go back to the good news. Unemployment is, and of course I'll tell you, if you like to read, Mr. President, you know, Mark Twain wrote The Adventures of Huck Finn, which many of us had to do in high school. There is a new book that was done, I think it was one of the top books of last year, that rewrote the story and told Jim's story. And it was beautiful, James. It's a beautiful book and I recommend it to everyone. But back to the good news, unemployment is at its lowest, debt is more manageable, and all these things go on and on. And I am extremely proud of our country. I am proud to know also that this bill is not a document of promises. It is real. It's real. It's a tangible demonstration of our administration's commitment to progress, prosperity, and the people of Jamaica. And Mr. President, I'm going to limit myself to just education, skills, and youth because, you know, I don't want to keep us here all night because I could. So, Mr. President, because we're serious about achieving growth through the Aspire strategy as articulated by the Prime Minister, we're very serious about developing and empowering our human capital, our people, and especially our youth, to thrive in a dynamic global economy. This budget invests heavily in education and skills training, creating new opportunities for young Jamaicans, workers, and those seeking to reinvent themselves. One of the things I'm most happy about is when a retiree comes and tells me they're going to Hart because they're thinking about the next career, and that is what we want to see. Mr. President, yes, we are funding traditional education across all levels, but we're doing much more than that. We are also heavily investing in hands-on training using modern technology to prepare our students and our people for emerging industries. Mr. President, we cannot speak about the new paradigm for education without first acknowledging the critical importance of science and technology. This is why this budget allocates $400 million to establish state-of-the-art STEAM labs in our technical high schools across Jamaica. And we are not doing a little dibby-dibby lab. In these labs, we're gonna have all our robotics kits. We're gonna have the drone technology in there. We're looking at virtual welding simulators. We have hydroponic stations, 3D printers, and much more technology in all 14 of our technical high schools. By investing in these tools in a broad way, we're ensuring that our students, no matter where they come from, have access to cutting-edge resources that will prepare them for the careers of the future. The opportunities of the future cannot and will not be limited to just a few. When the whole administration says we are a STEAM country, we are really committed to that. We're committed to building a future-ready workforce for every single child. Our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, also outlined several new initiatives by heart, and I won't go into detail in them. One of them was the expanded apprenticeship program, and this is also coming from conversations with the private sector, where apprenticeship is really important, and we need to focus more heavily on apprenticeship. And so we're working throughout this year coming, in this new fiscal year, we will be working to improve our apprenticeship programs because we understand that our young people can learn so much more on the job than in a classroom. And so that's very important. And as a pilot, we're doing 300 young people will participate in a paid apprenticeship where they will earn a stipend anywhere between $13,500 and $16,500 and gain on-the-job experience. We also do something which is important, which is teaching them how to save. We have a 10% portion of the earnings that go to compulsory savings so that at the end they have a little something that they can leave with them. And we're starting that pilot with the Standal's Corporate University, and this will be focused more on construction and hospitality around the tourism industry. And we believe these apprenticeship models are really, really important. When you look in the UK, you look in Europe, apprenticeships matter a lot. I remember when I was in banking and I would meet the head of a bank in London, and they'll tell me they started as an apprentice. In Jamaica, we kind of have a bad connotation towards things like that. It is the way it should be. You learn banking on the job. So we think of it as only particular skills areas. But it's actually many, many other areas where it's important that you get that kind of on-the-job learning. And we have to retake that work of apprenticeship and show to Jamaica that this is the way we're going to get the kind of skills that we need going forward. Another one that came up was in relation to a grant of up to $300,000 to HEART NSTA Level 4 graduates that are pursuing STEM-related programs. And this is important, and this is why, you know, we don't have unending money. We have to try to look at how do we get the best return on our investment. And so what you have to do is look at where do you put the money. We have said we want to be a STEAM country. We believe it is important to focus on the STEM area. So what we've said to our HEART graduates is that if you're in a STEM program, the mechatronics or optoelectronics, any of those STEM areas, that if you get to level 4, no questions asked, you just get a $300,000 grant for you to start your business, to buy your tools, whatever you want. So what we're trying to do is to encourage our young people to go into the areas where we know money is. There's a lot of demand in the future for these areas already, for these areas. And so we're encouraging our students and giving them a little incentive also in going in that direction. Mr. President, the Prime Minister's script was very extensive, as you heard, and he wasn't able to do everything. And if you look at page 58 to 59 of the official document, there was an initiative that was not read into the Hansard, and I would like to do so. Mr. President, in the upcoming fiscal year, we will launch a pilot program aimed at empowering 200 young people with foundational training in creative and business skills through HEART. This is Jamaica's first ever cultural apprenticeship program. Participants will gain invaluable hands-on experience by working alongside both local and international creatives, including event planners, promoters, entertainers, artisans, sculptors, filmmakers, and content creators to complete their training. While undergoing this practical apprenticeship, participants will receive, of course, a monthly stipend of $69,000 from the trust. And two, it is called the Cultural Apprenticeship Program. And so we're also doing this across the board. We're asking members of parliament to nominate students for this program. And it's important because what it's saying is that we are looking at different areas that we may not have focused on and providing opportunities for young people in that area. And Mr. President, we hear our young people asking all the time for a structured pathway into the creative industries. The administration has heard our young people, and we have delivered for them through this program. Since 2020, Mr. President, the HEART NSTA Trust has provided over 552,534 young Jamaicans with skills training. That's a lot of people. 500,000 people have gone through. These programs have opened doors for those who once believed their dreams were out of reach. And with the reduction or elimination of tuition fees in 2023, we saw more and more students deciding, let me go to HEART, let me get that skill that I've always wanted to. So all these programs, including LIFT and CARE, are really important, Mr. President. And I have to say, yes, LIFT is 500 students. Yes, CARE is 1,300. But there are over 150 students that have gone through, 1,000 students that have gone through HEART after the elimination of fees. And so, but what we have to understand is that there are unique pockets of young people that may need to be reached in a different way. And so LIFT is for those who we know, kind of like you and me, you know, may have finished high school, you know, smart, have some CXCs, but maybe not really sure where you want to go, and your family may not be able to help you in figuring out life like that. LIFT is for them. LIFT is saying, all right, I see the potential in you. I know you're not from a family that may be able to help you through, but we're going to. We're going to give you all your social documents. We're going to teach you how to drive so that when you decide to go university, you already have your driver's license. And it's not just because, you know, you didn't grow up in a family that had a car, you were taking the bus. We believe you must own your car. And so we say, yes, you have the potential. Let me give you all of these documents, including your driver's license. Let me give you a job so that you can go into a professional environment, so you can see what it is like to be professional. You may not have grown up with it, but it is useful to be able to see that and really operate in that environment. And that's what CARE is about. It's not about everybody. It's about a finite group of young people who are just really brilliant, but very poor and from poor families and may want to have that gap year. And usually gap years, when you think of a gap year, is for the rich people children. So what we're doing is giving a gap year to our poor people children so that they too can use that 1 year to empower themselves and to see the world in a different way. That's what CARE is. That's what it is. And it's not for everybody. So yes, it's 500, but it's 500 young people who go into the world different. They go in the world with confidence. They're different. When you talk to any of those children on LIFT, they're different. In our own parliament, monitoring and doing the switching of the feed, was a LIFT student up there in that room that never would have had that kind of opportunity. And so those programs are important. And I'm sorry for taking up time, but Mr. President, I had to. Because it's just 500, but it's important 500. And this year we're going to do another 500 of them in the same manner. And then for CARE, CARE is a different cohort. We go around, we see all those young men on the corner all the time. We see them. And even though HEART is free, they cannot go to HEART. They tell you, they say, look, yes, it's free, but I still need to eat. My mother still needs me to hustle and give her something at the end of the week. And so I can't. There's a big opportunity cost to going to HEART. And so what we do with CARE is to focus on them. A lot of the CARE students that we've gotten aren't literate. They're not literate. But we take them in and we say, yes, okay, you are where you are. And we're going to take you to somewhere else. And so we're doing the literacy work with them. We're doing the counseling work with them. That's a part that we don't even talk about a lot. A lot of these young men on the corner, they're addicted to substances. We have to be doing the counseling with the drug abuse council, helping us to deal with those issues. That's a different cohort. So there are many different cohorts that we're trying to reach. And I think we're doing a very good job, and there's more to be done. There's more to be done. There's a lot more to be done, and we're going to keep doing it. So, Mr. President, these programs, all the programs we have, and I haven't talked about all of them, there's so many, touch real people. And the Prime Minister had 2 beneficiaries who were here that were really great examples of how these programs that may be small really have impact. And Mr. President, the global workforce is changing rapidly. And AI is at the forefront of that change. And Jamaica cannot be left behind. And that is why we had our National Artificial Intelligence Task Force set up, and it gave us a report. And our Ministry of Education is one of the first in the world to have an AI policy in education. That is a big deal. What that says is that we're not afraid of the new technology. We are using it and we're encouraging it. I don't know if any of you know, but we just introduced a program with our teachers where AI can do the marking for them. And it's it is so amazing to see. It cuts back. I mean, I was a teacher once, and I remember how long I used to have to mark work, and that was the worst part of being a teacher, is marking the papers. And now you don't have to do that. We're actually piloting this with some of our schools to see how it works. And the interesting thing is that we, at the ministry, we can actually see the results real time. So as it marks it, we can see how the schools are doing. So that's really one example of how we're already using AI. And there's much more that we're doing at heart. NSTA Trust, we're about to introduce a prompt engineering course. That's like one of the most important courses in AI going forward. And this course will train students and public servants in AI tools to give our workforce an opportunity to equip itself to be able to use AI and to leverage AI and work smarter. We will also be producing, and during this year, the first state-of-the-art AI lab in Jamaica. Many countries are just dreaming of that. And we're partnering with the Amber Group, where developers, researchers, and students can create Jamaican-led AI solutions. And every time there's an AI hackathon, I get happy, because our young people are already using open source AI to do fantastic things. They're already starting to think about solving the problems in Jamaica, and we have to encourage that so much more. You saw the Prime Minister demonstrate a part of the Jamaica Learning Assistant program that we have, where any child can take up a phone and can go on it and do work. You can do science, you can do maths on it. It will help you. It gives you whatever you want. Mind maps, you want your jokes, it can give you a quiz. It can do anything. And that's the kind of thing we want, and that's the kind of world we want. Yesterday, in the evening, one of my children was doing her work, and she had her device. And I don't like the device during the week, but I'm that kind of parent. But she was saying, but mommy, I need the device. And I was like, why you need the device? And she said, because in the evening, daddy showed her how to take a picture of the notes from the day and upload it into AI, and then it develops a quiz, so it asks her questions, and that's how she studies in the evening. Our children understand the value of AI. And what we have to do is to empower them and support them in that. And using technology like this, it means that it don't matter where you are, how great the school is, you are going to have the resources available for you to thrive. And this is really, really important to me, us having this technology in the hands of our children. And the part I love the most is that it understands patois. So you can speak to it in patois, and it will be able to understand and give you an answer in English or patois, depending on what you choose. And so I'm very much looking forward to that being rolled out in the coming months. So access to quality education across the piece. Exactly. No barriers, no limitations. No barriers. Mr. President, this project also addresses the long-term problem of rural school transportation. For too long, students in rural communities have struggled with unreliable and expensive transportation. This budget allocated funding for a phased rollout of the national rural school bus system to ensure that every child, regardless of where they live, can get to school safely and affordably. So, Mr. President, phase 1 is already underway, and we're going to be adding some more buses. We're planning to add 12 additional 45-seater buses in the Montego Bay area. And by January 2026, we'll be able to deploy also an extra 100 fully refurbished buses across all parishes. Mr. President, I should also note our EMIS, which is a program that we've spoken about for many, many years, which is our Education Management Information System. That is very important, because you cannot make policy without data. And what we're doing is rolling this out in our schools, and during this year we have budget allocated to continue the rollout so that our students, we will have the information on our students. You know how attendance is taken. Attendance is taken from a big book. What will happen now is attendance will be digitally done. Also, the scores for the students will be digital. What kind of meals they get access to will all be there digitally. And so you can make better decisions as the Ministry of Education. The Prime Minister spoke about truancy being a problem with students missing school. This will help us a lot because you will be able to trigger alerts when a student is missing for more than a particular number of days so that you can have the interventions. And us at the ministry, we can see whether or not these interventions are taking place. So we're using the technology as much as we can, Mr. President, in order to make our education system better. Now, Mr. President, I had to watch all the budget presentations and take notes. And there were some things that were said that were a bit disappointing, and I have to look at the areas that I've said I would speak to and just address some things that were said. Let me start with STEM education. Mr. President, we're not building 6 STEM schools for just a few elite people. It's very important to note that STEM is a part of our national standard curriculum. We've infused STEM in every single way that we teach. And for any of you who have young children who are going through PEP, which I know is hard, but if you look at the curriculum and how everything is taught, everything is STEM. The entire curriculum is STEM. So these STEM schools, what we're doing in these STEM schools is having students have access to the best of the technology. But you notice, when I started, I also spoke about what's happening in our technical high schools, the investment in the 14 technical. So we're investing in those traditional 14 technical high schools. But in the 6 ones, we're also going to have cutting-edge technology. The best labs you can find in the world will be in those schools. But it will not just be for those who get the highest score in PEP. That is very important. That is not the policy intent of the government. And so we've started with the new STEAM labs in our technical high schools. We're going to continue to do that. And in our STEM education, we've given lots of laptops, a lot of interactive panels. You need to go to our schools. Schools look different than before. 700 of our schools have internet, and we're now rolling out Wi-Fi so that the students can get access to the internet and not just the office, because that's been a problem. When we put the internet in the schools, it's only the office have internet, but the students don't get to use it. And so that's why we're putting in place the infrastructure during this year so that our schools will also have Wi-Fi. Mr. President, we're also making major investments in literacy and numeracy. We're using more teaching hours, more hands-on interventions, and more technologies to give our students that extra helping hand. And that's very important, Mr. President, because literacy is a concern I have. And we cannot allow our children to leave school not numerate and literate. And so the ministry has to, and we have been doing this now, looking at how we can prevent our children from leaving school not being numerate and literate. And it is something that all of Jamaica has to be a part of. I'm also pleased to note, Mr. President, on the matter of those students who may be underperforming or schools that are underperforming, that we have an active program where we're targeting 56 high schools and 189 primary schools for interventions. And in these 56 high schools, they've been getting a lot of intervention. They've been working throughout the Christmas holiday. They have extended learning hours. During Easter, they'll be at school again because we understand that contact hours is very important. And if we're going to be addressing the learning issues that we find, we're going to have to extend time. And so we're doing a lot of targeted interventions there, Mr. President. We're also doing quite a bit of work with those who are falling behind. And so we're trying to start earlier, Mr. President. So all our children who did PEP 5 last year, all of them who ended up at Pathway 3, which meant they were below where they should be, What did we do? And that was 2,000 of our children last year, Mr. President. What we did was to identify all 2,000 of them, and all 2,000 of them, through a partnership with UWI, were assessed, and a report sent to every single one of their schools. So we're intervening, Mr. President, where our children may need assistance to do better in school. Oh, sorry.
Speaker's time having expired. Go ahead.
Speaker's time having expired, I ask that it be extended to allow her to complete her presentation.
The question is that the Speaker's time be extended to allow her to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. And Minister.
Mr. President, might standing orders be suspended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 4:30?
All right, so the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 to complete its business. Those in favor? Aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Mr.
Morris.
President and colleagues. All right, in terms of other suggestions that I heard about more support for special needs students, which is very close to my heart too. But Mr. President, we delivered a special needs policy that has been approved by Cabinet, which was very much needed, and we have delivered that. We have also increased the number of special education needs assistants, which some people call shadows, across the system. So we've increased the number of shadows that our children with special needs can have access to. And on top of that, we increased the numbers, and we also increased their salaries by 50%, Mr. President. So we've done quite a bit in that area of special needs. Is more needed? Absolutely. And one of the key areas relates to diagnostics, because there is a long waiting list for children with special needs to get assessed. And so one of the commitments we made was that we would do one more diagnostic center, and in the budget it is provided for, and that will be at Case. And so in this financial year in Portland, we're going to have a new diagnostic center at Case. And you can imagine, individuals in Portland, St. Mary, they have to come all the way into Kingston in order to get their child assessed. And so we're putting it closer to them, and this is something that's really important, and we're working to see how we can get more individuals that can do these assessments. One of the issues we do have is that we don't have enough people qualified to do the assessments. And I have said in my meeting with UWI, in particular, you know, the government is giving the university a lot of money. The university has to provide graduates that link back to our priorities. And this is one of the areas I spoke to. We need to have more people who are graduating in areas where they can do these assessments. Another area where we have a lot of need for are speech therapists, the occupational therapists. I was on a waiting list for a speech therapist for one of my children, and I gave up and I had to go to Google to try things to help her. So and the cost is prohibitive too if you do get in. And so I understand the issues there, but we need more graduates in that area. And that's why when we talk about our education policy generally, it needs to be aligned with what we need. And so we have a lot of students who graduate with programs that may not be what we need. And so we have to do a better realignment of our priorities in that respect. Mr. President, if you want to see the impact of our education and skills policy, you can look no further than the rate of unemployment in relation to youth. The most recently calculated youth unemployment rate in Jamaica is 11%. 11%. And this is down from 34.5% in May 2025. It's a big reduction in youth unemployment, and a part of that is linked to the skills training and also the good performance of the economy. Now, I also heard, and I'm just responding to what I heard, some of the suggestions just to give context. I heard a suggestion around laptops for teachers, which was curious, because we have issued 26,210 vouchers to teachers. 26,000 vouchers, and these vouchers are valued between $90,000 to $120,000. So a teacher gets the voucher, and there are a list of providers, and you go there with your voucher and you just pick up your laptop. 26,210 vouchers have been issued. 25,300 have been redeemed. So over 25,000 teachers have taken their voucher, gone to the store, and gotten their laptop. So for those 1,000 who haven't, remember that you still have your voucher. Please go and get your laptop. But there is no issue. There is no issue with us not providing the resources to our teachers. And this is in addition to, during COVID, we gave 25,000 tablets to our teachers. So, Mr. President, I'm not sure I understand the laptops for teachers proposal, because we've already done it. We've already done it. We also, in relation to our teachers, one of the key things for me, I found, is that our teachers want to be as good as they can. They aspire to teach as best as possible to their children, and I've seen that. And I remember before I became minister when they had an AI session, or it was right after I became minister at UWI. UWI had a lovely AI session for teachers. And they never thought they were going to get a lot of take-up because, you know, AI was just new, it was just being talked about. It was oversubscribed. Our teachers wanted to know about AI. And what have we done? We have looked at many programs. We have the Digital Jamaica program that is working with our teachers in terms of how to use the technology that we're putting in the classroom. We have the STEAM Education in Schools program that is also working with the teachers and teaching them how they can use technology more because they get the laptop. How do you turn that laptop into something that really makes learning exciting for your students? And so we're doing that. You have the STEM for Growth Foundation that is working at MICO, for example, and also UTEC, that's looking at how you train the teachers in the teacher training institution so that using technology is natural to them. And so you see that happening at the same time. At UWI, they have a new simulation lab, and it's so fascinating when you go up there. You can use you have all of the new technology, all of the nice flashy screens that you can find, and you can also use augmented reality. They're teaching at UWI our teachers to be how to use augmented reality in their classrooms. This is not, I'm not making any of this up. This is reality under our administration. It's a different Jamaica. It's a completely different Jamaica that we are building and equipping our students for the future. I heard a lot about scholarships. Mr. President, this government has a very targeted mechanism to support our students through grants and scholarships. And we want as many students as possible to get a degree. As many as possible. And that's a dream, too, that I have of more people having a tertiary education and having a tertiary degree. But I also, as Minister of Skills, recognize, too, that some of the top-paying jobs in the world are skills jobs. And you don't need a degree for that. Yes. And so it's very important that we look at both sides. We channel students towards skills while also looking at university. But in terms of scholarships, the government has looked, where do we need people? And that's why we said we're going to prioritize scholarships for the teachers, and especially the teachers who do science-based subjects, so science and maths. That's a priority of the government. Then we have said healthcare. We have a new hospital in terms of the Children's Hospital, the Western Children's Hospital, and we also have the new and improved Cornwall Regional Hospital. We need professionals there. We need professionals across the whole system. And so we developed the Barry Wint Memorial Scholarship, which was 607 scholarships, $2.5 billion over 5 years. We also have the Marcus Garvey Scholarship because we love our public sector workers. And so that's $1 billion in scholarship for our public sector workers. We also did a scholarship program last year where every member of parliament was allocated funds to give scholarships to students in their constituency. We have HEART that's doing specific scholarships that relate to housing and other areas related there. We also spoke about the STEM scholarships that we have because we understand where the world is going and that we need to get there. In addition to that, the Student Loan Bureau gives 4,200 grants. Those are grants, not loans. And we've spoken this year in the budget about changes at the Student Loan Bureau. And a lot of those that were put in came directly from the mouths of our young people. And we will continue to add more. We'll continue to do more as we've done in the past. In terms of housing and young people, Mr. President, I just wanted to note very quickly that the NHT reserves up to 10% of housing solutions for those who are under 35 years old. And that's not a wishful idea, it's actually real. And if you go to Estuary 2 in St. James, that housing scheme, 21% of the units went to those under 35. 21% went to people under 35. And if you look at Union Acres, also in St. James, 13% of the units went to our young people under 35. There was also discussion of a nutritional support program, which was called EASE, and it was supposed to provide a daily lunch meal at primary and secondary school for all children who need it. And there was a commitment to extending daily breakfast. So, Mr. President, let me tell you what we are doing. We currently spend approximately almost $9 billion for over 150,000 students to get a breakfast, snack, and or a midday meal. It is a sizable investment, and one thing that's not usually communicated also is that we provide 35,000 vouchers to basic school students. So these are in private institutions, but we know that they are in food insecure households, and so we provide the support directly to the schools. So, Mr. President, in many times this is coupled with products from the Nutritional Products Limited. And guess what? I have something for you. I brought some of the food that we give to our children, just to show you. I don't know if you've had it. One of the things I did was to try all of it, because you can't ask your children to eat something or drink something that you're not willing to eat or drink. And these are our products. Our bulla. Did you know we now have bun with cheese in it? The cheese is inside of it. It is excellent. The pink milk. My only concern with the milk, be careful, because Damien spoke so long, I don't know if it's spoiled. So please don't drink it. But it does match your outfit, Senator Crawford. And then you have your cheese bread, and this is your breakfast muffin, which has banana in it. And we sometimes, if we're able to get additional fruit, we also add fresh fruit to it. And in here too, if you want, when you go home, we also had the porridge mix for some of these. And this is available for all of you. All of you have it here. But this is what we're doing in schools. It's real. A lot of our children are from food insecure environments. And this is what they rely on. And that's what that $9 billion is about. But the question is, how do we find those and help those who may need more support? And there are some who aren't on path and don't get this. They don't get this at all. There are some who don't get this. And so what happens with them? And so we've had to look at the budget and try to figure out, how do we do it? What do we do? And what we decided was that we have schools where we're already intervening because they're underperforming. I told you that we have selected the 54 schools and those in the primary schools. And so what we're going to be doing in September is that for all of those schools where we have children who are underperforming, the high school ones, we're going to add breakfast. So that was already an articulated policy of ours to add breakfast to it so that you also get breakfast plus this. Because It is in the budget. And Senator Crawford, if you go to my session with the Standing Finance Committee, the Standing Finance Committee, I was asked all the questions came from your side, and I said to them, I announced it, that this year for those students who are in those schools that are underperforming, where we're already doing interventions, we are going to be providing breakfast also for them. And so that's the way we're doing it. We would love to do more, and I think over time, as the economy continues to do well under this administration, I think we will have a lot more money available that we can do even more. But in the interim, what is our focus? Our focus is to target the interventions as best as possible, and we believe it's important to do that with these young people. All right, Mr. President, whether an implied budget or election proposals, the people of Jamaica, especially our students and young people, deserve well thought out, fiscally sound policies. Mr. President, we cannot lose sight of the broader context. This budget that our government crafted is not just about numbers or line items. There are not announcements or PR exercises or theatrics. And I can show you when you look at the yellow book. This is my yellow book. And you can see a whole lot of markup, a lot of post-it notes, everything. It is real. It's not just something that's put down. We've sat with it. We sit with it, and we go through it, and we look at how we can maximize what we've gotten in the budget. And we spent a lot of time doing that, Mr. President. My team and I at the ministry, we have spent hours looking at how we can maximize this money that we've been given to benefit our children. And we've crafted and weaved as much as we can, and we think we can get good returns on this. Mr. President, we've sat down and made sure our policies and programs were financially feasible. Every element of this budget went through a rigorous preparation and review process. We see our budget here in this bill as a mechanism to transform the lives of the Jamaican people. This budget will equip young Jamaicans with the tools they need to build brighter futures. This budget will be breaking the chains of poverty and creating a society where every child and every citizen has an opportunity to thrive. When young people gain access to quality education and training, they're no longer limited by their circumstances, Mr. President. They become productive citizens, future entrepreneurs, and contributors to our nation's growth. And when we build a strong and skilled workforce using the wonderful technology that we're bringing into our schools and into our heart training institutions, we create a Jamaica that is more resilient, more prosperous, and better prepared to meet the demands of a competitive global world. Mr. President, this is a budget for progress. It's a budget that balances fiscal responsibility with social investment. It's a budget that builds on our strong economic foundation while ensuring that no Jamaican is left behind. And I'm very proud to be able to say those words as a young girl who grew up in the 90s and early 2000s. In closing, Mr. President, I obviously urge my colleagues to support this bill, because a vote for this bill is a vote for the future of our country. It's a vote for Jamaica. And Mr. President, let us all choose Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Morris Dixon. Just one, I just need to just make something clear. In the normal course of things, we alternate ministers, alternate speakers. So what? Yeah, but you can't go down that road. So the question, no. So the question is, so the question, the usual.
It's a practice which I agree it is a practice, but remarkably, practices have changed in this space. Might I remind the Minister of the practice which is normally, and which was communicated from as far back as January, that anybody who opened the State of the Nation debate would be the sole speaker on the closing. That practice was upended. Do you recall, Minister?
Remember, she wasn't here when that.
No, but that's not the point.
So what? So what? I need to just get. I need to just get this thing. No, I'm just trying to understand. So the notion. So my understanding is that in the normal course of things, one government or one opposition followed by. You are saying that you wish to abandon that.
I'm just simply pointing out to you, President, that that is not a rule. And I'm inviting the persons on that side to continue with their presentation.
No, but I can't. No, but you see that is basically unfair.
What is
because
unfair
in the
about
normal, so what you are, so hold on a minute. So what would be unfair?
So you have 12 persons over here and 8 over here. It's always.
So, no, but what I'm trying to understand is this.
Yes, so that's why I say it has never been fair.
In the normal course of.
Because it's not one-to-one.
In the normal. No, look here now. I understand. You know, I'm just trying to understand if this is the. All right. I'm just trying to get what I understand, you know, because I'm dealing with a question of precedent. So all right. So in the normal course of things, normally one person speak, one person. So we're abandoning that. So Senate, Doc, you're up. Just before you start, may I just say what a privilege it was to attend on your mother's ceremony last week, Saturday. Minister Johnson Smith and myself and Senator Sinclair appreciated the fact that you allowed us to share in that moment with yourself and your family.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope my contribution today to the Appropriation Bills Act Thank you. I hope my contribution today to the Appropriations Bill Act will not be contentious. I think that's a word I learned from the opposition, that we should not be contentious, and there are issues in the past that have not been contentious. So I hope that me speaking today won't be contentious. Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge my friends and family who have stood by me during this difficult time. I would like to acknowledge members of this honorable House who have sent their condolences, and those who journeyed to Montego Bay for the Thanksgiving service of my late mother on March 22nd, 2025. This has been a difficult time for me, but my parents, I know, especially my father, would be very proud of where I am today, on this side. Mr. President, we note the budgetary allocation to health, which is aimed at strengthening health systems to provide quality care to patients. This increased budget demonstrates the government's commitment to health and well-being of all Jamaicans. These funds, Mr. President, will support programs to reduce the burden of non-communicable diseases, such as high blood pressure and diabetes, reducing the risk factors such as unhealthy diet, screening patients to detect diseases early, and implementing measures to bolster our child and maternal health programs. Managing patients with communicable diseases such as HIV, and providing emergency medical and surgical care to those requiring these services. Mr. President, our healthcare workers are integral in the delivery of care to patients. I wish to applaud them for their loyalty and their ongoing dedication to serving the people of Jamaica. Yes. Since 2007, I have decided that every day given to me is an opportunity to serve, to improve, and to uplift the lives of our fellow Jamaicans. Like me, Mr. President, our healthcare workers, they go above and beyond to ensure that care to patients is provided at our health institutions. We are mindful of the shortages in the health sector, and this government, Mr. President, is dedicated to addressing the human resource gaps in the health sector. In 2019, there was a need for more posts for medical officers, and through consultation with unions, the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we were able to resolve this matter in a short period of time. Now, Mr. President, so many posts exist for doctors, nurses, all categories of healthcare workers, that there will be no concern in this regard for quite a while. With the public sector reform, Mr. President, our healthcare workers have received significant increases in salaries, and now the government has provisioned $3 billion to support the filling of vacant technical positions in regional health authorities. Mr. President, we thank the government for the new rates of pay for medical consultants and dental surgeons, and for the dedicated funds allocated for back pay for medical consultants. We continue to work with other unions, yes, to resolve outstanding matters. We understand the standard for this government, Mr. President, is high. We acknowledge that, we embrace it, and for those who say the healthcare system in Jamaica is at a breaking point, they don't understand the resilience of the Jamaican people. Mr. President, I take it as an insult to all hardworking staff in the health sector. The hardworking staff of Maypen Hospital who performed their first laparoscopic. And for those who don't know what, let me just explain what laparoscopy is. It's where we use small holes for big procedures, basically, in the abdomen. He tries. So the hardworking staff at Maypen Hospital who performed their first laparoscopic colon surgery mid-last year. The hardworking staff at Princess Margaret Hospital, who recently performed their second laparoscopic surgery. The hardworking staff of the Spanish Town Hospital, who continues to perform various laparoscopic and other procedures at that institution. Mr. Speaker, the staff in the health centers and hospitals who work beyond the call of duty, this government appreciates you. Don't worry, all that is coming. We'll sort it out. Good. The opposition leader in his address pointed to the fact that proper health care cannot be delivered by demoralized staff. I agree, but we cannot continue to speak negatively about the healthcare workers who work hard to prevent the system from the brink of collapse, as the opposition leader calls it. We cannot politicize health, and we must recognize the positives in health, which the opposition never acknowledges. I don't want to be contentious. I'm focused. Mr. President, no man, Mr. President, before nobody wanted to speak. All right. Mr. President, the government has allocated $10.2 billion for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, including $5 billion for the Cornwall Regional Hospital and $4.1 billion for the Inter-American Development Bank supported project for the upgrade work at the Spanish Town Hospital. The Cornwall Regional Hospital serves the western end of the island. The time I spent there between 2007 to 2009 helped to lay the foundation for my career. The government is committed to resolving the issues that exist at that institution. A significant amount of resources have been used and are being used to ensure that the people of Western Jamaica receive the quality healthcare service that they deserve. Mr. President, the government is also committed to completing the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital, which is the first of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. Mr. President, the Spanish Town Hospital serves the population of St. Catherine. And I want to pause here to recognize the staff at the Spanish Town Hospital, who also attended the funeral on Saturday. Mr. President, this institution gets a lot of flack. And, you know, we are committed as healthcare workers at the institution to make sure that we change the narrative for this institution. Right? The Spanish Town Hospital serves the population of St. Catherine, which has the second largest parish population, over 500,000 people in Jamaica. The infrastructural upgrade, Mr. President, is timely. Ground was broken last year and the foundation has been laid for a new Spanish Town Hospital. The renovation works will see the building of a state-of-the-art 6-story facility and new services including oncology, cardiology, gastroenterology, ophthalmology, and psychiatry will be added. The government is being responsive to the people of St. Catherine and those from surrounding parishes that use the institution for healthcare. Portmore appears to be a contentious issue, and the benefits that the people who reside there will receive are irrefutable. Land has already been identified for the construction of a new facility there. Mr. President, Portmore residents are able to access healthcare at Spanish Town Hospital or Kingston Public Hospital. This government is always looking to improve on what we have. Let us not forget the ongoing infrastructure. Let us not forget the ongoing infrastructure upgrades to health facilities to health centers across the island. Mr. President, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has demonstrated its commitment for the renewal of primary health care in Jamaica. This is not only about infrastructure, it is providing the human resources to meet the needs of the people in settings where they live, and also providing comprehensive, high-quality service and ensuring that the care is integrated and coordinated well. Mr. President, we recognize that while the government has effectively led this country into economic growth, having a high net international reserve, reducing inflation, having tax reductions, just too many achievements to mention here. We must emphasize the need for running an efficient health system. As you know, Mr. President, this government is committed to efficiency. I'd like to use this opportunity Let me take this opportunity again to welcome Senator the Honorable Ambassador Audrey Marks, who has been charged with the responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation in the Office of the Prime Minister. Mr. President, we must ensure that we have robust maintenance plans in the health sector. We must ensure that the managers effectively manage their facilities. We must ensure the removal of the bureaucratic processes that hinder decision-making. The recent amendment of the Public Procurement Act is just one step in this direction. Mr. President, this government is committed to reducing waiting times at healthcare facilities, including waiting time for diagnostic imaging and waiting time for surgery. The installation of a new 128-slice CT scan machine at Kingston Public Hospital will go a far way in helping to diagnose disorders so they can be effectively managed. I hear some impractical talk about having CT scan machine in all 14 parishes. It's not very practical, right? The digitization of X-ray machines throughout the country is an important part of improving diagnostic efficiency. This government is committed to digital transformation. The implementation of electronic health records at Maypen Hospital, Spanish Town Hospital, and various health centers demonstrate this government's commitment to digital transformation and patient-centered services. Electronic health records have improved ease of access to medical records, information sharing, and overall customer experience. Under this government, Mr. President, unemployment rates have been the lowest. At the end of October 2024, Statin reported that unemployment stood at its lowest on record, which is 3.5%, with male unemployment at 2.6% and female unemployment at 4.5%. We also note the allocation of $4.2 billion for the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, including $1.7 billion to the primary and secondary schools infrastructure program. Mr. President, we welcome these announcements as we know the factors such as income and education are key determinants of health. This government is committed to the people of Jamaica. Mr. President, this government is for the people. Let us focus on the achievements we have made in the health sector and the commitment of the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, our Minister of Finance, Ms. Favour Williams, and our Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, in ensuring appropriate funds are allocated to continue to improve the health system, to be responsive to the needs of the people. This government is for the people. Mr. President, I unreservedly support this appropriations bill. And this is the end of my contribution, Mr. President. I thank you.
Any speakers from the opposition? Eh? Yep, yes, the standing orders gives me a wide authority to direct the debate. Any speakers from the opposition? Reserve what?
Speak now or forever. Hold their peace.
Minister? I need to tell you, I want to make it very clear, that my understanding is that we speak on an alternate basis, and at the end of the day, if you continue not to participate in that process, the minister is going to close the debate, and that will be that. Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Thompson, Senator Cabangill, President General.
Thank you, President. It's a great sense of purpose and profound sense of duty that I'm rising to speak in this debate.
That's right.
Mr. President, as we access the allocation before us, we must recognize the critical role that this national debate plays in the life of our country. It is through this process that we provide the necessary resources for ministries, agencies, and departments to deliver the essential services by the government.
That's right.
Mr. President, we live in a world that is facing unprecedented challenges. Geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainty, climate change, rising inflation that have left many nations struggling. Yet under the strong leadership of Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Jamaica has weathered the storm. Mr. President, since 2016, we have maintained economic stability, attracted record levels of investment, improved employment opportunities, and built a more resilient nation. President, these achievements have not come by chance, but through careful planning, sound policies, and unwavering commitment by this government. This budget, sir, is about strengthening the foundation we have built and preparing for the future. I've listened to the opposition. That the tension that we had earlier on this morning for almost 2 hours was a detention of the past. We are promoting a budget for the future of this country. A budget that prioritizes investment in critical areas: education, healthcare, infrastructure, national security, social protection. Mr. President, this prudent allocation of resources is not just an administrative exercise. To this government, it is a moral responsibility.
That's right.
And as we approve these allocations, we must ensure that the public funds are used efficiently and with accountability, so that every Jamaican, from the hills of St. Andrew as far as the plains of Westmoreland, feels the tangible benefits of national development. Mr. President, this is a budget for the people. A budget for progress, a budget for the future. And it secures Jamaica's place in an evolving global landscape, ensuring that we do not just survive, but we intend as a country to thrive. Mr. President, I'm stating that I support this budget as we continue to secure Jamaica's future through growth, resilience, and prosperity. President, in examining this national budget, it is imperative that I want to highlight some critical consideration that reflects on the government's commitment towards fiscal prudence, economic empowerment, and social progress. As a representative of the workers, one of the most significant aspects of this budget is the decision not to impose new taxes. At a time, sir, when many countries are being forced to increase tax burden on their citizens due to economic uncertainty, Jamaica remains steadfast in its commitment to economic stability and growth without placing any additional taxation on the people. Mr. President, what it means is that the Jamaican people and the workforce is able to retain more of their hard-earned money, allowing for greater spending power improve savings, and increase investment in their personal family well-being. So we have sought to increase the income tax threshold and the national minimum wage. It means more disposable income for the working class. A major policy decision, sir, that will positively impact the working class is this phased increase of the income tax threshold from 1.7 million to 2 million over the next few years. Mr. President, you can speak anytime you want. It is good that when we are speaking against positivity...
Don't mislead the speaker, you know, to say he can speak anytime he wants. Don't mislead him.
What does it mean for the working class? Yes. What does it mean for the working class? It means more take-home pay. Workers will pay less in income tax and have more money if available for essential expenses such as food, education, healthcare, and personal savings. Mr. President, it will also boost the economy. With higher disposable income, consumer spending increases, driving demand for goods and services, which in turn stimulates business growth and job creation. Mr. President, it is going to be an incentive to work and earn more. As the threshold increases, workers will keep a greater portion of their income. You know, when you promote positive, objective, and agendas, people only want to come out that don't like it, that couldn't do it, to criticize it.
They were there and were in a position, yes?
On the other answer, improving the minimum wage in Jamaica is crucial for ensuring that workers can maintain a decent standard of living, reduce poverty, and contribute to economic growth. Mr. President, this administration deserves commendations for its consistent efforts to improving the minimum wage, recognizing the importance of protecting the most vulnerable workers. Yes. We have done it in the past, we are doing it now, and we will continue to do it. Mr. President, it is a demonstration of our continued commitment to the working class in Jamaica. Another critical consideration that, was not mentioned earlier, this $2 billion allocation to the Development Bank of Jamaica, empowering the SMEs. Why is this so important to us? It supports entrepreneurship. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and this funding will facilitate sustainable growth, encouraging startup and support expansion. Mr. President, it is also a driving economic factor for growth. Yes. And so by providing access to affordable financing, we empower SMEs to invest in technology, increase productivity, and expand into new markets, leading to a stronger, more resilient economy. Mr. President, for me, personally, it's about creating jobs and boosting the labor market. A thriving SME sector means more jobs for Jamaicans. It means particularly young professionals, skilled workers, and entrepreneurs looking to make their mark in various industries. Mr. President, I'm seeing this as an investment that is a vote of confidence in Jamaican innovation and enterprise, reinforcing, sir, our commitment to economic self-sufficiency and long-term prosperity. And so, whilst we congratulate the GOJ for making an additional $2 billion available to the SME sector, through the government-owned Development Bank of Jamaica, it is further commendable that the DBJ will roll up the upfront loan fees in the principal loan amount. This will improve the actual accessibility of loans to the sector. And what it further does is that it reaches the sector indirectly via local commercial banking space. I want to therefore take this opportunity in even a step further and argue that it may make perfect sense to also allow another institution like the Exim Bank to access some funding that's some sort of direct lending of expansion to this all-important sector. Yes. And a two-pronged approach, Mr. President, will facilitate a widening and additional access to the reach to the sector. It also allows the Exim Bank to continue to fill gaps where it exists in the market. That is to say, to serve those not currently being served or not being served in this particular space. So an expansion of another institution of similar nature could be suitable and practicable for the far-reaching effect. Mr. President, the reference earlier on about the increased funding for students' loan. You know, I'm seeing this as investing in the future of the workforce. You know, as education remains a fundamental pillar of our national development, this budget takes a transformational step by increasing the allocation to the Students' Loan Bureau to support students beyond just tuition fees. And so the SLB will now provide funding that considered housing, books, stipends, or meals, recognizing that education is not just about paying for classes, but also ensuring that students have the support they need to succeed. And Minister Siv Wright, Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, you recall a conversation that we were having with some students. And the students made certain recommendations. What this is indicating is that we have listened to the students and we are delivering. It provides greater access to tertiary education. It reduces the financial stress that is being experienced by our students. And what it does, sir, it allows an improvement in our workforce readiness by ensuring that students have the resources to complete their education successfully. Jamaica is producing a highly competent, future-ready workforce that can drive innovation and economic growth. That's what we're thinking about when we pursue these kinds of initiatives. So we are preparing our workers for the future by investing in skills, innovation, and opportunity. And I believe someone would have said that this budget is a blueprint for Jamaica's future. President, Minister Morris-Dixon spoke about the expanded apprenticeship program, about building the workforce. And the Prime Minister outlined that expanded apprenticeship program that will provide paid hands-on for some 300 young people in critical industries. You know, it is a means of bridging the skills gap. It is also a means of bridging a gap between those who might not today be interested in employment because of the lack of confidence. What we are doing is that we are providing a greater encouragement and opportunity for these individuals who may be sitting on a wall contemplating their future but they have no idea as to how to relate. Yeah. President, one of the things I want to encourage in this is that they must not only be part of an apprenticeship program, but once they go through this process of apprenticeship, I'm encouraged that these employers take them on as employees, as part of the future labor force. Yes. Mr. President, you know, Senator Morris spoke about in his mind, the lack of housing opportunities. The Prime Minister's budget presentation outlined several key National Housing Trust initiatives that have direct and meaningful implications for the working class in Jamaica. As a trade unionist, my role is to assess these measures through the lens of affordability, accessibility, and sustainability, and also equity, ensuring that they truly serve the interests of the hard-working contributors. Under the home improvement loan effective July 1, 2025, the reduction of the waiting period from 10 to 7 years and the increase in the loan limit to 5 million from 3.5 million is a tangible benefit to workers who have long struggled to improve their homes. Yes. Mr. President, this change acknowledges the urgency with which many families need better living conditions. So instead of waiting for a decade, contributors now can make necessary upgrades to their homes sooner, whether for expansion, repairs, or improvement to accommodate growing families. That is a critical opportunity for contributors and the working class. Mr. President, the increased individual and joint loan limits recognizes the realities of housing market. And so by raising the maximum individual loan limit to 9 million, and for 2 co-applicants, 17 million, and for 3, 23 million, the NHD is helping workers secure homes in market where housing prices have been rising. You know, my colleague, Senator Thompson, the institutional loan program, critical for many workers, particularly those in the public health, security, and education, is the availability of suitable housing near their workplaces. What it does, sir, is that this expansion of the institutional loan program to support public health workers, especially through housing partnership with hospitals, is a long overdue intervention. This initiative not only improves the quality of life for healthcare workers, but also enhances the efficiency of our healthcare system. A nurse, a doctor, a pharmacist who has to travel long distances to work will be better able to rest and be more productive. So they are working in a space closer to home. And there's the question of the smart energy loans that is reducing the cost burden on workers. The bigger picture, sir, is that these measures taken together are a step in the right direction for improving housing affordability and for the quality for the Jamaican workers. However, the NHD benefits are more equitably distributed, especially among lower income earners. President, the working class is the backbone of the Jamaican economy. That's right. And whether it's the teacher or the nurses today, or the police officers, or the call center workers, or the hotel employees, all of them deserve access to safe, affordable, and sustainable housing. And, you know, regardless of the data used by the opposition, the fact is that more and more contributors are benefiting today from more and more housing opportunities and housing solutions. One of the things I would want to look at, we continue to examine the fiscal measures outlined in the budget. It is important to acknowledge the significant role of what tax expenditure play in shaping our economy and the direct impact on workers, businesses, and overall national development. Section 48F of the Financial, Administrative and Audit Act mandates the annual tabling of tax expenditure statement, ensuring that Parliament and by extension, the people of Jamaica are fully informed about the various tax waivers, exemptions, deductions, and credits applied within our tax system. This transparency is critical in ensuring that the use of the tax measures align with our national economic priorities and serve the best interests of all Jamaicans. Mr. President, as a government, we have taken important steps to make changes in our tax administration to ease the burden of taxation on the working class. Historically, Jamaican tax system has been leveraged as a tool to achieve various public policy objectives. And through these applications of special tax rates in various sectors, you have exemptions, deductions, and credits. We have sought deliberately to incentivize economic growth and support social development and ease financial pressure on key industries. However, I want to suggest that we must also recognize that these measures directly impact the tax burden faced by individuals and businesses. Under the income tax expenditures, for both corporate and personal income tax, it falls into 5 categories. You have the exemptions, you have the deductions and allowances, you have the reduced rates that are special lower tax applied for special sectors or categories of incomes, you have the credits, and you have the waivers and reimbursements. Over the years, these tax policies have influenced workers' disposable income, businesses, investment, and overall economic growth. And so while these measures have provided relief to various sectors, we must continuously assess the effectiveness and ensure that they are achieving their intended objectives without placing an undue burden on the working class. And therefore, sir, one of the things I'm recommending, and I'm making a call for a comprehensive, collaborative review of our tax expenditure framework with the following objectives. We want to examine how it can continue to ease the tax burden on the workers, ensuring that personal income tax policies do not disproportionately impact low and middle income earners, but instead provide meaningful relief to enhance disposable income and improve living standards. We have started already in various strategies to examine the burden on income tax. Move the threshold. We have dealt with the question of proposed gratuity on taxation. But I think we need to do a clinical review, look at it further to see how we can improve the tax reform so that it creates lesser and lesser impact on the working class, so that we can further create more disposable income. And it's one of the examples, as to how it can boost economic growth and productivity. If today we are promoting productivity, that is essential for the growth of our economy. And today, if entities in consultation with their workers can establish performance-based pay incentive schemes, those schemes should attract some level as exemption as part of the payout to the working class, to greater promote economic growth, to greater promote productivity and incentive. President, so what I'm suggesting is a stakeholder type engagement that involves the government, private sector, and the trade unions. as part of a national conversation around our tax policies. Mr. President, as I conclude this presentation of the appropriations bill, one critical factor stands out. It is the strategy for execution. And so any well-structured budget as this one, with prudent allocations and forward-thinking initiative, is only as effective as its implementation. And so, sir, to achieve the greatest possible impact for our people and our businesses and our economy, execution must be deliberate, strategic, and results-driven. I want to, at this stage of our national development, sir, incremental changes will no longer suffice. So Jamaica now requires a transformative approach to productivity, one that is rooted in technologically driven efficiency. So we have to talk about investment in digital transformation across both the public and private sector to improve efficiency. We have to reduce the bureaucratic delays, and we have to enhance service delivery. The minister spoke about the question of leveraging artificial intelligence, automation, and big data to make operations smarter, faster, more responsive to national needs. We have to continuously invest in our workforce for upskilling and reskilling. And we spoke about the expansion of the apprenticeship. But a result-oriented public sector reform must be continuous. So we have to shift from process-driven governance to outcome-based performance metrics in the public service. We have to strengthen the levels of accountability mechanism to ensure timely delivery of projects and efficient allocation of resources. So we have to pursue the question of delivering of the projects. And we must continue to creating that environment where businesses, particularly small and medium-term enterprise, can scale up, innovate, and expand. Mr. President, execution cannot be the sole responsibility of the government. It is going to require a coordinated national effort, bringing together labor, businesses, civil society, and the government. And this is where the National Partnership Council of Jamaica is going to play an essential role. Don't worry. It has always been alive. It's a question of you have not been attending. So the success of this budget depends on how effectively we leverage this partnership model to drive execution, mobilize resource, and foster collective commitment to national development. President, this year, the Jamaican people will make a crucial decision about who should continue to govern them. And at this defining moment, the difference must be clear. Yeah. Performance must take precedence over promises. A promise is only a commitment to act in the future. Words that provide hope and aspiration, but are yet to be tested.
That's right.
Performance, on the other hand, is the measure of delivered results. The actions taken, the progress made, the tangible improvement in the people's life. We have delivered by way of our performance. And President, under the leadership of the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, this administration has not just made commitments, we have delivered. We have demonstrated economic resilience in the face of global uncertainty. We have demonstrated record job creation and expanded opportunities for Jamaicans. Right. We have investment in health infrastructure, education, healthcare, and national security. We have demonstrated the fiscal responsibility and stability, allowing us to deliver this budget without no new taxes. So, Mr. President, the people of Jamaica must choose a government based on results, not rhetoric, not rhetoric.
The Speaker's time having expired, I ask that it be extended for another 2 hours. This is a needs night.
Unfortunately, there are some constraints that I am aware of, but you may not be. The question is that the minister, you see, the future casts its shadow into the present.
Anything can happen after that, Mr. President.
The question is that the Speaker be allowed time to complete.
And so, sir, performance is the true test of leadership. Performance is the true test of leadership. And it must remain the guiding force in how we govern, how we execute, and how we shape Jamaica's future. So, sir, this budget, this budget is not, it's not about just about numbers and allocations. It is about a vision for Jamaica's future. A future where productivity is transformed, partnerships are strengthened, and performance is the standard of which leadership is measured. Let us move forward with confidence, sir, with unity, and with a firm commitment to securing a prosperous future for Jamaica. Again, sir, I am supporting this budget. May it please you, Mr. President.
Lambert. Senator Scott Mott, do you have a speaker for us? No, And
I would never deprive you of the opportunity to, educate me further on what the procedures in Parliament should be. So may I invite you, Mr. President, if I can be so.
Unfortunately, in our Standing Orders Committee, we never reach the relevant section. But may I just say, it has been a custom in this chamber for speakers to speak in an alternative fashion. That is to say, one from the opposition, one from government, and so on and so forth. Starting with the government minister who opens the debate, then a contribution from one side. And that has been the procedure over the many, many years, certainly since my time here in 1980. So it has been some considerable period of time. Now, as Senator Brown was quick to point out, there is no specific reference to the issue in the... You can sit, Senator. There is no specific issue. There is no specific standing order that refers to it. However, 85(1) states, in a matter not, in any matter not herein provided for, resort shall be had to the usage and practice of the Commons House of Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And in that practice, of course, is in maize. And Erskine Mays says at page 147, under the heading Precedence in Speaking, and I'm sure that everybody is quite impressed that the staff of the Parliament was able to find this so quickly. And it's referring to say, yeah, there you go. Speakers are not, or it says lords are not called upon to speak by the Lord Speaker for questions and debates where there are no speakers lists, so we don't have a speakers list. Where no speakers list is issued, the order in which Lords may speak depends on the will of the House, that is me. It is customary for the speakers, it is customary for the speakers from the government benches to alternate with speakers from other benches. So that is the practice in the United Kingdom, which we always had here. So, yes, man.
No, we have not disagreed with that. That is the fourth time that you're bringing it to our attention. And I think it is very significant that you say it is your will. So we will wait to see how you use your will.
Okay, no, so what I'm saying is that the custom in this House, in this Senate, the custom is, and has always been, that speakers alternate. And in reference to the maize, whereas Senator Brown rightly points out, there is no specific where there is no specific standing order, we resort to the practice in the United Kingdom. So my ruling is that I'm going to call one more time for a speaker. Oh, Senator Brown.
So you're not a ruling too? You don't want us to talk? I think you
want
us to talk.
No, man, I think that my ruling is very clear, you know. Senator Brown.
Mr. President, I prepared a speech this morning, but we have long tuned out of this government as the Jamaican people have tuned them out. Let them talk, let them talk, let them talk. What the people are waiting for is for them to call the elections so we can vote them out. And that's all I have to say this evening. The speech is here, talking about growth, taxes, but we don't need the people ready to vote out when the innings done. Call it, Andrew, call it.
Minister, you have any more speakers? Minister, you have any more? Senator Morgan. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Senator Brown, thank you very much. Senator Morgan.
Just 90 minutes. Just 90 minutes. Mr. President, this debate on the appropriation bill for the 2025-2026 fiscal year directly precedes what will be one of the most consequential general elections in Jamaica's history. It is decision time. Jamaica's successes must not be imperiled. The gains we have secured and the strides we have made over successive political administrations must not be reversed. Jamaica must continue to move forward into a bright, sustainable, and prosperous future. We must not go backwards. And so, as we propel to decision-making time action time. We on this side, Mr. President, invite the Jamaican people to carefully consider what is happening, and we urge them to choose Jamaica. Mr. President, Jamaica's key macroeconomic indicators are extremely encouraging. We have heard of unemployment being at record lows. We know what is happening with respect to debt to GDP, coming in at 68.7% by end of the current financial year. Inflation is in the order of 4.7%, within the lower band of the targeted inflation range by the Independent Central Bank. Policy interest rate has been coming down. Our net international reserves are robust, essentially at record levels. We have a stable dollar, and importantly, Mr. President, notwithstanding those who would seek to decry and shout down Jamaica, the Jamaican economy is projected to return to growth in this, the first quarter of 2025 calendar year. The stability and resilience we enjoy have not come about by chance. They have come on the back of hard work, steely resolve, discipline, and responsible actions by an active and strong government. A caring government, a fiscally responsible government, a government led by the best and the most effective Prime Minister in the history of Jamaica. Even in an election year, Mr. President, we are being fiscally responsible. We are not running with it. Mr. President, there is no doubt that notwithstanding the political divide, both the Jamaica Labour Party government and the opposition PNP want Jamaica to get to the same destination ultimately. Believe it or not, even Senator Brown wants Jamaica to get to a particular destination ultimately. You're going to make less money in that regard. Where the stark divergence emerges, Mr. President, is as to how we propose to get there. Our approach is to maintain economic stability, give dividends to the worthy and deserving Jamaican people, boost economic activity, and foster accelerated growth, and generate even more tax revenues without imposing new taxes, which will ultimately create a brighter, more prosperous future for every Jamaican, even those yet to be born. On this side, Mr. President, we are proud that we have presented 9 consecutive budgets with no new taxes. The opposition PNP purports to be committed to fiscal discipline, but it is not in their DNA. IMF imposed fiscal discipline, as we saw between 2013 and February 2016, is not the ultimate measure of fiscal discipline. True discipline, Mr. President, is what you do and how you operate when there is no big stick hanging over your head. For appropriate context as to why the hard-fought gains we have secured by responsibly managing our fiscal affairs must be protected, and any risk to our fiscal discipline stoutly resisted, it is good to note where we are coming from and where the journey to where we are today started. Making his contribution as he opened the 2009-2010 budget debate on Tuesday, 23rd April 2009, Mr. President, the Venerable and Indefatigable Audley Manayard Shaw, in a chapter captioned Economic Framework and Initiatives to Improve Governance, said the following, and listen keenly. The Jamaican economy has a number of fundamental structural weaknesses. The good gentleman was speaking in April 2009. I'm going to start again. The Jamaican economy has a number of fundamental structural weaknesses. These weaknesses have been highlighted by the global economic crisis, but they are not caused by the crisis. In fact, they are a function of our own policies and have existed unaddressed for decades. The major weaknesses include large, persistent fiscal deficits, and as a consequence, one of the highest levels of debt in the world. This crisis provides a wake-up call to the Jamaican society. It also presents an opportunity to focus our collective efforts on addressing these issues head-on. And this is an important observation now. We have developed, Audley Shaw said, speaking back in April of 2009, a framework to address the following key reforms: controlling public sector balances and debt, rationalizing public bodies, improving central government financial management and budget processes, increasing revenue collection, increasing growth and competitiveness, managing the public sector wage bill. This reform agenda is in support of the core economic framework to which we are committed: a sound, predictable macroeconomic policy, disciplined and strong fiscal management of the economy, a tax system that is simplified and equitable, a modern labor market geared towards high levels of productivity, a simplified business-friendly bureaucracy, effective measures to prevent corruption and fight crime, and supportive infrastructure. And in a chapter captioned Debt Management, the then Finance Minister Audley Shaw said the following: the intensified engagement of multilaterals is a major component of our debt management strategy. In a short period of time, this policy produced real results. Since assuming office just over 19 months ago, this administration has sourced significant multilateral credit in both project and policy-based loans. The timing of these efforts has been fortuitous. Given the depressed state of the international capital markets, it is unlikely that these funds could have been sourced privately. Certainly, they could not have been sourced at such favorable terms. Not only have we been able to access credit at attractive interest rates, we have been able to secure longer repayment terms. To date, we have successfully negotiated a total of US $951 million in credit from the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Caribbean Development Bank. End of quote. Mr. President, what caused the then Finance Minister Audley Shaw to have felt it necessary, important, instructive to say the things I quoted just now? Mr. President, the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in this country is among those things that caused him to have made the observations he made. Who among us who occupies a space in this chamber benefited from the destructive and unsustainable high interest rate policies of the 1990s to mid-2000s. Audley Shaw is in this chamber. You're a misguided guy. You are deluded. And you are delusional, quite frankly. Who is the Tappanaris who occupies a place in this chamber who benefited from the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in this country? When asked about the sordid, vexing, and polarizing debacle that is the financial sector collapse of the mid to late 1990s, which culminated in the creation of FinSAC, opposition leader Mark Golding, instead of exhibiting contrition, instead of assuming a posture of penitence and taking the opportunity to unreservedly apologize on behalf of the PNP he leads to the people of Jamaica for ruining our country's public finances and many businesses and lives, he remarked at a PNP press conference just 2 days ago the following: I had no role in FinSAC whatsoever. I was in the private sector there. I was an attorney at law, and I was involved in business as well. So, you know, that was an environment that we all had to navigate as people who were in the sector at the time, and we did it skillfully enough that we never had to ask FinSAC for any support. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive. While the opposition leader had an "it wasn't me" moment like Shaggy, speaking at a Gleaner's editorial editors forum on his antecedents in terms of how he came to be involved in politics and the PNP, opposition leader Mark Golding, notwithstanding what he said 2 days ago at a press conference when a certain question was put to him, he said the following, speaking some time ago at a Gleaner editors forum, Mr. President. Quote, I came into the party through Dr. Omar Davies because I knew him in the financial sector, where I had been like one of the leading corporate lawyers in Jamaica and very involved in financial engineering. That's a code, by the way. And so, when he was the Minister of Finance, a lot of things that required industry input, I was one of the representatives of the industry that he would deal with. I got to know him through that, and that's how I came into the PNP. Make of that what you will, Mr. President. And I would make that same point to Jamaica. Indeed, I would commend the Financial Gleaner of Friday, December 5, 1997, to colleagues in this chamber, and indeed to the public at large. And that particular report has the following caption: FinSAC to pump $85 million into Billy Craig. I'm commending that for your readership. Mr. President, critics and cynics the world over assert that one of the more unsavory features of politics and electioneering is that politicians campaign in poetry and govern in prose. P-R-O-S-E, prose. We have been hearing on the political platform from the opposition PNP, and more so in this process aimed at passing the 2025-2026 budget, a lot of poetry. Pie in the sky promises, if you may. Their bombast, reckless, and vulgar promises smack of political desperation and underscores considerable contempt for the Jamaican people. And it is a telling indicator, Mr. President, that the PNP cannot be trusted. This 2025-2026 budget exercise is of particular moment. It is of particular significance, Mr. President. That it is the last budget exercise before the upcoming general elections, which is constitutionally due by September of this year, means that the debate this time around is of added significance. What is it that the parliamentary opposition has sought to hide? Why did they not see it fit to come to the Jamaican people and present a budget that was at least costed, so that a determination could be readily made as to whether their pie-in-the-sky promises are in fact credible, achievable, and sustainable? If you are trying to sell something while holding back pertinent details regarding what you are selling, you cannot be trusted. Based on what we have seen and based on what we have heard from the PNP in the budget debate, Mr. President, they cannot be trusted. One of our more surgical and probing journalists put the following question to the opposition leader at the hurriedly called and convened PNP press conference 2 days ago. The journalist asked, "You pointed out that obviously your priorities would not be the same as the government currently in power. And certainly there are things that you don't have access to in terms of information. But clearly you should, as you see in opposition, areas where the government has put their priorities that you feel can be deprioritized to implement your programs. What would be those areas?" Mr. President, it's a reasonable question. An extremely important question. Well, the response to that question by the opposition leader was the following, and I quote, "I don't want to comment on that now, because we have to look at every line item when we come into office carefully. And there are some things that we may defer, some things that we may accelerate. There are some things that we may discontinue. And I don't want to attempt to foreshadow that yet. But I am confident that we will find the 6.4% of the $360 billion to pay for what we have come up with." Mr. President, the wild promises from the PNP are not made carefully. They were not made carefully, but in a bid to evade scrutiny and avert further public ridicule in light of how fiscally imprudent their pie-in-the-sky promises outlined in the budget debate are, Mark Golding, the opposition leader, is telling Jamaica that he would have to think carefully about what areas he would propose to deprioritize, scale down, or discontinue were he to be elected to office in this country. Mr. President, Mark Golding and the PNP are seeking to sell the Jamaican people a puss in a bag. The people should reject them. The people should reject their puss in a bag, as they, the PNP, simply cannot be trusted. Andrew Holness presented a prospectus. Mark Golding presented a puss in a bag. Mr. President, whether they want to characterize the contributions we heard from Julian Robinson and Mark Golding over the past 2 weeks as a budget presentation or a manifesto presentation, the Jamaican people are being urged to note and understand that a budget or manifesto is only as good as the degree to which it is credible. Mr. President, a budget or a manifesto is only as good as the degree to which the persons proposing it have the ability, capacity, and proven track record to deliver on it without mashing up the country. Mr. President, when the PNP now tax us left, right, and center, as they did between January 2012 and February 2016, when they heaped just about $60 billion in new taxes on the backs of us, on our backs as taxpayers. The PNP is busy mashing up the country through destructive and unsustainable policies, including their propensity to run with it, as we witnessed throughout the 90s and into the 2000s. Mr. President, the PNP cannot be trusted. And I can say it 40 times more. Mr. President, remember we have until 11 p.m. You know. Watch the ride, guy. Mr. President, the PNP's pie-in-the-sky promises are not credible and would imperil our country's hard-fought economic successes and bring the collective sacrifice we have all had to make over the years to naught. Mr. President, they are proposing to give up so much on the revenue side. For example, $11.4 billion from the NHT, asset tax, employment tax credit, to the extent that they propose to increase it from 30% to 40%. But what is curious, Mr. President, is that notwithstanding the considerable revenue flows that they are proposing to give up, that same desperate PNP turn around and are promising to do so much on the expenditure side. Them promising this and that and every single what's it not. They talk about a pro-box moment. Well, what the PNP is putting on the table, Mr. President, constitutes a tricks you moment. Their suite of policy proposals and how they plan to implement them and how they envisage them working, Mr. President, is simply not cogent, it is simply not coherent, it is simply not credible, and it is simply not compelling. They are proposing, Mr. President, to party with the rent money. And Jamaica cannot stand by and allow that to happen. So left the party alone. Guy Yard and left the party alone. The people of Jamaica must reject the backwardness of the PNP, and the people of Jamaica, I dare say, must choose Jamaica, Mr. President. Mr. President, consequent on the PNP's massive political error in presenting pie-in-the-sky promises without appropriate costing, they have been the subject of considerable public ridicule, the kind of ridicule Lambert Brown gets every time the public sees him. Yes? So they have been the subject of considerable public ridicule. They have been the subject of considerable mockery. They have been the subject of considerable castigation. And, Mr. President, they have been, the PNP that is, the subject of considerable pushback by the public. It is not surprising, Mr. President, to find that in circumstances where the proverbial light is now being shone on the PNP and its pie-in-the-sky promises, and they are now under microscope-like scrutiny. They are now being intensely interrogated. The opposition PNP, Mr. President, led by Mark Golding, they are now seeking to moderate and walk back their ridiculous pie-in-the-sky promises. They are now seeking, Mr. President, to pivot from platform bombast and wild promises, that is, campaigning in poetry, to a deliberate and tactical scaling down or walking back, if you may, of their promises in order to suppress and deflate the fiscal price tag of what it is that they have been promising. Mr. President, I suppose this is their whimsical attempt to transition from poetry to prose. Mr. President, as the opposition spokesman on education, Senator Damian Crawford, for at least a year now, has been on the political platform several times over, making certain promises regarding the provision of meals and boarding facilities at schools. Speaking at the PNP's annual conference on Sunday, 15th of September 2024, Senator Damian Crawford, yes, the same gentleman who detained us for a little over 2 hours this morning and has found it convenient to make his way elsewhere, having detained us. Yes? He said the following, and I'm quoting Senator Crawford here, Mr. President. The first thing we are going to do I'm quoting Senator Crawford here, Mr. President. The first thing we are going to do is make sure we have boarding facilities for at least 30% of our school population. And then we are going to give 1 meal per child in school. That's what he said. That was at the PNP's conference in September of 2024. Then speaking, Mr. President, at the PNP's presentation of its candidate for the Southwest St. Anne constituency on Sunday, 19th January 2025, merely a few weeks ago, Mr. President, Senator Crawford issued the following charge to vuvuzela-blowing comrades. And I quote, "On the campaign trail, I want you to remind the people that we are having an election between 1 meal per child in school and 3 meals per adult in prison. The JLP will tell you you cannot afford to give every child a meal. But when the child gets into trouble, they find 3 meals for an adult." End quote. Mr. President, that is what Senator Crawford said when he was in poetry mode. But now that it is crunch time, where there is a demand for the hard, unadulterated numbers, given budget season and the pending general elections, Senator Crawford and the pie-in-the-sky promising PNP, of which he is a part, has gone into prose mode, pivoting from poetry mode to prose mode. They know that the proverbial light is now being shone and that their pie-in-the-sky promises are now under microscope-like scrutiny. So what have they done, Mr. President? What have they done as they pivot from poetry mode to prose mode? Well, I'm having diarrhea, man. Well, at a hastily called and convened press conference 2 days ago, at a hastily come on.
One a.m.
Thank you.
I am so enjoying this presentation that I would like to move for an extension until tomorrow.
Members should have heard the question. In favor? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, at a hastily called and convened press conference 2 days ago, after a proper shellacking from our first woman finance minister the previous day, Senator Crawford and the PNP vastly walked back the pie-in-the-sky promises they were making previously. First of all, Mr. President, in what they are now presenting, the much talked about establishment of boarding facilities for 30% of our students has suddenly gone through the window. No more talk of that. Yet, in his What Can Go So speech at party conference in September of 2024, he spoke about that. There is yet another glaring example. This is yet another glaring example, Mr. President, that the PNP cannot be trusted. Secondly, on the matter of providing meals to our students, Senator Crawford spoke to and presented costing for something entirely different from what he and the PNP have been saying for several months prior on the political platform. In a classic tricks you moment, Senator Crawford and the PNP are now pivoting from poetry mode to prose mode as the political platform promise of providing at least 1 meal per day to every child at the primary and secondary level has now gone through the window, with the PNP in an attempt to moderate the fiscal cost, now promising instead to provide a meal solution to every needy student. Tricks you again, Mr. President. This demonstrates that the parliamentary opposition is being merely expedient, politically desperate, and contemptuous of the Jamaican people. And as such, Mr. President, the PNP cannot be trusted. The people of Jamaica should reject them and instead choose Jamaica. Right, nobody now call you. You're obsessed with Carl. So suddenly, listen to this now. The PNP's promise of at least 1 meal per day to students at the primary and secondary levels not only pertain to an estimated 246,400 students, ostensibly the 56% facing food insecurity at a cost of 18 billion, as opposed to catering to the entire student population as they previously promised. So instead of the entire student population, they have now walked it back, Mr. President, because the light is being shone on them and they're being held. Their feet is being held to the fire. They're now scaling it back to say, well, based on the Food and Agriculture Organization study and report in recent times, the 56% of our people who are considered as facing food insecurity is essentially the target group that they're going to be using. This is a vast, yes, scaling back of what they had promised, Mr. President. But it is not surprising. Using Senator Crawford's own numbers regarding the student population, which is 440,000 students, he says, the cost of providing at least 1 meal per day to them, with each meal costing $400 based on what he has expressed, over the 190 feeding days would be a massive $33.5 billion, Mr. President. So just to be very clear, what they presented at their press conference Wednesday, this past Wednesday, was a price tag of 18 billion. But it is 18 billion because they have essentially pivoted away from what they were saying on the campaign stump, on the political platform for several months now. They were promising a free meal solution to every child in our schools. But because they have heard from the people of Jamaica and are being lambasted all over social media and elsewhere. They have sought to scale it back. When in fact, based on the original promise, based on the original pie in the sky plan that they had, the price tag would really have been $33.5 billion. Mr. President, amid this tricks you moment, our retort is to point out to Senator Crawford and the politically desperate PNP that tricks are for kids. Mr. President, cost suppression tactics were also used by Senator Crawford and the PNP in relation to its long-promised first in the family to university proposal. To the extent that a scholarship from, and this is a key bit of analysis, Lame, so you may learn something.
Man, I bring the introduction to a closing. Introduction.
To the extent rather, that a scholarship from the government would go a far way in removing one of the binding constraints on tertiary enrollment, which is tuition, as you can appreciate. Instead of predicating one's calculation as to fiscal costs on Jamaica's tertiary enrollment rate, it would have been more appropriate to predicate the costing on what I consider tertiary eligibility. Mr. President, tertiary enrollment has to do with those who actually go to or enroll at university. Tertiary eligibility, Mr. President, has to do with those who meet the matriculation requirements, many of whom, owing to socio-economic challenges, because they come from Tapanari's households, elect to go into the world of work, with some of them ultimately going on to pursue tertiary level training at some later point in life. So just to be clear, based on the regime that currently obtains, Jamaicans require a visa to travel to the United States. Persons who hold a US visa, yes, are potential travelers to the United States. So they would be considered as persons eligible to travel to the United States. However, not everybody who holds a US visa actually travels to the United States. So it's the same concept with this tertiary student business. So those who enroll are the persons who constitute the tertiary enrollment cohort. But those who meet the matriculation requirements and could present for a space at tertiary are what I am considering the tertiary eligible. Because as you can appreciate, because of financial challenges, persons who may well be eligible may well elect not to present for a place at tertiary because they simply consider themselves as not being able to afford it. Yes? So, Mr. President, it is my information that the grade 11 cohort for the 2024 sitting of CSEC was 33,564 students. Some 11,356 of them, Mr. President, obtained passes in 5 or more subjects with math and or English, which means that they satisfied the matriculation requirement for entry into a degree program at one of our tertiary training institutions. Now, being conservative, Mr. President, if you were to add some of the persons in our society who are or who were previously eligible for tertiary level training as they meet the matriculation requirements, we could put the indicative degree training cohort at 12,000. Again, Mr. President, using Senator Crawford's own estimates and parameters, let us say just about a quarter of that 12,000 would happen to be first in their family to university, thereby qualifying for the PNP's promise. 3,000 students at the annual tuition cost of 600,000, using again the figure that he used at the press conference. So using that figure as the average cost of tertiary level training, because as we are aware, there are other programs at the university that cost well in excess of $1 million and are more expensive. programs like medicine, of course, to the extent that it is not UGC subsidized, programs like law at the Faculty of Law on the Mona campus, for example, and other programs like engineering and so on. But we're using the 600,000 that the good late Trixie Senator used at the press conference. Yes? So, considering the 3,000 students who would be eligible, Mr. President, at a cost of 600,000 over the 4-year period, as per Senator Crawford's calculations, that would actually come out using these numbers at a tune of 7.2 billion Jamaican dollars, not the 3.9 billion Jamaican dollars that Senator Crawford articulated at the PNP's hurriedly convened press conference this past Wednesday. But it doesn't end there, Mr. President. It doesn't end there. The Tricks You crew, the Run With It crew, the Cannot Be Trusted crew must be made to tell us what of the other costs associated with accessing tertiary education, which includes, of course, boarding and accommodation, meals, books and supplies, and laptop computer. The Tricks You crew and the Run With It crew must tell us that. Mr. President, it is my considered view that all things factored, the SLB reforms articulated by the governing JLP are more fit for purpose, sustainable, and fiscally superior to the pie-in-the-sky proposal the PNP is presenting. Because what have we done with the SLB? And you would have heard other speakers touching on it throughout this debate. We're providing support via the SLB, where, of course, the guarantor requirement has been abolished. We're providing support on the tuition fee side, but we're also providing support for accommodation, meals, books and supplies, and of course a laptop computer. Because what would university life be, quite frankly, without access to at least a laptop computer? Another technical one, maybe a bit over your head, but watch this one, Lamy. We're dealing here now with deposits held by the BOJ in the banking system. You saw cocktails though. The Molotov type. I know. Don't think I don't know. Mr. President, we're jabbing and moving, man. We're nimble like Muhammad Ali, moving like a butterfly. Mr. President, Mr. President, contrary to the picture painted by the opposition spokesman on finance, there is no easy fix to the vexing interest rate conundrum we have in our country, Mr. President. This is exacerbated by what is considered by many observers and pundits in the marketplace in particular as a particularly volatile environment having regard to the specter of tariff wars in some of the major countries around the world, or involving some of the major countries around the world. So to the extent, Mr. President, that the banking system here in Jamaica looks on at what is happening further afield in respect of this whole business of trade wars or tariff wars, it is anticipated that there is likely to be an inflation environment, or at least that is their anticipation, because tariffs will push up the cost of goods and so on. And to the extent, I'm just a teacher because, you know, I'm being gratuitous. So, Mr. President, to the extent that the banking sector anticipates a certain inflationary impact, they may be characterized now as being in a bit of holding pattern. And so, as the central bank, our independent central bank, has reduced benchmark interest rates. Quite sadly, our banks, for the most part, have not been as responsive. But how do you address this? Mr. President, going the route of direct allocation, while possible, could prove problematic and contentious, as some stakeholders and onlookers would cry favoritism and improper interventionist practice on the part of government. It could erode confidence, undermine stability in the banking system, and could prove to be counterproductive and ill-advised as a response strategy to seek to drive interest rates down. But, Mr. President, we note the PNP's proposal to leverage deposits held by or on behalf of the government of Jamaica in our banking system via what they describe as a quote-unquote competitive auction. Mr. President, I have consulted with reputable and competent economists, not some blabbermouth on radio. You know who I'm talking about, yes? And the caution, I don't parade as an economist, you know who I'm talking about. And the caution they provide, Mr. President, is that any attempt, learn this thing, my friend, any attempt to move around government of Jamaica held deposits in our banking system via competitive auction would prove highly counterintuitive and unfeasible given the stated objective, i.e., that is, we are trying to get interest rates to come down. Because remember, that is the thrust. That is the mischief we're trying to correct, Mr. President. We're trying to bring interest rates down. And we're trying to get them to come down at a faster and more commensurate pace. We're nearing the end. Yes? We're trying to get interest rates amongst the banks to come down at a faster and more commensurate pace relative to the Bank of Jamaica's policy rate. But, Mr. President, to the extent that the competitive auction system being proposed by the opposition PNP would see financial institutions competing to give the government of Jamaica the highest rate of return possible on its deposits, while at the same time have to turn around and unlend that money to their customers and clients at competitive, i.e., low interest rates. The competitive auction system being proposed by the parliamentary opposition would be counterproductive and, quite frankly, absurd. And of course, Mr. President, the PNP couldn't be out of their mind to be proposing to move around government of Jamaica deposits in the banking system via a competitive auction that actually has the effect of providing a lower rate of return on the deposit relative to where the money is coming from initially. So you couldn't move from institution A to institution B at a lower rate via a competitive auction. That would be absurd, Mr. President. But then again, we're dealing with the PNP here. So anything is possible. After all, Mr. President, they cannot be trusted. The PNP charges, Mr. President, that the JLP has not made the banking system competitive in the 9 years it has been in office. But what are the facts? How it really goes, Mr. President? First of all, the most important ingredient to stability and certainty and a positive and optimistic outlook on the future is managing the macroeconomic imperatives in the country and securing and consolidating macroeconomic stability. That's the first thing you do in your effort to drive down interest rates. You can't drive down interest rates in a topsy-turvy environment, and that is why we are being fiscally disciplined, sober, and of course, astute in maintaining macroeconomic stability. The second way to continue to drive down interest rates is through the policy rate, as I touched on earlier. The market, theoretically, takes its cue from the Bank of Jamaica. The third approach, because these things essentially work in tandem. The third is to empower customers JLP championed loan portability, and we know how important the Credit Bureau is in relation to helping persons to access loans, credit, at lower interest rates. And the fourth thing, many banks currently have favorable rates, particularly to their MSME clients, based on creditworthiness. So that's one of the things we would encourage our MSMEs, for example, to focus attention on. Building relationship with their bank, demonstrating over time creditworthiness, and that should help them, quite frankly, secure more favorable credit terms, i.e. rates on loans from their financial institution. In a free market, Mr. President, the consumer is king. Citizens should be encouraged, and this platform is being used right now to encourage persons to shop around, quite frankly, and be prepared to take their business elsewhere, i.e. move their money around in search of lower interest rates in the case of seeking loans, and of course, in terms of deposit rates, you want to get competitive rates on your deposits. So, Mr. President, the PNP charges that we did not make the DBJ adjustment in 9 years. What they should concern themselves with, Mr. President, is that after 9 years in opposition, they couldn't present an appropriately costed budget with credible proposals. After 9 years, 4.5 years under their incumbent leader. In fact, the cry from Senator Crawford at the press conference was that it late, but it reached. Another couple technical matters, Mr. President. Employment tax credit. The opposition leader is quoted to have said the following, Mr. President, in relation to speaking of employment tax credit. This is an important thing because it is an incentive for employers to bring persons who are on contract work in formal forms of employment, which is an abusive measure used by some, not all. Now, Mr. President, either the opposition leader made a mistake, or a case of arrogance of ignorance rather, is in play, or it was a deliberate attempt to obfuscate and mislead, perhaps to exaggerate how pervasive this phenomenon is. Yes? As employment tax credit applies to both permanently employed persons and persons employed on a contract of service basis. I'm going to assume the opposition leader made a mistake and was really referring, Mr. President, to contracts for service as opposed to contract of service. And kindly go and research the difference. You go and research the difference. First of all, Mr. President, the court has been emphatic in pronouncing on the abusive and dishonorable practice of contract for service arrangements, which was historically being exploited, particularly by security service companies, for example. This practice should no longer be pervasive in the Jamaican marketplace, because as the court has held, once the worker is under the company's direction and control, and essentially the company supervises the person's work, the person is not in a contract for service relationship. They are essentially an employee, i.e. a contract of service. Now, secondly, and most significantly, Mr. President, to the extent, Mr. President, that the employment tax credit has been around for 10 years now, why would we not think that Jamaica is at saturation point in terms of the number of employers who actually see employment tax credit as an incentive worth their while, and as such are keen on availing themselves of the benefit, i.e. the tax credit? Mr. President, for those employers who have not yet taken up, the question is, if they didn't respond in all of 10 years, where a whopping 30% tax credit was on the table, why do we think there will be any extensive and significant take-up now? I don't know that they will find the additional 10% that the employment tax credit is being proposed to be increased by more significant than they found the 30% that it has been at since its inception some 10 years ago. In my view, Mr. President, the PNP, based on their pie-in-the-sky promise, would only be giving up revenue from business enterprises that are already in the tax net and being compliant while deriving little or no returns, given the dim prospect, in my view, of realizing any significant increase in actual take-up by businesses of the benefit to be derived from employment tax credit. Mr. President, I come now to the so-called corporate income tax relief to MSMEs. The vast majority of MSMEs, and I was speaking at an event, I was participating at an event with Julian Robinson last evening, their spokesman on finance, and he made this point. He conceded in this regard. The vast majority of MSMEs, do not turn a profit in the first few years of their operations, and as such, would not be required to pay corporate income tax. And for those that do, the profit may well be considered as anemic or negligible. Mr. President, the better approach where our MSMEs are concerned and providing relief to them are concerned is the approach being adopted by the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party government. That is, in part, the $2 billion that is being made available at the DBJ is aimed at helping our MSMEs to build their capacity, providing technical assistance, technical support to them, which will put them on a footing and increase their prospects, Mr. President, of turning a profit. And my final point. The NHD, Mr. President, the vexing issue of housing. Learn this guy. Mr. President, we're pressing along. The songwriter says press along, Saint, so we're pressing along. Mr. President, we know that attaining the dream of home ownership is one that is near and dear to many Jamaicans, particularly our young people. The Jamaican people have two approaches that they can juxtapose. They have two approaches that they can put side and side and consider which is more sustainable, which is more fit for purpose, which is better thought out, which is more practical. Mr. President, the PNP is proposing Mr. President, the parliamentary opposition is proposing a $1 billion deposit fund that will ostensibly provide some $500,000 to young people, they say, to pay down on a house, to help with their deposit, right? The PNP's suite of proposal, Mr. President, and they don't quite understand it, is on the demand side. They are approaching the challenge we have at present with respect to attaining the dream of home ownership solely from the demand side. Our approach, Mr. President, is more fit for purpose. It is eclectic. We are doing something on the demand side, but we are also coming with action on the supply side. And why am I saying this? Mr. President, what we have found in this country is that whenever the NHD loan ceiling, for example, which is a demand-side action, is increased, or whenever there is any reduction in stamp duty and transfer tax and anything that helps to incentivize action with respect to the housing and construction sector, we find the market responding by going north. In other words, the price of houses, the price of housing units go up. You know it, but your opposition leaders still never come with an appropriate approach to fix it. So keep quiet. So, Mr. President, their approach to solving the mischief, to correcting the existing mischief, is to continue to throw money at the problem. And what we have observed over the years is that so soon as you move via loan ceiling, the market responds by going further and further out of the reach of prospective homeowners, or at least persons seeking to attain the dream of homeownership. And as I said just now, Mr. President, what we are doing on this side is addressing the issue on the demand side, but also utilizing the supply side approach. And what am I speaking of? The Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party government, Mr. President, is increasing the NHT loan ceiling from $7.5 billion to $9 million. We are increasing the loan ceiling for two applicants, co-applicants, from $15 million to $17 million. And we are increasing the loan ceiling for three applicants from $21 million to $23 million. And as you have heard from Senator Gale, we are reducing the threshold, or the number of years over which a person would have to wait to be able to access and become eligible for a home improvement loan. But on the supply side, from 10 years to 7 years, my friend, there's no question you can ask me that I can't answer. Understand that. So, Mr. President, on the supply side, what the government has done is to signal and give a directive using administrative fiat. The policy directive to the NHT is that in relation to housing solutions, they are being directed to come in at 14 million Jamaican dollars. This is a supply side action. So on the supply side, if the housing unit, Mr. President, is priced at $14 million or less, the NHT borrower will be eligible based on Andrew Holness's intervention to a loan amounting to 12 million Jamaican dollars, bringing him closer to attaining the dream of homeownership. So that, Mr. President, constitutes an eclectic approach. We're doing something on the demand side, but because we know what happens with respect to the market, especially some of the unconscionable developers, yes? We do something on the supply side. So I am commending that. Lambert Brown and Associates Construction. So, Mr. President, with those brief observations, Mr. President, I am commending the appropriations bill to the Senate. I believe that it represents well thought out policies based on what you have heard in the budget debate elsewhere in that other place. And I am urging the people of Jamaica to take stock and take note of the active and strong policies of the government, and I dare say, reject those people who are proposing and coming with uncosted, unrealistic, less than credible, pie-in-the-sky promises, and instead choose Jamaica, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Minister? Minister? You don't have any other speakers on your side?
I haven't prevailed upon.
Charlie,
dollar.
you have to speak, you know.
You never heard dollar say Abka. Come
You
on.
have to speak, you know, Charlie. You can't be the only one who don't speak.
No, I won't be long. I won't be long. I won't be long. No, I don't. I won't be long.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Senator Fitzhenley, your brief intervention.
Thank you, sir. I'm aware that it's pretty late in the evening, and therefore I won't be long. I want to begin by just saying a word of appreciation to the staffers at Parliament who are here offering support even as us, the parliamentarians, seek to get the work of the people of Jamaica done. We appreciate your sacrifice, and we know that the day has been long. I have briefly assumed my feet, sir, to indicate that, like the captains of industry across many sectors, including the private sector, I find the $1.26 trillion budget tabled by the finance minister in February of this year to be credible. Yes. Not only do I find the numbers well thought out, and the projects, I believe that the projects being pursued are signal indicators that the administration, though committed to fiscal discipline, is intent on ensuring that as many Jamaicans as possible continue to benefit and reap dividends from the national pie, yes, which has been created, that of a stable Jamaican economy. I believe it's no small feat that the administration has been able to continue giving back to the people of Jamaica despite several events, including COVID-19 and Hurricane Beryl, which hit the Jamaican economy hard. And by giving back, I mentioned the increase in the annual general personal income tax threshold, and also the cut in GCT on electricity from 14% to 7%, which will become effective in July of this year. I noted some public concern regarding the percentage-wise apparent cut in the budget, but deeper interrogation of the numbers will indicate that that's a positive outcome of the administration's debt servicing strategy, which has been successfully pursued. The fact of the matter is, this year, in a few days' time, Jamaica will achieve a debt to GDP of 68%. We can take much pride in the fact that this will be the lowest debt to GDP ratio in Jamaica since the 1970s, over 50 years ago. I'm of the view, Mr. Senator Gale, that one of the greatest legacies this generation may bequeath to the next is low national debt. And I'm also, having examined the budget, well, there's some way to go, as evidenced by the $162 billion in debt which will become due this year. The general figures and the trajectory indicate that the administration is on the right track in terms of debt management and is making consequential strides which will enumerate to the benefit of future generations. Senator Crawford suggested that debt management under the current administration, of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, pales in comparison to what transpired under the PNP administration. This is not true. It is false. And I give you one piece of statistic which will support my assertion. For the phase 1991 to 1995, money supply in Jamaica averaged 48.2%. Inflation averaged a whopping 48.2%. let me amend that, inflation averaged a whopping 40.6% annually. Interest rates averaged 45%, and domestic debt exploded under the PNP from 10.1 billion to 60.2 billion, a 500% increase. So when Senator Crawford intimated that the debt was adroitly and successfully managed by the PNP administration, he's simply not speaking the truth. On the matter of national security, sir, I wish to make some quick comments. I believe the budget presents confirmation that the administration, despite making significant investment in the security forces, investing in the intelligence capabilities of the security forces, intensify recruitment of the JCF and JDF, upgrading police stations, that we continue to be steadfast in investing heavily in protecting the nation and ensuring that a feeling of safety and security is allowed to prevail across spaces in Jamaica which were once regarded as violence-prone. I wish to salute the men and women of the JCF, led by Police Commissioner Dr. Kevin Blake, who continue to put their lives on the line to ensure that we are safe. Indeed, it was good to hear this week the USA's chief diplomat moving to offer words of commendation on the occasion of his visit to Kingston concerning significant strides made in the fight against violent crime. There is no doubt that the yeoman's effort of the security forces, combined with strong support from this administration, have combined to ensure that last year there was a 19% decline in murders, and this year that violent scourge is down by 35%. Senator Crawford also sought to cast aspersions on the administration's efforts. Well, the Jamaica Labour Party administration's track record at fighting crime. I've made the point here before, and I'll make it again. It is a matter of fact that from as far back as 1972, anytime the Jamaica Labour Party has come to power, an inherited office from the PNP, we have presided over a decline in murders and violent crime. 1972, when the Manley administration came to office, inherited a year when 145 Jamaicans were killed in the former calendar year. Manley left power, 889 Jamaicans killed in his final year, a massive 449% increase. In further rebutting Senator Crawford's assertion, another case in point, the Jamaica Labour Party administration came to office and inherited a calendar year when 889 Jamaicans were killed. We left it at 414 in 1989, a massive 58% reduction in murders. Again, the PNP came to power in 1989, and in 2007, the final year, 1,584 Jamaicans killed, a massive 238% increase. In fact, that was when Jamaica was declared by the international media as the murder capital of the world. The Jamaica Labour Party came back to office having inherited a murder rate of 1,584 and left it at 1,130, a decline of 29%. Enter Peter Bunting as Security Minister. Inherited a year of 1,130 Jamaicans murdered. He left it at 1,208 in 2015, an increase of 6%. Every life counts, sir. The use of the statistics is not to discount the fact that every life counts, but to make a simple and poignant point. The data confirms that when the Jamaica Labour Party administration is in office, murders decline during our tenure, but under the PNP, murders increase. Contrary to what Damian Crawford told the Parliament earlier today, the fact is the Jamaica Labour Party has a more credible and successful track record at fighting crime. You know, so I saw a document, it came to hand earlier, well, I won't say when, but it's entitled Data Analysis and Roadmap from Kingston Central, the People's National Party, prepared in September 2004. And the document says consideration for messaging in the constituency. And one of the messages that the PNP has proposed to put forward in this document is indicate to the population that crime is still high in the public psychology. Reinforce this, the perception, the psychology that crime is high. This is a strategy that a PNP internal document is commending concerning a constituency that has experienced either 1 or 2 murders for this year. I believe the people of Jamaica should resist this push by the PNP to prey upon their fears and seek to inculcate in their mindset one of fear that crime is high and they are insecure. I wish to again commend the men and women of the JCF and the JDF on their efforts in reducing violent crime. The final point I wish to make, the budget. In further assessing the 2024-2025 budget, I've listened carefully to narratives in the public domain, and I mean no disregard for anyone who has occupied the post. But I believe the current finance minister, when we consider her technical skill set and her field of study, is arguably the most technically qualified individual who has had the honor of occupying that post at Hero Circle. Therefore, her caution that the bunch of promises from the opposition would prompt a fiscal tsunami that is akin to FinSAC 2.0 is not to be taken lightly. It's a caution that should send chills up the spine of every Jamaican who means this country well and who understand what FinSAC did to this country and how badly it affected the quality of life of the people of Jamaica. And by badly affecting our quality of life, I don't allude to the opposition Senate leader or the opposition leader. I allude to how the policies of the PNP administration wrecked over 40,000 businesses, destroyed the mitochondria of the Jamaican economy, caused our debt to spiral, set our GDP back by a number of decades, and hurt the lives and the aspirations of thousands upon thousands of Jamaicans who were merely seeking to make an honest living via industry and commerce. On the matter of avoiding mistakes of the past and ensuring that current policies do not adversely impact the economy similar to the yesteryear, I heard the opposition leader commenting that he has nothing to do with the FinSAC. He made that comment in an interview earlier this week. Senator Morgan alluded to comments made by the opposition leader when he said he came into the PNP via Dr. Omar Davies, where he gave advice regarding the financial sector. Of course, Dr. Davies was the finance minister in the 1990s, during the meltdown of the financial sector. I put it to you, sir, that it is highly improbable that the opposition leader was not consulted on those issues of the day. And therefore, I submit to the Parliament of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica that when the opposition leader says he had nothing to do with the FinSAC, no part to play, he should not be believed. In fact, the public record suggests he did not speak the truth. The public record, including the findings of the country's then anti-corruption agency, the Office of the Contractor General, do not support the opposition leader's claim he had nothing to do with the FinSAC. As a matter of fact, the public record indicates that there were payments made to a company called Daring, Bunting and Golding, a company owned at the time by Peter Bunting and Mark Golding. Payment made during the FinSac debacle. In one such payment, the PNP administration via the finance ministry had an obligation to pay Daring, Bunting and Golding over $29.5 million US. Furthermore, FinSac paid approximately $10 million US to Bunting and Golding's company on July 29, 2005. And the Debt Management Department of the Ministry of Finance paid the balance of US $20 million. In another instance, the Financial Gleaner of December 5, 1997 tells us that Bunting and Golding's entity abandoned plans for a merger and took full control of Billy Craig Merchant Bank, which is badly affected by the PNP policies of the 1990s. And guess what happened after Senator Seaver Wright? FinSac, which was set up by Golding's political allies, pumped $85 million of taxpayers' monies into the bank, which was taken over by Bunting and Golding's company. The Gleaner says these developments occurred after a hectic year for DB&G, which saw Peter Bunting and attorney Mark Golding playing a prominent part in the company's operations. What I just alluded to are two pieces of evidence which confirm that the opposition leader's claim that he had nothing to do with FinSac is false. Indeed, he misled the people of Jamaica, and his latest comment is confirmation that he cannot be trusted to be honest with the Jamaican people. And as Senator Scott Bartley would say, cannot be trusted to lead this great nation.
And if you want Sapphire now, you know what Sapphire would say about Mark?
Before I close, well, let me give the people of Jamaica the undiluted truth regarding FinSac. Let me give the people of Jamaica the undiluted truth concerning FinSac. While iniquitous PNP policies caused over 40,000 Jamaican businesses to collapse, destroyed savings, and drove many Jamaicans to take their own lives, deals were entered into which the anti-corruption agency of the day described as irregular and highly improper, and arising from those deals, public funds, millions of US dollars, millions of Jamaican taxpayer money were shelled out and used to line the pockets of a company owned by Peter Bunting and Mark Golding, two men who now aspire to lead Jamaica. Quite frankly, sir, the opposition leader should apologize for his misleading comment that he had nothing to do with the FinSac. It is simply not true. It is an insult to those of us who will never forget the pain caused by the PNP policies of the 1990s. And to make matters worse, the opposition leader has been on platforms across the country, boasting, uttering comments to the effect, "Me don't make my money already. Me don't set it for me and my family." Yes, he did. He sure has. But no amount of revisionist history will hide the fact that he was aided and abetted to that perverse boast by wicked policies pursued by his PNP political cronies, policies which cost many, many Jamaican lives. My humble view, sir, is that those whose pockets were lined by those policies, generated by their political cumbullers, policies which hurt the Jamaican people, those individuals should never be allowed to lead this great country. As I close, I must add that I was disappointed to hear the tone and tenor of the contribution of the opposition in the lower house. I was disappointed to hear the contribution to the budget debate, where basically a whole range of promises were made, but they had no numbers to support it. Then they called a media conference after to say they are seeking to provide the figures when there was public outcry. The people of Jamaica deserve a more serious approach to national affairs. Yes. Prominent attorney and public commentator Gordon Robinson summed it up well. Mr. Robinson said, and I quote, "The leader of the opposition's stark, very public confession that he was using the parliament to hold a campaign speech, despite originally disguising his stump speech as a contribution to the 2025-2026 budget debate, only exposed his naivety. It was embarrassing. He's not ready." End of quote. I believe that many Jamaicans share the view of the prominent attorney. The opposition leader is simply not ready. Sir, I reiterate what I had stated earlier. I reiterate what I had alluded to earlier. I find the good news budget, which was tabled by the finance minister, and is characterized by no new taxes and a number of measures which will aid the purchasing ability of Jamaicans, to be credible. And it confirms that the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness will continue to choose policies which are in the best interest of Jamaica. Indeed, we don't have to agonize over which country we are loyal to. We instinctively and without apology, we choose Jamaica. Thank you, sir.
Minister. Thank you very much, Minister.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, I thank my colleagues on both sides for their contributions to the debate. I want to say, although he is not here, but I did not suggest that he go to Champs, I regret Senator Crawford's flawed and selective efforts at analysis and revisionism. But I will say no more, as I think there would just be too much to go through. And I want to thank Senators Morgan and Fitz-Henley in particular, but also Senator Gill and Senator Thompson and Senator Morris-Dixon, who I think, and Sivrat, and Golding Campbell, who actually took the time to go through and clarify and correct many of the matters which Senator Crawford sought to position in his own particular manner. But, Mr. President, the fact is that the opposition has still said nothing that answers the question of how they would fund a budget of pie-in-the-sky promises that would cost more while having less revenue based on the choices which they have already announced in terms of their refusal to take the 11.4 from the NHT, as well as to use securitization packages and other policy mechanisms and revenue mechanisms which had been identified by the government as sources of revenue to fund our policy measures. And so, having noted these matters, Mr. President, I believe the Prime Minister's presentation stands on the numbers presented, as does the surgical takedown applied by Minister Williams on Tuesday. So, having set the context of our demonstrated ability to manage the economy in a way that has allowed us to increase support to our most vulnerable, to encourage formalization of micro and small businesses, and to help them thrive, to reset the transformation of education and skills training, to make special provisions to empower our creatives, to ensure a stable tax environment that will foster wider employment, while continuing to address the country's long-standing security concerns effectively. I will close by emphasizing that as we commit to doing more, we do so against our proven track record in giving back to the Jamaican people as much as we have been able while managing our economy sustainably. Mr. President, this is a budget for the people, it's a budget about the people, a budget that balances fiscal prudence and social investment, a budget that chooses Jamaica. I ask for second reading of the bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against?
An act to apply a sum out of the Consolidated Fund to service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2026 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament read a second time.
Thank you. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. With the agreement of Senator Scott Motley and the Minister, I put clauses 1, 2, and 3. I put clauses 1, 2, and 3. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put the schedule, that is to say sections 2 and 3. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
For third reading of the bill.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against?
An act to apply a sum out of the Consolidated Fund to service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2026 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament read for a third time and passed.
President, it is not intended to do any further business. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
Thank you very much, Minister. Just before we adjourn, there are two announcements to be made. You'll notice this plastic pouch, as I think it's correctly described, with your name on it, has been put on your desk. It is not something to be taken home. It's not to be taken and left in your motor vehicle. It is to be left here. So when you come to the meeting of the Senate, whatever correspondence you have, they'll put it in this and put it on your desk, which prevents the orderlies, the necessity to have the orderlies walking up around delivering. I suspect this is one of the innovations that our clerk might have seen either in the United Kingdom or Trinidad. But so don't take it out of the chamber. It will replenish itself. And I'm not saying anything, you know, but I'm just asking members to look at one minute. I'm just checking on something here. Mr. Clark. I'm just going to ask members in time for the next session to look at Standing Order 32, 7. So it is clear that it is clear that you know, the usual conventions that we have are flying through the window. So I'm going to suggest that you look at those two, that Standing Order. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against? This Honorable Senate stands adjourned for a day to be fixed. Thank you, members of the staff, for being here with us, members in the chamber and security and other members of the staff. And of course, the gentleman and the lady from Ministry of Finance. The lady has left. Okay, thank you very much, and we appreciate your presence here today. So that's it. This Honorable Senate now stands adjourned for a day to be fixed.
What a flow, 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 what a flow. The water put it just like a freestyle. The lifeblood flowing mile by mile. It's legacy, a beat that don't stop like Bob Marley said. One love on top. The sewage water out of sight, but it's always wrong. Don't lose the light. From factories and wells so deep, corals, mangroves and fish they weep. Green water for the garden, keep it green. Cash and the earth gets clean. We use the water with a mindful mind. It's out of sight but never far behind. In nature, the answers always flow. Like water running pure, the cycle grows. It renews itself, same drop, same beat. It's all good, man, you got the heat. Water flow, water flow. No clean water, no pipes they grow. Protect our water, protect our future.
Time to go.
Join PBCJ, the People's Station, for the second staging of the PBCJ